I live in a world where, after the wars, there are barely any men left. Now, for every man, there are 5 women, and the government gives out wives for money. I'm a blind beggar, barely able to feed myself. But when the last girl fell to her knees in front of me and whispered,
Please, take me. If you walk away, my father will kill me.
I couldn't take it anymore. I simply took her hand and walked away. That's how I got my first wife. And that was only the beginning. Guys, if you haven't seen the previous parts, you'll find the links in the description and the pinned comment. Now, let's get to the story. Qingxiu didn't waste any words and said directly on the spot, "If this is your Majesty's opinion, then I'll begin taking action starting tomorrow. This matter should be handled quickly, not delayed. At that time, if anyone speaks nonsense, I hope your Majesty will see clearly." Li Er naturally understood Qingxiu's implied meaning. If the Duke of Qin gets any more crucial information, let me know as well. Of course. Qingxiu understood what Li Er meant. This was the exchange of conditions between them. In the following days, throughout Chang'an, whether among the palace nobles or the common people, the 2 most discussed topics were both related to Qingxiu. The first was the Duke of Qing's flying kite sword manual, which caused a huge stir. Those interested started studying it intensely, and people were actively exchanging ideas. Some had unique interpretations of the manual and even began trying to adapt the sword manual in various ways, though that was another story altogether. The second was the news that Qingxiu had been assassinated. Although Qingxiu had faced assassinations before, they were always done in secret and were easily dealt with by him, without even causing a ripple. But this time, it happened publicly, in front of a crowd, a first. The shock it caused among the people was easy to imagine. Those nobles, while discussing it, tried their best to distance themselves from the matter, fearing rumors might spread that they too were involved in the assassination attempt on Qingxiu. But precisely because Qingxiu came out unscathed, the incident only caused a stir for a few days before it gradually quieted down, and hardly anyone mentioned it again. It seemed like the matter had completely settled down, but in fact, an undercurrent was quietly brewing, unnoticed by anyone. Chen Rusong, carrying out Qingxiu's orders, had, within a few days, clearly identified almost all the remnants of the old powers. For those small fry who would be troublesome for Qingxiu to deal with personally, he took action himself. East outskirts of Chang'an, Suishui village. That night, several prominent families in the village gathered in a manner to drink and party. One by one, they got dead drunk, their speech increasingly slurred. That guy at the west end of the village actually bought land elsewhere a few days ago. Not farming my land anymore. Damn it, what kind of logic is that? Exactly. Just be a tenant farmer in peace, why must he always think about getting his own land to farm? It's all because of the recent favorable court policies. Any tenant farmer who works a few years can afford new land, and clearing the land isn't even that hard anymore. Damn it. The more these gentry talked, the angrier they got, clinking their cups again. But at this moment, none of them noticed that the guards and servants outside the manor had all been mysteriously knocked unconscious or drugged. Several people in night clothing made their way to the hall door, confirming no one else could see them. Then, a man in black, walking with firm and agile steps, strode in and kept observing the surroundings. All clear? The man in black asked, and upon getting a confirmation from his subordinates, he stepped forward and slowly pushed open the door. At this moment, those gentry inside were drunk and dazed. Hearing the door open, they cursed. "What are you doing? Did I let you in? Get out. And don't forget to refill the wine." A fat landlord shouted without even turning his head. But after the outburst, the servants who entered didn't leave. Instead, they slowly walked toward them. "Deaf, are you?" The landlords were furious, but when they turned around, they froze. These were not their servants, they were tall, dressed in black robes, and had a murderous look in their eyes that made one instinctively afraid. "Who are you?" The fat on their bodies trembled in fear, and they instinctively tried to back away. One of them even stumbled and fell on his butt, grimacing in pain. The leader removed his mask. It was none other than Chen Rusong. "Gentlemen, having a good time drinking? Enjoy it, it's your last meal." As Chen Rusong spoke, his followers immediately drew their short blades. The cold glint of the blades made the air freeze with fear. "Guards! Guards! Are you all useless? Get in here." They still hoped for the guards outside, not knowing they had all been dealt with already. "Don't waste your breath. If they could hear, we wouldn't have gotten this far." Chen Rusong stared coldly at them. "Who shall we start with?" A fat landlord asked in terror. "I don't even know you. We have no grievances, why are you doing this?" "You're mistaken. You don't know me, but I've known you for a long time." Chen Rusong pointed at the man and said calmly, "You are Wang Zhang, from the Wang family of Taiyuan." That man, Wang Xijin, is your cousin. And this one is Lu Wending of the Lu family of Fanyang. Good literary talent, you write well. Hearing Chen Rusong name them one by one like the god of death, they were even more confused. How could this man know so much about them? To be honest, I wasn't interested in learning about you. It's just that the person you wanted to assassinate is my master, so I had to get things straight for him. Chen Rusong didn't waste more words. He pointed to Lu Wending, start with him. Do it. Your master? They froze for a moment, then suddenly realized who it must be. So Qingxiu also resolved problems through assassination. A few days ago, those Jing family members who mysteriously died at home, was that you? Before Lu Wending could finish, an assassin stepped forward and punched him in the face, cutting him off mid-sentence. Before he could even cry out, the assassin followed up with a slash across his throat, silencing him forever. The others panicked and tried to flee. But Chen Rusong's team was already experienced. In no time, they finished off every last one of them, less than the time it took to burn one incense stick. Chen Rusong and the others didn't leave immediately. They dragged the unconscious servants and guards into the woodshed and locked them up. He didn't kill them, just tied them all up and left them to wake up the next morning on their own. When they woke up, still groggy and not knowing what happened, they opened their eyes only to see the corpses of the big landlords lying right there in the woodshed. Aside from that, there was also a written document left behind, but the content was not much. It merely warned them that tonight's assassination must be completely concealed, and the true events must not be revealed to the outside. Otherwise, the assassination would happen again tonight, and all involved would be killed. Only then did these servants and guards understand, the assassins had intentionally spared their lives to cover up the truth of what happened tonight. If everyone had been killed, no matter how much they tried to cover it up, it couldn't have been hidden. Everyone, let's hurry. All of them were filled with fear. Without needing more words, they immediately got busy preparing. A few days later, news spread from the manor that several landlords had suddenly died from illness while drinking. A physician even publicly stated that it was due to drinking contaminated wine, warning villagers not to store yellow wine for too long, or it could become polluted and lead to death. Though the explanation sounded a bit far-fetched, those landlords usually behaved inhumanely, and the local people and tenant farmers all wished for their death. Other than some brief celebration, no one cared anymore. Coincidentally, soon after, reports of landlords and gentry dying suddenly came from other villages as well. Some died from sudden outbreaks of long-standing illnesses, some from excessive drinking, some from overeating, and one even absurdly drowned after falling into the toilet. These bizarre causes of death came in all forms. Moreover, after these landlords died, their families all became inexplicably silent, completely refusing to speak about anything related to the deceased. Without exception, they were buried hastily, and the families soon moved away, selling their land at low prices. Naturally, this land was snapped up by local villagers or tenant farmers, and everyone, except the families, was happy. Some even lit firecrackers on the road to celebrate as the families left, pointing and gossiping openly. Even so, the families didn't dare respond and endured the humiliation, leaving in a hurry. Qinghe Village County Office. That day, Magistrate Lu specially invited magistrates from other areas where landlords had also died suddenly, to his own residence to discuss the matter. He didn't arrange to meet at the office, deliberately indicating that this was not official business, but a private matter. The other magistrates naturally accepted the invitation, and during the meal, the topic naturally came up. After a few rounds of drinks, Magistrate Lu brought it up, full of doubt, "Don't you all find this matter strange? If it happened once or twice, fine, but it's happening all around us, and it's always those large local households monopolizing the land. Is that normal?" Once he mentioned this, the previously lively banquet instantly turned quiet. Everyone looked at him with serious expressions, unsure how to respond. Seeing their reactions, Magistrate Lu quickly understood and said, "Recently I had people investigate, and among the wealthy dead, quite a few were from the old 5 surnames and 7 clans. Stop right there." Magistrate Chen interrupted him immediately. "The 5 surnames and 7 clans have long been gone, and the court doesn't acknowledge that term. It's fine if you say it in front of us, but if outsiders hear it, your official career will be over." Li Er's hatred toward the 5 surnames and 7 clans ran deep. Even though they had been completely dismantled by Qingxiu and thrown into the trash heap, Li Er still feared they might rise again. He strictly forbade officials from mentioning the term in any public setting. Though he never stated what the punishment would be, the very uncertainty made people fearful. Especially since for these officials, their careers were as precious as life itself. If Li Er marked them down over such a matter, it wouldn't be worth it. Only then did Magistrate Lu realize his mistake. Trying to cover the awkwardness, he laughed and said, "We're all old friends, of course we speak freely. But really, this matter is strange. Why are all the dead people of such similar background?" The other magistrates didn't know how to answer and all looked uncomfortable. Magistrate Lu wasn't acting out of duty or trying to get justice for the dead. He just felt that these people were all landlords and gentry, and some might even have relatives or influence in court. If he could find out how they died, even just partially, he might win favor with some court officials and help his own promotion. His thinking was simple, but among the magistrates, there were some clever ones. Magistrate Chen asked directly, "So what exactly do you plan to do?" "I suggest we submit a joint memorial to the court, explain the situation, and collect intelligence together. Once the court receives it, they'll surely take it seriously." "No." Magistrate Wang immediately cut him off, saying bluntly, "I already reported this to the court before." "Guess what happened?" Magistrate Lu was momentarily stunned, then foolishly asked, "What happened?" "The court ignored it." Magistrate Wang sighed. "I had gathered a lot of evidence, almost enough to prove they were murdered. In the past, the court would have taken it seriously. But this time..." He didn't finish the sentence, but the meaning was clear. Anyone with a brain could understand the court's attitude. The court simply didn't want to deal with it, or rather, these events were happening under the court's instruction. So no matter how much evidence they gathered, it would end up being ignored. Only then did Magistrate Lu realize he had kicked an iron wall. Ridiculously, he had thought he could use this to help his promotion. If he really continued to investigate, he might. The other magistrates also looked fearful, and no one dared mention it again. They began to change the subject, intentionally steering the topic away. The banquet ended hastily, with the guests leaving before anyone had their fill. Magistrate Lu only gave them a symbolic send-off. By the time he returned to the residence, it was already late. Just as he was about to rest, he suddenly heard a soft knocking at the door. "Who is it?" Magistrate Lu was already in a bad mood. Now, just as he was about to rest, someone interrupted him, which naturally made him annoyed. "If it's not something important, say it now. If not, wait until tomorrow." Magistrate Lu called out twice, but there was still no response from outside. This made him even angrier. When did the servants in his own residence become so rude and disrespectful? Originally, he had wanted the person outside to leave quickly so he could go to bed early. But now, since he was furious, he had to properly deal with the servant who knocked just now. He directly went forward and opened the door, but what met his eyes was emptiness. Left so quickly? Not even a sound of footsteps? Magistrate Lu mumbled to himself, but he didn't want to think too much about it and decided he should just rest. Just as he was about to close the door, he suddenly saw that a piece of paper was pinned to the door with a short dagger. It was placed in a very obvious spot. At that sight, Magistrate Lu broke out in a cold sweat, completely unaware of how it had happened. At night, for someone to pin a note with a dagger to the door of an imperial official, what that meant didn't need to be explained. Someone could have come right up and killed him with a single stab, and no one would have known. The more Magistrate Lu thought about it, the more afraid he became. Cold sweat soaked his back, and even his legs couldn't help trembling. He had wanted to call his servants to give himself some courage, but at that moment, he didn't even dare raise his voice. Even when he moved his steps, it was as cautious as possible. He wasn't sure if it was an illusion or instinct, but he faintly sensed that someone in the dark was staring at him with murderous intent. If he made one wrong move or gave the wrong reaction, a blade would slice his throat the next second. Magistrate Lu forced himself to calm down. With shaking hands, he pulled out the dagger from the door, took down the letter, and then gently and quietly closed the door. After retreating into the room, he collapsed to the floor as if all his strength had been drained. He gasped for air, and the letter in his hand was soaked in sweat. Who knew how long it took before he finally opened the letter with difficulty? The content was very brief and direct. It told him that today's matter could only happen once. If it happened again, or if he continued to investigate, the next time the dagger wouldn't be pinned to the door. Only now did Magistrate Lu fully realize that what he had run into was definitely not something small. He was in big trouble. Even his invitation of various magistrates to discuss the matter had been noticed by those people. It showed just how capable they were. After this, Magistrate Lu became much more tactful and never dared to investigate the matter again. Every day, he followed his routine as if nothing had happened that night. What Magistrate Lu didn't know was that at the same time he was being silently threatened, the other magistrates he had invited also received friendly warnings, to varying degrees. After that, even if more local tycoons suddenly died, no one at the local offices paid attention. Everything returned to normal. Duke Qing's residence. Han Wuwei looked at the plaque on the residence, and the gold-gilded characters made him afraid to look directly. A few days ago, Qingxiu had suddenly invited him to the residence, saying he had something to discuss. If it were in the past, with Han Wuwei's status, getting an invitation from the Duke of Qing would have made him very excited, and he would have carefully prepared before coming. But now, he knew better than anyone what Qingxiu's purpose was in asking him to come. Han Wuwei truly didn't want to come, but since Qingxiu invited him personally, how could he not come? That was showing him face. Otherwise, there were at least 10 ways Qingxiu could have embarrassed him more. Please. The household guards gestured for him to follow, but there was no warmth on their faces, only a chilling coldness. It wouldn't be wrong to say they were escorting him to a prison cell. It just didn't feel like a guest invitation at all. Han Wuwei entered, but the subordinates who came with him were forcibly stopped at the door and not allowed in. This is the Duke's residence, not just anyone can enter. His lordship only permits you to come in alone. No followers or subordinates are allowed. Please understand. The household guard spoke very bluntly. Han Wuwei's attendant quickly said, "We've brought gifts for the Duke. If our master goes alone, he might not be able to carry everything. No matter, someone will help him." The guard interrupted coldly. Helpless, Han Wuwei had to carry the gifts himself and followed the guards into the courtyard with difficulty. Although the guard said someone would help, from start to finish no one did. Even though Han Wuwei was gritting his teeth from the strain, the guard didn't slow down. By the time he finally arrived at the reception hall, he was already drenched in sweat. Qingxiu had already been seated for a long time. "Greetings, Duke of Qing." Han Wuwei struggled to put down the items and smiled awkwardly. "We haven't interacted much before, so I didn't know what you might like. I just brought a few gifts, hope they are to your taste. If not, please forgive me. Sit." Qingxiu didn't say much and signaled a guard to take away the gifts. As soon as Han Wuwei sat down, the guard beside him, whether intentionally or not, suddenly gripped the hilt of his sword. This startled Han Wuwei so much that he stood up immediately, his face full of fear. "Lord Han, please sit. Why are you so frightened?" Qingxiu asked calmly. "Caught a chill? So easily startled?" Han Wuwei forced a reply, "Indeed, I've caught a bit of a chill. It's not serious." "Hee, thank you for your concern, Duke. Since you're under the weather, you should take care. It just so happens I have a remedy for colds here. I'll give you some when you leave." "That's not necessary. Hee, thank you for your kindness. I'm still quite healthy, this minor chill will pass." "What's wrong? Afraid I'll poison you?" At these words, Han Wuwei trembled all over and didn't even dare make eye contact with Qingxiu. He instinctively lowered his gaze. "You must be joking." "Not really a joke. You saw earlier, someone tried to assassinate me. Every method has been used, including poison. It's a very efficient way to kill. I was just lucky to survive, wouldn't you say?" Han Wuwei mumbled in agreement, his voice growing lower and lower, as if someone was pressing a blade to his neck. Which, in his mind, wasn't far from the truth. "Speaking of which, may I ask why the Duke suddenly invited me here? Is there something important? Can't I invite you without something important?" "Of course not. Even just a casual chat, I'd gladly accompany you." Han Wuwei quickly changed his tone. Qingxiu didn't waste words. "Wait a bit. There are still quite a few friends on their way." Han Wuwei was puzzled by this, but didn't dare ask. He just lowered his head and waited quietly. Soon enough, just as Qingxiu said, other officials began arriving one after another. Without exception, they all came in fear and were surprised to see others already there. As long as one wasn't stupid, anyone could tell that today's situation was very abnormal. Most of these officials were from the Ministry of War or the Ministry of Revenue, and some of them were not unfamiliar to Han Wuwei. And as more and more people arrived, just by looking at their identities, he could already understand what was really going on. This made Han Wuwei even more uneasy, and sitting there felt like every second was a year. Until the last official arrived in a hurry and the seats in the main hall were finally filled, only then did Qingxiu slowly speak, "Thank you all for giving me face and coming here today." "No, not at all. The Duke of Qing inviting us here is you honoring us, how could we not come?" Everyone responded noisily and flatteringly, creating a chaotic scene. After they quieted down, they expected Qingxiu to speak. But after waiting a long time, he still only sat there with a calm smile, saying nothing. The more Qingxiu acted like this, the more uneasy they felt. Especially considering what Qingxiu had just gone through, and how it tied into what they had been involved in. Even so, they tried to take comfort in the backup plans they had left behind, which gave them a bit of confidence, not enough to be at ease, but not completely terrified either. "Let's speak plainly. Close the doors." At the order, the household guards immediately shut the doors and surrounded the officials, completely blocking any escape route. Qingxiu slowly stood up, took out his cane sword, and pointed it on the table, shocking everyone to their core. Do you people not know what kind of crime it is to assassinate a duke? Let alone the fact that this has already been reported to His Majesty, do you really think the court can uncover the truth? Even if the court can't, do you think I'll just let it go? These two questions from Qingxiu directly crushed their psychological defenses. He could already see some people secretly wiping away cold sweat. Without exception, no one dared to meet his eyes. Not even one person dared to sit up straight. Lord Han. When Qingxiu called his name, it sounded to Han Wuwei like the king of hell calling the dead. He instinctively replied, "Present." Before Qingxiu could ask anything, Han Wuwei blurted everything out like beans spilling from a bamboo tube. That Zhang Dali really was once a house guard raised in my residence, but I only took him in because he was strong and obedient. I never intended to have him assassinate anyone. I also don't know why that idiot suddenly disappeared for several days and then went to assassinate you. I really had nothing to do with this. At that moment, Han Wuwei's explanation sounded like a desperate man's dying breath, even he found his own words pathetic and laughable. But unexpectedly, Qingxiu nodded. I know. Han Wuwei froze, taking a while to understand what Qingxiu meant. You mean, you know I had nothing to do with it? Qingxiu nodded slightly. You really thought I was in the dark, knew nothing at all? Since I invited so many people here today, it's because I already investigated everything thoroughly. But to be honest, Lord Han, you really weren't careful enough, letting such dirty water get splashed all over you. Han Wuwei didn't know what to say, but felt a huge weight lifted off his shoulders and exhaled deeply. He might be relieved now, but someone else at the gathering was already feeling like they were sitting on pins and needles. He never expected Qingxiu to have investigated everything so clearly. Thanks to Chen Rusong, like Qingxiu, he believed Han Wuwei couldn't be foolish enough to get himself directly involved. Chen Rusong had spent a lot of effort investigating everyone in Han Wuwei's residence, top to bottom, and indeed found a traitor. Just as Han Wuwei said, he had never plotted to harm Qingxiu. When he took in Zhang Dali, it was only because the man was obedient and useful for guarding the house. But since Zhang was a simpleton, Han Wuwei kept him low profile to avoid embarrassment. The result was that after the incident, it looked like he had intentionally raised a killer. Indeed, a group of people with hidden identities had approached Han Wuwei to cooperate in taking down Qingxiu. It was during the military reform, and Han Wuwei had lost a major source of illegal income, leading to deep resentment toward Qingxiu. But being angry didn't mean he had lost his mind. He knew better than anyone the consequences of assassinating a duke. Once exposed, he'd lose both career and life. After he refused, those people left. But that didn't mean they gave up. They bribed servants in his residence to cooperate in secret, lured Zhang Dali out, drugged him, damaged his mind and awareness, and then tricked him into assassinating Qingxiu. Han Wuwei had no knowledge of this. He didn't even go to the training ground. His shock upon hearing the news could only be imagined. But he also knew that once this incident stuck to him, he wouldn't be able to shake it off. Speaking out might only make it worse. So he kept silent and pretended nothing happened, hoping no one would uncover the hidden link. Still, he had been deeply anxious for days, especially when he learned of Qingxiu's invitation. He almost died on the spot. Now that Qingxiu had cleared the misunderstanding, Han Wuwei felt his fear turn to grief. Zhang Dali had served him for years. Though mentally deficient, he had been a loyal guard. But just to drag him down, these people killed Zhang Dali and tried to pin a deadly crime on him. The bitterness in his heart was beyond words. Han Wuwei looked angrily at the officials seated in the hall. Many of them deliberately avoided his gaze. Han Wuwei understood, the reason Qingxiu had gathered all these people here today was most likely because the real masterminds behind the assassination attempt were among them. I have no grudges with you. Just because I didn't want to get involved, you dumped all this filth on me and tried to destroy me. How is that reasonable? Han Wuwei tried to contain his anger, but clearly, the more he spoke, the more furious he became. Qingxiu said calmly, Lord Han, calm down. This matter had nothing to do with you. I invited you here today just to reassure you so that you won't worry about it. Han Wuwei looked at Qingxiu with deep gratitude. At this moment, he truly felt endless thankfulness and respect for the Duke of Qin. He did not act against him rashly due to temporary misinformation. Instead, he repeatedly confirmed and investigated, and after being completely certain, he was still willing to take the initiative to clear his name. Just this point alone was enough for Han Wuwei to remember it forever. Qingxiu glanced at the crowd. He had originally thought that, at this point, someone among them would step forward and confess. But clearly, they still held on to a fluke mentality and shrank back, not daring to admit anything. Everyone, I originally intended that if someone stepped forward and admitted it, I could show some leniency. But since you want to muddle through, don't blame me for being ruthless. Qingxiu immediately took out a booklet and handed it to Erguzi beside him. Read it. Wait a moment. One official stood up, immediately drawing everyone's attention. This official was from the Ministry of Revenue, named Zhou Qianji. Qingxiu had some impression of this man. You're admitting guilt? What guilt do I have to admit? Zhou Qianji looked evasive and did not dare meet Qingxiu's eyes. His Majesty only allowed you to investigate. He never said you could deal with us as you please, right? We're all imperial officials. Qingxiu smiled at this. You're right. Of course I know that. Then go find His Majesty and let him come and give you justice. Zhou Qianji was stunned by this line. He didn't even react immediately. He instinctively looked back at the door, just in time to see a household guard with a cold face standing there, hand on his sword, ready to draw. You. Before he could speak, that guard suddenly stepped forward, and the blade at his waist was slightly revealed, scaring Zhou so much he nearly fell down. At this moment, everyone understood Qingxiu's meaning. His Majesty didn't permit them to be punished? But now, with the door closed and blades drawn, life and death were in Qingxiu's hands. What could they do? Could they really expect the emperor to suddenly appear and give them justice? If I didn't have solid evidence today, would I have gathered you all here to do this? Qingxiu looked coldly at them, his tone full of killing intent. Those of you who are involved, or not, you know in your hearts. Those not involved, you'd best behave, or you might get burned. As for those involved, humph. Zhou Qianji was drenched in cold sweat. After a long pause, he forced out, aren't you afraid His Majesty will punish you afterward? That's none of your concern. Even if I am afraid, right now your life is in my hands. Whether you're involved or not, if I want to kill you, I will. Understand? At this moment, Qingxiu clearly expressed that he was here to vent his rage, acting completely unreasonably. If someone insisted on talking logic, then Qingxiu would bring out a blade to reason with them. Erguzi began reading from the list. Coincidentally, the first name was Zhou Qianji. You colluded with the Lu clan of Fanyang, helping them settle and purchase land throughout Guangzhou, using your position to aid them in many matters. Even worse, you assisted in the assassination of the Duke of Qin. Though you didn't participate directly, you provided funds and convenient access. As Erguzi read the charges, Zhou Qianji's face turned pale. Every accusation was real, he knew it better than anyone. Zhou Qianji had been colluding with the Lu clan for a long time. He believed that such noble families would never decline so easily. So he bet on them, helping during their downturn, allowing clan members to maintain their lavish lifestyles. Moreover, during the military reform, Zhou Qianji's interests were severely impacted, so he hated Qingxiu deeply. Just then, people from the Lu clan approached him, asking him to help provide convenience for the assassination plan. It only involved funding and authority, no personal risk. Zhou thought it was foolproof and believed that even if it failed, it wouldn't trace back to him. But he never imagined that what he thought was well hidden would be uncovered by Qingxiu so easily. If you think I'm wrongfully accusing you, I have plenty of evidence to back it up. Want to see it? Qingxiu looked at Zhou Qianji with a smirk. Zhou was now so scared he couldn't even think. Trembling, he sat down, trying to speak but swallowed the words. He had nothing more to say. So you admit it. Take him away. At the order, a household guard stepped up, rudely grabbing Zhou Qianji by the collar and dragging him away like a dog. Zhou didn't dare say a word, let alone resist. Continue. Qingxiu waved his hand, signaling Erguzi to keep reading. Schweppingly. Colluded with the Wang clan of Taiyuan. During the assassination attempt, dispatched household guards to gather intelligence and relay information. Upon hearing his name, Schweppingli immediately jumped up from his seat and rushed toward the door. He tried to escape before the guards could react, but before he could even touch the door, he was blocked. Still struggling, Schweppingli screamed wildly. Open the door! Open the door! Someone open the door! Qingxiu is ignoring imperial authority and executing officials. Someone punched Schweppingli in the face, making him dizzy and knocking out several teeth. Half unconscious, he was dragged and thrown beside Zhou Qianji, like a half-dead dog. The guards outside clearly heard the shouting but paid it no attention. They simply bolted the outer door even tighter. Tell the cleaning servants to stay away from this area today. Inside the hall, one official after another was named. No one could defend or resist. Not only were the charges clear, but the details of each incident were accurately described. What more evidence was needed? Those who understood the situation stood up and walked over on their own to avoid a beating. Most, however, collapsed in their chairs like corpses, their minds filled with despair about losing both career and life, only to be dragged away by guards. Qingxiu said nothing from beginning to end, watching like an outsider, or more precisely, like a judge. Wait. As the list was nearly finished, someone stood up on their own and weakly asked, if I confess voluntarily, Duke Qing, could you spare me? He noticed that Qingxiu's expression didn't look quite right and quickly corrected himself. Even a lighter punishment would do, just please don't kill me, okay? Qingxiu recognized this person. He was Lu Wanyan, a supervisor from the Ministry of Revenue in Jiangdong. Qingxiu asked in return, how do you know I would kill you? Lu Wanyan didn't dare say that Qingxiu always took revenge and repaid it double. He could only say, taking part in the assassination of a duke, at worst is execution of one's entire clan, and at best it's still hard to keep one's life. I fear I won't survive. This person was at least honest, with no illusions. But since Qingxiu had already made his decision today, how could he let him off just because he confessed voluntarily? I also know your crimes. As far as I know, that poison Zhang Dali swallowed was something you specifically ordered your men to obtain. Although your people didn't make it themselves. Qingxiu looked at him meaningfully. It's said that this poison is an exclusive recipe from a distant relative of yours who practices medicine. Investigating this wasn't easy, you really covered it well. If you had come to confess the day it happened, maybe I would have considered sparing you. But now, Qingxiu sneered, you can't just wait until the knife is at your neck to realize you were wrong. Lu Wanyan broke into a cold sweat, but he still had the nerve to try bargaining with Qingxiu. If I can offer some help, assist you in catching others who slipped through the net, what then? You? Qingxiu scoffed at him. The reason he had all the officials' crimes so thoroughly investigated, aside from Chen Rusong's meticulous work, was because he had personally tortured many of the landlords and gentry involved in the assassination. Many of them were remnants of the 5 surnames and 7 clans and had directly participated in the plot. Naturally, he was able to extract details of their dealings with the officials. It was far quicker than asking the officials themselves. Chen Rusong had even uncovered several assassination plans that hadn't yet been executed, far more severe than this attempt. Of course, all of those tortured individuals were eventually executed. Qingxiu was never going to let them live. With this kind of information, why would he need unreliable, second-hand intel from these officials? But Lu Wanyan's reply did amuse Qingxiu. I know things you could never find out. Please believe me, sparing my life will be worth it. Lu Wanyan swore and even patted his chest, promising that if the intel he gave matched what Qingxiu already knew, he'd have no objections to being killed afterward. Whether what he said was true or false, Qingxiu couldn't be sure. But one thing was certain, this man had a strong desire to live. Still, Qingxiu didn't take his words seriously and directly ordered that Lu Wanyan be dragged aside with the others. Just give me one chance, just one. If the information turns out to be useless, you can still kill me. I swear. Keeping me alive will be worth it, just give me a chance. Before he could finish, a household guard punched him unconscious. Lu Wanyan fell silent instantly. With Lu Wanyan as the warning, no one else held on to any false hope. They knew they were surely doomed. Soon, Erguzi had finished reading through the list. Of all the officials Qingxiu had summoned today, 2/3 were directly or indirectly involved in the matter. The remaining third, although not named, were just as terrified. Others didn't know, but they themselves were fully aware. The group that planned to assassinate Qingxiu had approached them too. They simply didn't dare get involved. Even if their interests had been hurt by Qingxiu's reforms, they refused and stayed out of it. Now that Qingxiu had brought them here, they didn't know if he would take it out on them. They didn't dare say a word. Take them out. At Qingxiu's order, all the guilty officials were taken away, leaving only the unnamed ones in the hall. Did that mean they'd escaped a disaster? No one dared to speak. Right now, they were meat on the chopping block. How they'd be dealt with was up to Qingxiu. But to their surprise, Qingxiu didn't make things difficult. Instead, he cupped his hands to them. Apologies for the disturbance. Tomorrow, you can all have a good laugh at my expense. His attitude was such a contrast from before that many of them didn't know how to react. But when they saw Qingxiu bow to them, they quickly returned the gesture, flattered. Qingxiu said, I know today's handling of the matter wasn't appropriate, but I've always believed in not leaving revenge overnight. If I can take revenge, I'll do it right away. You may report truthfully to His Majesty later, no need to hide what happened here. At these words, they finally understood, Qingxiu didn't plan to trouble them. Immediately, many of them felt lucky they hadn't taken part in that deadly plot, they'd dodged a bullet. Ah, we totally understand, Duke Qing. If it were me, I probably would have acted even more impulsively. It's better to be straightforward, like Duke Qing, than to be a hypocrite who hides in the shadows and assassinates. Rest assured, we didn't see a thing today. Just came here for a casual visit. Everyone chimed in, all trying to curry favor with Qingxiu. Qingxiu sighed, those old noble clans, though abolished, still have deep roots and lingering poison. Even now, many remnants still harm the court and try to corrupt my colleagues. It's despicable. At this, the rest fully relaxed and began helping Qingxiu smooth things over. Everyone cursed and denounced those clans, doing everything they could to distance themselves. Duke Qing, rest assured, if we have any relevant information, we'll report it all to you honestly. Exactly. We'll cooperate with Duke Qing in eliminating these tumors. Truly vile people. Duke Qing showed mercy before, sparing their remnants, and now they dare to strike back. Seeing everyone react this way, Qingxiu knew that was enough and said, "Thank you, everyone. Sorry for the fright today. I've prepared some small gifts, local products from the western regions. I hope you won't mind, they're not worth much." Everyone almost cried on the spot after hearing this, never mind what Qingxiu was actually giving them. What this meant was that he definitely wasn't going to make things difficult for them. Today was just a false alarm. And the fact that they obediently showed up today would at least leave a decent impression on Duke Qing. From now on, even within the court, they didn't need to worry too much about being targeted. You had to know, many of them had once been part of Gao Shilian's faction and were terrified that Qingxiu would take this opportunity to wipe them all out. Obviously, Qingxiu could still distinguish between public and private matters. When the door was opened, all the officials breathed a sigh of relief. One by one, they quickly stood up to take their leave, afraid Qingxiu might suddenly change his mind. Only Han Wuwei remained unmoved, which made Qingxiu feel a bit surprised. They're all eager to leave, but you don't seem in a hurry? Today I owe everything to Duke Qing's help. Otherwise, this black mark might have followed me for life, maybe even, he sighed. Han Wuwei cupped his hands in thanks, looking helpless. You don't need to thank me. It was you who refused to participate in the matter. Regardless of your reasons, I only look at the result. Qingxiu smiled calmly. You saved yourself. Even so, I still appreciate Duke Qing's sharp judgment. Han Wuwei tried to keep the conversation going, wishing he could talk endlessly. It had taken great effort just to get the chance to speak with Qingxiu. Of course, he wanted to delay as long as possible. If he could leave a good impression, maybe Qingxiu might support him in the future. But Qingxiu didn't have time for idle chatter. After making a brief response, he signaled a household guard to escort him out. The residence is large, Lord Han, don't get lost. I'll have someone show you the way. At these words, Han Wuwei knew he couldn't stay any longer. He quickly gave thanks and left. After all unrelated officials had been sent off, Qingxiu ordered someone to prepare pen and paper and personally wrote a letter to be delivered to the palace. The person who received the letter immediately set off. At that time, Li Er had just finished sorting official documents and was about to rest when the letter arrived. At first, Li Er was visibly displeased, but upon hearing that it was a letter from the Duke of Qing, he immediately changed his expression and ordered it to be brought up. After reading the letter, he was both amused and exasperated. Qingxiu promised to act by the rules, but not a single thing he did followed them. But fine, he only detained them and handed them over to the court. That still gives me face. Li Er knew Qingxiu handled this matter urgently, there was no time to delay, so he didn't dwell on it. Notify the capital guard forces, dispatch over 100 soldiers to the Duke of Qing's residence to take the prisoners. Li Er thought for a moment and added, wait until the city curfew at night before going. After all, this wasn't something to be public about. Better to keep it hidden. At midnight, the capital guard troops took the men from Qingxiu's residence. Before leaving, the guard captain relayed Li Er's message to Qingxiu. His Majesty said the Duke of Qing handled this flawlessly and must have worked hard. If there's a chance, His Majesty would like to speak with you, would there be a convenient time? Upon hearing this, Qingxiu understood Li Er's intention and casually gave a time. Understood. The captain was about to leave when Qingxiu suddenly handed him a sealed letter. Give this to His Majesty. I sealed it with wax, no matter who opens it, it'll leave a mark. You understand what I mean. The captain nodded knowingly, quickly tucked the letter into his robe, and then gave the order to escort the men straight to the Sky Prison. After they left, Qingxiu returned inside the residence, but instead of going to rest, he went directly to the cellar. This cellar had previously been used to detain high-ranking officials captured by Qingxiu. The captain thought Qingxiu had handed over everyone, but that wasn't the case. Qingxiu had kept one person back, everyone else had been sent away. The letter he gave the captain was meant to inform Li Er of this. As soon as Qingxiu entered the cellar, a man crouched in the corner suddenly lit up and rushed over. Duke Qing. I knew you'd be interested in this matter. Qingxiu squinted at the man in front of him. It was none other than Lu Wanyan, the one he had deliberately kept. As Lu had said, Qingxiu indeed wanted to know if there was anything else he hadn't uncovered. Lord Lu, how are you finding it here? Lu Wanyan forced a miserable smile. Truly awful. Then you'd better tell me something I don't already know. Otherwise, things might get worse for you. Qingxiu slowly sat down. Speak. Lu Wanyan quickly said, actually, with your investigation these days, you must have noticed something strange about this matter? Qingxiu nodded slightly. There's no mastermind. You're truly sharp. Lu Wanyan said this sincerely, not just flattering. From the beginning, the entire thing had felt odd. It seemed as though everyone had acted independently, no one appeared to be leading the operation. No one was the main instigator, but everyone pushed it forward as much as they could. However you looked at it, it felt off. Qingxiu kept Lu Wanyan precisely to see if he could reveal who was truly behind the scenes. If he did, Qingxiu would hit the jackpot. If not, he could always send him to prison. Only then did Lu Wanyan feel at ease. I dare say the intel I have is something Duke Qing definitely doesn't know. Still, he didn't dare keep Qingxiu waiting. He quickly told him everything he knew. Lu Wanyan didn't know these things because he was deeply involved or had an intelligence network. It was simply because, after joining those people, he had hosted a banquet one night. One of the Wang family members got drunk and started talking nonsense, accidentally revealing inside information. He claimed that in Fengxiang, in Daegu town, many fallen nobles from the 5 surnames and 7 clans had gathered. These people had been hiding there, using the town as a base, quietly gathering strength and waiting for the right moment. They were the last remaining elites of those fallen noble families. Though living in hardship, they still dreamed day and night of restoring the glory of their clans. And the primary enemy standing in their way was, of course, Qingxiu. During their time in hiding, they raised money, expanded their connections, and frequently tracked Qingxiu's movements. Previously, Qingxiu had been in the western regions, so they had few opportunities to reach him. But now that he had returned, they immediately began planning the assassination. In other words, even without this military reform, they would likely still have chosen to attack him at the training ground. This military reform just happened to give Qingxiu even more political enemies. They could use this opportunity to seek out connections and support, or ask for funds. What was even more clever was that they could use the chaos in the court, so many eyes and ears, to hide themselves. Even if they failed, there would still be plenty of scapegoats to take the fall. Now it seemed that they had more or less achieved that goal. After learning about this, Lu Wanyan deliberately kept it in mind, roughly remembered the location that man mentioned, and then secretly sent someone to investigate. The intelligence brought back by the informant largely confirmed what he had heard. In Daegu town, indeed, a group of mysterious people lived in seclusion, rarely interacting with outsiders. They didn't engage in any production but seemed to have an endless supply of money. They constantly hired villagers to do tasks for them and forbade them from leaking any information. They also frequently gathered with people from outside the village to hold meetings. Lu Wanyan didn't spread this information. He only quietly remembered it and didn't tell anyone. Sure enough, when the matter was exposed, he finally had a chance to use this intelligence to try to save his life. You know the consequences of lying to me, don't you? Qingxiu looked coldly at Lu Wanyan, and the icy look in his eyes made Lu's legs go weak for no reason. I understand. Lu Wanyan immediately replied, if there's even a bit of falsehood, Duke Qing can deal with me as you see fit. At this point, my life is in your hands, whatever you decide. This man was tactful. But then he suddenly thought of something and quickly added, now that their assassination plot has been exposed, they might relocate. If you don't catch them in Daegu town in time. I know. Qingxiu interrupted him. If what you say is true, I have my own ways of confirming it. Whether or not I gain anything in the end, you'll still have done your part. Very good. Lu Wanyan immediately looked pleased. Then may I ask how Duke Qing intends to reward, how will you deal with me more leniently? He suddenly realized it might be too much to expect Qingxiu to completely forgive him, so he hoped for a lighter punishment instead. He didn't dare hope for full reinstatement, but if the punishment could be reduced, or if he could even remain in court service somehow, that would be ideal. Qingxiu looked at him with some disgust. If you were me, what would you do? Lu Wanyan gave an awkward laugh, clearly realizing he was being unrealistic. Wait for me a while. I'll go verify the matter. If it's true, I can consider being lenient. But if you've lied, I don't need to explain the consequences, do I? Of course not. For now, you'll stay here a while longer. I hope you won't mind the inconvenience. How would I dare complain? You're too kind with your words. Although Lu Wanyan had handed over intelligence, he was still uneasy. He was confident in the information's accuracy, but what if Duke Qing got there and found nothing? What if he took out his anger on him? But at this point, he had no choice but to get rid of his own guilt first. The next day in court, everyone immediately noticed that many officials were absent. Most of them were from the Ministry of War and the Ministry of Revenue. They'd heard rumors over the past few days, but it didn't take much thought to figure out what had happened. Especially among the officials who had been released yesterday, they knew better than anyone how things had played out, and it was inevitable that a few loose-lipped ones leaked the story. After Li Er sat down, he signaled Wang Degui to read the imperial edict. A few days ago, the attempted assassination of Duke Qing at the training ground, after thorough investigation, has been fully uncovered. The severity and scope of the case are unprecedented since the founding of the state, truly shocking. Since the start of the military reform, some in the court strongly opposed it, not only obstructing its implementation, but even trying to sabotage it by plotting to assassinate Duke Qing. And it was not just the action of one person, but a collaborative effort by officials from the Ministry of War and the Ministry of Revenue. As Wang Degui spoke, ministers below exchanged glances. They noticed that the real driving force behind the incident, the fallen nobles of the 5 surnames and 7 clans, were not mentioned at all. Instead, it was rewritten as a plot spontaneously orchestrated by the captured officials. Clearly, Li Er didn't want the 5 surnames and 7 clans to have any presence left. Even if they initiated it, they would not be mentioned. Fortunately, Duke Qing investigated both openly and secretly, and has already apprehended most of the masterminds. Even though many of them were high-ranking officials, the impact of attempting to assassinate a duke is so serious that if not punished severely, the dignity of the court would be completely lost. After reading the preface, Wang Degui began announcing the final verdicts for the officials involved. Zhou Qianji, his family will be raided immediately, all assets confiscated, and land redistributed. He himself is to be executed in autumn. Zhao Yun, though less involved, still harbored intent to assassinate. He is to be stripped of office, returned to civilian status, assets confiscated, and exiled beyond the border. His descendants within 3 generations may not re-enter the capital. As the verdicts were read out one by one, the ministers realized that Li Er was determined to make this an ironclad case. Was he doing it all for Qingxiu? Not necessarily. It was because these men had already shown signs of overstepping, plotting to kill a duke. Li Er's harsh punishment was a way to crush this trend. Ultimately, it was about maintaining royal authority. Otherwise, stripping so many officials at once would have serious short-term effects on the court. Of course, it wasn't an unsolvable issue. Since the start of the imperial exams, the court had been getting plenty of outstanding scholars. Most of them were still working at low levels and hadn't had the chance to show their talents. Now that so many posts were suddenly vacant, it was a good opportunity to test these young men and promote them. After all the verdicts were read out, Wang Degui stepped down. The court fell into complete silence. For a long time, no one dared speak first. Li Er cleared his throat and finally said, "Does anyone have objections to today's punishments? We ministers find it appropriate." In the end, they were the ones who broke the law. Attempting to assassinate a duke is unforgivable in any dynasty. Today they tried to kill a duke, doesn't that mean they see court officials as nothing? What if tomorrow they kill any official who disagrees with them? A chorus of agreement followed, with everyone rushing to denounce and curse them, all praising Li Er for handling it well. Anyway, Li Er had already discussed the handling results with his trusted ministers, asking them is only a formality. Li Er slowly spoke, among them there are many who did not originally intend to kill, it's just that someone harbored ill intent, tried to recruit more help, and then dragged them down with it. The result you all have now seen. Today I impose such heavy punishment on them, on one hand because their wrongdoing was excessively evil, and even more importantly because I do not wish that from now on anyone in court be corrupted for the same reason. Those who serve as ministers should act openly and honestly, with a single mind. Everyone nodded and agreed, saying that His Majesty's words were spot on. Your Majesty, may I say 2 words? At that moment, Qingxiu suddenly stepped forward and proposed to Li Er. Go ahead. With Li Er's permission, Qingxiu advanced and said to everyone present, recently I have heard that some of the old gentry families who had already been swept away and purified for a long time, for some reason are rolling back again. If any of you have intelligence regarding these old gentry families, feel free to inform me, I will certainly not let you labor in vain. Qingxiu's words were very subtle, sounding vague and unclear. But in fact, those with some keenness, or those who had just left the Duke of Qing's residence yesterday, immediately understood his meaning. He was asking the ministers for information about the 5 surnames and 7 clans. Only because Li Er was present, Qingxiu did not say his words more clearly. If nothing else, morning session adjourned. With one command from Li Er, seeing that indeed no one submitted anything, he rose and the court was dismissed. However, after Li Er left the court and before he returned to the Taiji Hall, he suddenly received a message saying that the Duke of Qing wished to meet him. Li Er originally thought the matter was already settled, but now it seemed that Qingxiu's invitation indicated there was very likely a follow-up to this matter. He could no longer rest, and immediately agreed. But the messenger claimed the meeting place was in the northern suburbs of the city, up in the mountains. Why again the mountain area? Li Er frowned. His rheumatism had only recently eased. If he had to climb the mountain now, he would suffer. Your Majesty, rest assured, the Duke of Qing's meaning is that you need not go up the mountain, only wait at the foot of the mountain. He will come to see you himself. Hearing this, Li Er's frown relaxed. He really did not want to climb. Since that's the case, I shall go. In the northern suburbs. On this mountain range's land and fields was the copper mine area that Qingxiu had bought from Wei Qijingde. Qingxiu had already settled all Wei Jingde's debts, and now it was time for the two to complete the land transfer. Wei Jingde, at mid-slope overlooking the mountain range, grabbed a handful of soil greedily and smelled it, but in the end still reluctantly let it go. He really could not bear to lose this copper mine area, but holding it in hand didn't convert to money. If this matter had not occurred, perhaps I would have gone to His Majesty to petition a few more times, even if only half of the copper mine could remain mine, that would have been fine. Just as Wei Jingde was bitterly lamenting, a house servant came forward to report, "My lord, the Duke of Qing is here. Prepare the deed." Wei Jingde gave an order. The house servant had just retrieved the deed when Wei Jingde thought a moment and ordered the servant to give it to himself instead. Not long after, he saw Qingxiu, leading several followers, stroll up the mountain elegantly. "Duke of Qing." Wei Jingde forced himself to greet him, switching to a smiling face. "Today I heard that those officials in court who were dealt with were actually taken down by you." "Sort of. I arranged a banquet like Hongmen, but they weren't so difficult to manage, just one scare and they all collapsed." Qingxiu paid no mind. "Have you resolved all those bad debts? Did you bring the deed?" "Of course." Wei Jingde was holding the deed just about to hand it over, but seeing Qingxiu reaching for it, he suddenly with pain withdrew his hand. "What if we form a cooperation, how about?" "What cooperation?" "Look, this copper mine falling into your hands naturally means you'll develop it. The copper you extract will be made into coins, right? Since you wish to melt them into coins for the market, you'll need good money smiths. I know many craftsmen who are somewhat skilled, they..." "Interesting. You've even arranged the money smiths? You really dare to think big." Qingxiu's words caused Wei Jingde to break out in sweat. Although the court strictly prohibits private coinage, in the folk there indeed were many illegal copper coin foundries. With those foundries naturally there were moneysmiths skilled at making coins. Those craftsmen were not working officially for the court, but their private-made coins often matched the quality of those minted by the court. After all, counterfeiting well requires considerable skill. Wei Jingde had previously thought of secretly mining a small amount of copper and then minting coins himself, but the cost of small-scale extraction was too high, so he had to abandon it. "I don't need your craftsmen. Even if I want to mint coins myself, frankly, mine would be more reliable than your men." Qingxiu extended his hand toward Wei Jingde in a blunt manner. "Hand it over." "Are you truly not going to consider it?" Wei Jingde still cautiously probed. Qingxiu didn't waste more words and directly pulled the deed from him, inspecting it carefully right in front of him. This clearly meant he did not trust Wei Jingde. Wei Jingde patiently waited for Qingxiu to finish checking, then in a muffled voice asked, "How is it?" Indeed no falsehood." Qingxiu nodded with satisfaction. "However, I still have one matter I want to ask you, General Wei, if you don't mind?" At this moment Wei Jingde felt extremely bad, unwilling to answer anything from Qingxiu. But looking at Qingxiu's half-smile, he vaguely understood that if he didn't answer, the latter definitely would not relent. "Then you speak." Wei Jingde forced his face. "I shall tell all I know. If I don't know it, you must allow I only make things up." "You'd better not make them up. This matter is quite important." Qingxiu suddenly sighed, as if saying something casually. "I recently seem to have discovered that some officers retired from the Taiyuan army appear to have again started the business of illegally trading armors and swords." When this was said, Wei Jingde's pupils trembled. He immediately ordered the servants to withdraw. "When there is business, call us back." "How did you hear this intelligence?" Wei Jingde, somewhat furious, asked. How could it be that Qingxiu knew everything, even things he couldn't hide? "If you want others not to know, then you must not do it yourself. You dared to do it, and still fear being found out?" Qingxiu sneered. "Yet the debts of Wei Qi Baolin have already been cleared, and you still take the risk?" Wei Qijingde was mocked into silence by Qingxiu, and in the end could only sigh helplessly. "Originally I didn't intend to keep doing it. But someone demanded it, and the price was decent. With money not taken, who can bear it? Besides, they are not barbarians beyond the border, most likely local gangs. Even if sold to them, what major harm is it? Hearing this, Qingxiu shook his head repeatedly. He really didn't know what to say to Wei Qijingde. Not major harm. Your words are easy. Wei Qijingde saw the look on Qingxiu's face and hurriedly spoke. Last time I promise. I guarantee no more next time. How about it? Let's say it's for the old comrade in arms' sake. We were not comrades in arms. Then let's say military brothers. When I led troops in battle you had long since retired to the rear lines and were enjoying yourself in Chang'an City. You call us military brothers? This, then think it's for not letting His Majesty trouble himself. Foolish talk. If you truly wanted to save His Majesty trouble, you wouldn't have done so many disgusting things. Enough. Qingxiu flung his hand aside. At this moment he truly thought Wei Qijingde was unreasonable. Stop here. If I catch this happening again next time, then you shall show no mercy. Finally Wei Qijingde heard a subtle loosening in Qingxiu's words, and quickly rode down the slope like descending on a donkey. Qingxiu ignored him. He simply stood on the hill and surveyed from all sides, wanting to see how to exploit this mine. It was really different from his imagination. The difficulty of exploiting this mountain was extremely high. Between two mountain peaks was a gorge. The area with the highest copper ore content was in that gorge. If one used ordinary methods to extract, one truly wouldn't know how much human and material investment would be needed. Even if Qingxiu took all the copper extracted and cast it into coins for sale, the profit would probably still be very low. That big fool Wei Qijingde thought that once he could mine copper, he would definitely make a fortune, but obviously he didn't understand the technique of mining a mountain at all. But Qingxiu was different. He did not mine copper for profit. Even if it was a money-losing deal, he still had to extract all the copper ore in this mountain. Just as Qingxiu was pondering how to use a more effective method to exploit this ore vein, someone below quickly came to report that His Majesty had already arrived. Good, I will depart now. Qingxiu immediately stood up. But before leaving, he made sure to note the location of the ore vein below in the gorge. At that time, Li Er was with his subordinates gathered here watching a big stone at the foot of the mountain. This big stone looked quite ordinary. Even the attendants did not know why Li Er was so interested in it. You say, does this stone look somewhat different? Li Er suddenly asked one of his attendants without preamble. The attendant heard this and, not daring to delay, quickly moved forward for a careful look. Your Majesty, I do not see anything odd, only that this stone seems to be slightly yellowed? Li Er nodded at his words. Exactly. I also feel that this stone is a bit special. Normally stones have a color leaning toward green or white, but one this deep yellow I have never seen before. He did not know that inside this stone was a large amount of copper. Its yellow color was precisely showing the nature of copper. But Li Er was not very good at recognizing minerals, otherwise he could have seen at once that this stone was copper ore, and then deduced that there was a copper mine at the foot of this mountain. At the moment Qingxiu arrived, he saw Li Er carefully examining a piece of copper ore, and Qingxiu even waited quite a while before approaching. It was precisely to test whether Li Er could identify this copper mine. Not long after, Qingxiu moved forward and interrupted Li Er. Your Majesty, why are you so interested in a piece of stone? This stone looks not quite ordinary, but I still can't say what exactly is wrong, just feel it's unusual. Li Er stepped forward and tapped the stone. This might not be a gold deposit, although it's unlikely. A gem? Duke of Qin? At that moment Li Er realized Qingxiu had arrived. He immediately assumed a posture and cleared his throat lightly. He really didn't want to show himself so interested in a rock, in his mind that would hurt his emperor's dignity. Your Majesty sees something special about this stone? Sort of, ahem. Actually I'm not really interested in the stone itself, it's just that the yellow of this stone is too striking. Li Er spoke lightly. That truly is a pity. Qingxiu shook his head, his expression filled with regret. Your Majesty has indeed missed a colossal opportunity. Li Er was momentarily stunned by these words. Then he bent down to inspect the stone carefully, even wishing he could break it open right there. But no matter how he looked, it remained just a stone with a deeper color, nothing special. Li Er couldn't help feeling uneasy in his mind. He had heard before of a folk practice called stone gambling, where one slightly opens a stone to reveal jade inside. But generally one would not fully cut it open, just making a small opening then selling it on the market, letting people gamble on how much jade it contains. Could this stone also be hiding some secret? But he truly couldn't see it, so he said, Can you determine anything unique? Qingxiu did not answer directly, but spoke to himself. Different ore veins manifest different surface colors, all have their own characteristics. Do you know that, Your Majesty? Qingxiu's mention of ore veins suddenly made Li Er somewhat puzzled, but he still shook his head to show he didn't understand. For example, iron ore veins on the surface show red, silver or leans white, tin shows silver color, and this yellow. Qingxiu stopped halfway and simply gave Li Er a meaningful glance, letting him figure the rest out. Yellow? Li Er examined the ore carefully. Suddenly he thought of what metal that color could correspond to. Copper or... Li Er blurted out on the spot, incredulous, looking at Qingxiu. Indeed, Qingxiu gave him a confirming answer. Exactly so. Li Er was stunned for a moment, then immediately overjoyed. You should know, the imperial court is currently facing a shortage of copper coins. Since the advent of tools like water wheels that increased productivity, the civilian output of cloth, grain, cotton, etc., has nearly doubled compared to the past, and national reserves have piled up like mountains. They used to worry about lacking food and clothing, now they worry about having too much. Precisely because of this abundance of materials, the people were no longer satisfied with just self-sufficiency. Goods exchanges became more and more frequent. With trade becoming frequent, naturally, a large amount of copper coins was needed to support it, and the result was a complete shortage of copper coins. When Li Er had just ascended the throne, in order to quickly restore the economy, he had every copper coin forged with the full amount of copper, which immediately gave the court's coins a high credibility among the people. This allowed the imperial economy to recover quickly. But now, copper coins could no longer support such a developed economy and trade, which became a major concern for Li Er. If people continued trading like this, it might instead cause copper coins to gradually disappear from civilian transactions, meaning the court would find it hard to collect taxes. Not to mention there could be many hidden issues yet unknown, something Li Er absolutely didn't want to see. But the lack of copper coins was something Li Er had never been able to solve. Although all newly opened copper mines from various regions were sent to the court immediately for coin minting, it was still not enough. Yuqi Jingda even dreamed of getting minting rights for copper coins from Li Er, not knowing that even Li Er himself didn't have enough coins to use. At present, Li Er had no worries about cloth or grain, only the shortage of copper coins. Although this newly discovered copper mine was far from solving Li Er's needs, any amount helped. Even delaying the copper coin crisis by 1 year would be a big relief. I had been worried about the lack of copper for the court, but now it seems. Duke Qing, discovering this copper mine is a great achievement. Once mining starts here, I will certainly reward you well. Li Er was still full of joy, but one sentence from Qingxiu made his whole body stiff. Your Majesty, I just bought this land. All the copper mines in this mountain range belong to me now. I'm afraid I can't share the copper with the court. Li Er quickly shook his head. No. This really won't do. Anything else can be negotiated, but the court is in urgent need of copper coins now. This, I truly can't agree to. Besides, you know the consequences of reckless coin minting, don't you? Qingxiu said calmly. I understand the court's difficulties, but I have other uses for this copper mine, not for minting coins, as your Majesty imagines. Not for minting coins? Then what are you planning to use it for? Li Er was even more puzzled. Copper does have other uses, but most of them can be replaced by iron. It's not indispensable. If it's not used for minting coins, but instead for making items that can be substituted, that would be a huge waste. Qingxiu knew he couldn't explain the value of copper to Li Er in just a few words. In his view, using it to mint coins for circulation was the real waste. Copper is an extremely important industrial metal, especially in the machines he forges. Many of their parts require copper. When Qingxiu was in the western regions, he urgently needed copper, but copper mines there were extremely scarce and hard to extract even when found. In desperation, Qingxiu even ordered the collection of copper coins from the people in exchange for various materials, which he then melted down for reuse. Of course, he wouldn't easily give up this copper mine. Besides, he brought this up to Li Er not to hand over ownership, but to gain mining rights from him. Li Er never expected Qingxiu to be so determined to get this copper mine, so he said, How much did you pay for this mine? I'll pay you double. It's not about the money. Qingxiu didn't bother with pleasantries anymore. He simply explained his purpose for buying the copper mine, saying he had important use for it. Your Majesty may use this copper now for an urgent fix, but if you give it to me, the future returns will be hundreds of millions of times greater than melting it down for coins. Qingxiu's words were so firm that Li Er couldn't help feeling uneasy. It's just copper, why does Qingxiu value it so much? And from his tone, it sounded like he was determined to get it. If you want the copper mine, that's fine. I don't understand your so-called machines or techniques, but the current situation is clear, the court urgently needs copper coins to get through this period. Li Er didn't mince words and gave Qing Xiu a condition: as long as you can figure out a way to help me get through the current coin shortage, even if just for 1 or 2 years, the copper mine is yours to mine as you like. Put plainly, Li Er didn't care whether it was the mine or the coins. What he needed was a solution to the monetary shortage. Qing Xiu understood this perfectly, and didn't refuse. He agreed on the spot: deal. But your majesty must issue me a mining permit. From now on, this copper mine is mine alone, and the court must not interfere. Of course, but you must also fulfill your promise to me. If you fail, don't blame me for revoking your mining rights. This mine will return to the court. The two reached an agreement, both getting what they wanted, and were very satisfied. Seeing Qing Xiu's confident expression, Li Er became even more curious. How exactly would Qing Xiu solve his problem? Without copper coins, he couldn't imagine what could replace money. Could he be using iron to cast currency? That would be a joke. Qing Xiu appeared full of confidence. Your Majesty will see soon. I guarantee it'll open your eyes. Qing Xiu's vision wasn't limited to this era. Solving the currency problem was, in his view, a piece of cake. A few days later, the imperial court's felons held in the capital's Tianlao prison were transferred one by one to the heavy prison in the eastern suburbs. These were the ministers who had attempted to assassinate Qing Xiu. But now, they were no longer high-ranking officials, they were prisoners with no status. They had already been sentenced by the court. Now, they were being detained locally, awaiting execution after autumn. No one would have imagined that these dejected death row prisoners were high-ranking, proud ministers of the court just half a month ago, at the peak of their power. Now, each had fallen to such a miserable state. Truly, it makes one sigh at the unpredictability of life. Qing Xiu stood on the city wall, watching those people being escorted away, his expression calm and composed. Have they arrived yet? As he watched the officials being taken away, Qing Xiu asked his attendant. They said they'd arrive around noon. It should be about that time. The attendant seemed a little uncertain. Shall I go urge him to come quicker? No need. Qing Xiu immediately refused. If he doesn't come, then forget it. I'll leave by myself. Just pass the message to him. If he can catch up, then follow us. If not, suit himself. Just as Qing Xiu walked down from the wall, several people came galloping down the official road. They rode straight toward Qing Xiu but dismounted as they drew near, clearly afraid of offending him by riding too close. The one in front quickly dismounted and took off his bamboo hat. It was Yuqi Jingde. My apologies. I was delayed slightly by some affairs just now, Yuqi Jingde quickly explained. You weren't just a little late, I've been waiting for nearly half an hour. Qing Xiu glanced at the sundial atop the wall, visibly displeased, and made no effort to hide it. Yuqi Jingde gave an awkward laugh and quickly changed the topic. Time is tight, let's get going quickly. If Duke Qing wants to scold me, we can talk more on the road, how's that? Let's go. Qing Xiu nodded slightly. Yuqi Jingde immediately ordered someone to bring a horse over. This horse was personally selected by me, strong endurance, very fast. It's nearly identical to the ones I used to ride into battle. I gift it to you, Duke Qing. Qing Xiu stepped forward, patted the horse's back, and praised after a quick glance, it is indeed a fine horse. He instantly liked it. Without saying more, Qing Xiu mounted the horse. But he noticed that the people who came with Yuqi Jingde were also preparing to ride and accompany him. He frowned in displeasure. Didn't I clearly say beforehand that you should come alone? Why did you bring these underlings? Well, with more people, we'll avoid trouble. Send them back. I don't need them. Qing Xiu bluntly ordered their dismissal, saying he didn't need them to accompany him. Yuqi Jingde looked slightly embarrassed. He had brought these men under the pretext of assisting Qing Xiu, but in truth, they were for his own convenience, attendants to wait on him. Now that Qing Xiu insisted on sending them away, it would be just the two of them, which made him a bit uneasy. Fine. You all go back. Yuqi Jingde waved his hand, signaling for them to leave. Duke Qing doesn't like too many people. His attendants were hesitant at first, but seeing Yuqi Jingde's firm attitude, they had no choice but to retreat. Qing Xiu saw through Yuqi Jingde's little scheme. He claimed the attendants were for Qing Xiu, but really they were for himself. Even if Qing Xiu had wanted people to wait on him, he wouldn't have accepted that sort. Yuqi Jingde saw Qing Xiu mount the horse and asked, "Where are we going on this trip?" "You'll know when we get there. Don't ask too much." Qing Xiu flicked his whip. "You'll know when we arrive. And you might even see an old acquaintance." An acquaintance? Hearing this, Yuqi Jingde became even more confused. What was Qing Xiu up to? He was about to ask further, but Qing Xiu urged him to get moving. This journey isn't short. Don't waste time. Yuqi Jingde knew there was no point pressing further, so he simply mounted up and rode out with him. Qing Xiu didn't say the destination. He just headed west and didn't stop for a moment along the way, except to rest and eat. Though Yuchi Jingda had years of battlefield experience, he had rarely ridden long distance since the country had stabilized. Qing Xiu, on the other hand, had been marching east and west all along. His horse-riding skills had never declined. In fact, Yuchi Jingda was the one who struggled to keep up. After 2 days of continuous travel, by dusk, Yuchi Jingda couldn't take it anymore and surrendered. He truly couldn't hold on. Can we rest early today? There's a tavern near that village. Let's stay there and rest a bit before continuing. If we keep going like this, I'll drop dead. Yuchi Jingda begged Qing Xiu bitterly. After these days of non-stop riding, he was too exhausted to even speak clearly. Qing Xiu was a bit surprised. After galloping for so long, he wasn't tired at all and still felt full of energy. General Yuchi, you really are getting old, Qing Xiu said, half sighing and half mocking. Time truly spares no one. Yuchi Jingda only wanted rest. He let Qing Xiu say whatever he liked, then quickly turned his horse toward the tavern. Qing Xiu looked at the map. They were close to his destination, at most, another hour's ride tomorrow morning. One night's rest wouldn't make a difference. All right. But tomorrow, we must rise early. We can't waste time. Whatever. Just being able to rest tonight is a blessing. The two of them headed straight to the tavern, which had no signboard. They had expected nothing from a rundown village in the middle of nowhere. Qing Xiu had even prepared to rough it out in a straw hut for the night. But unexpectedly, although the tavern looked shabby from the outside, the inside was clean, with neatly arranged tables and benches, and even quite a few travelers. As soon as Yuchi Jingda entered, he loudly demanded a room. Give me your best room, make sure it's clean. I'll pay. He tossed a piece of silver onto the counter as a tip. The innkeeper lady, who had been recording the books with her head down, looked up at the sound of silver and smiled brightly upon seeing it. Of course. Sir, you've come at the perfect time, we still have our best room. I'll have it cleaned immediately. As she smiled, she happened to make eye contact with Qing Xiu, who was slightly stunned. Even his expression froze. Qing Xiu was surprised. This place didn't look luxurious at all, yet the innkeeper lady was remarkably graceful. Her brows and eyes were like a painting, her skin white and soft like water. Her smile carried an alluring charm. Though her chest wasn't especially full, her slender waist was incredibly eye-catching. Her appearance was truly top-notch. She would draw the gaze of even nobles in Chang'an. It was indeed odd to find someone like her here. Qing Xiu openly looked her up and down. She truly was attractive, even he wanted to look a few more times. The woman only came to her senses after a while, and a blush appeared on her cheeks. What a handsome young man. His demeanor is far beyond that of those rough villagers. He's definitely from a major place. The innkeeper lady couldn't help but mutter this softly. Yuchi Jingda had sharp ears and heard her clearly. He glanced at the innkeeper lady, then looked at Qing Xiu, and burst into laughter on the spot. Great. The innkeeper lady's taken a liking to my buddy here. How about letting him stay in your boudoir tonight? Then you can waive all our charges for food and lodging, eh? Qing Xiu slapped Yuchi Jingda's shoulder with some force, causing him to yelp in pain. Who's your buddy? Qing Xiu didn't even lift his eyes, his tone cold and filled with disgust. Although he had brought Yuchi Jingda along, it didn't mean he considered him a companion. It was simply that this trip happened to require his presence. Someone like this trying to cozy up to him only made Qing Xiu feel annoyed. Yuchi Jingda grimaced in pain and quickly begged for mercy. All right. Say whatever you want, just let go already, ouch. He tried to pry Qing Xiu's hand off, but the latter's grip was like iron, he couldn't move it at all. Qing Xiu found it boring and pushed Yuchi Jingda away. The latter quickly rubbed the spot that had been grabbed, his face twisted in pain. The innkeeper lady found this all very odd. These two seemed like companions, but their behavior was strange and hard to figure out. Still, she knew better than to ask too much, and directly ordered the staff to prepare their rooms. Though it was called the best room in the inn, it was actually quite plain, just clean. Qing Xiu wasn't picky, he could go all night without sleep. But Yuchi Jingda started being fussy again. This bed's too hard. Damn, and they dare charge me 50 copper coins for this? If this were Chang'an, I'd tear this place down. He patted the bed and curled his lip. Forget it, still better than sleeping outdoors. Damn, why's the quilt made of burlap? What, do you want someone to tuck you in too? Maybe even call in 2 women to warm the bed for you. Seeing this man constantly nitpicking, even Qing Xiu got annoyed. If you don't want to stay here, go find a fancy in yourself. Now that even Qing Xiu had said so, Yuchi Jingda had to swallow his complaints. But speaking of which, that innkeeper lady did seem to have a thing for you, heh. She blushed after just one look at you. No sooner had Yuchi Jingda sat down than his mouth got loose again. Maybe. But that woman feels a little off to me. Qingxiu looked around the room and casually replied. Off? Yuqi didn't understand. Qingxiu sat down and poured a cup of water from the pot on the table. Just a feeling. Can't say for sure. Oh come on, I thought it was something serious. You're just too cautious. That woman's nothing. Rubbish. My instincts have never been wrong. Forget it, you wouldn't understand even if I explained. Qingxiu didn't care. He didn't need Yuqi to understand. Want to go down and eat something? Yes. Yuqi immediately agreed. He'd been starving, and the tavern's food smelled amazing, the place was full of guests, and the aroma from the kitchen made him drool. He ordered 4 or 5 dishes and asked for 2 large jugs of wine. I'm starving to death. As soon as the wine arrived, he poured 2 big bowls, gave one to Qingxiu, and downed the other in one gulp, clearly enjoying himself. Qingxiu had forbidden him to drink the past few days, afraid he'd delay things. But since they could finally rest tonight, he started drinking right away. Before Qingxiu could stop him, he'd already downed 2 bowls. So Qingxiu didn't bother anymore. Aren't you gonna drink a little? It's not much, just a small reward for ourselves tonight, what's the harm? Yuqi found it strange that Qingxiu hadn't touched his drink. I'll pass. Qingxiu was used to drinking the fine wines at his mansion, from exotic fruit wines to special craft brews, all of which were 100 times better than this. He simply couldn't drink this stuff anymore. Plus, they were in a remote area, unfamiliar with the locals. He avoided eating and drinking here as much as possible. And he still felt there was something off about the innkeeper lady. Yuqi was drinking happily. Seeing Qingxiu lost in thought, he couldn't help asking, you still think there's something wrong with that innkeeper? More or less. What's to worry about? She's just a pretty woman. Even in a grass nest, a golden phoenix might appear. Yuqi patted his head and let out a long breath, drank too fast. My tolerance is worse now. While they were chatting, a commotion suddenly broke out at the next table. 2 groups of people started arguing. At first it was just shouting, but it quickly turned into cursing and insults involving family members. They even picked up bowls to throw, about to fight. The commotion scared the waiter, who rushed over to stop them. It took a lot of effort to separate the 2 sides and prevent a brawl. Gentlemen, no need to be so hot-headed. Meeting each other here is fate, why fight when you don't even know each other? Everyone sit down for now. I'll bring another pot of wine on the house from the boss lady to calm things down. Thanks to his efforts, the 2 groups didn't start fighting again, but the tension hadn't fully eased. This isn't over. If you've got guts, wait right here. If you walk out alive, I'll cut off my head and give it to you. One group shouted angrily, spat on the floor, and stormed out. Qingxiu had been watching the whole farce coldly, like it had nothing to do with him. Yuqi on the other hand, found it amusing. Too bad they didn't actually start fighting. He clearly enjoyed the drama. The other guests were visibly frightened. Many got up to leave. Dear guests, sorry for the scare. The innkeeper lady came out to calm everyone. Things are a bit chaotic tonight. If you're not happy, your meal is on the house. Those who want to rest, please head upstairs. If you're heading home, feel free to go. After her words, the crowd began to disperse. Only Qingxiu's table, and the one that had been in the fight, remained. You too, why don't you leave as well? The innkeeper lady saw that Qingxiu and his companion weren't moving, so she stepped forward to persuade them. If they really start fighting, you might get caught up in it. You're overthinking it, madam. This isn't your concern. Qingxiu shook his head. Besides, if they really do come here for revenge, are you just going to watch them trash your place? The innkeeper quickly replied, of course not. If they really start fighting, we'll try to stop them, but we might not be able to hold them back. Qingxiu said calmly, that's not your concern. But what about you? So beautiful, running a tavern all alone here, aren't you afraid others might get ideas? Hearing this, the innkeeper lady blushed, and couldn't help but say, that depends on who's getting ideas. The common kind from outside, of course not. But if it were someone like you, young master, then I'd consider it my good fortune. If that's the case, I wouldn't mind. On a long night like this, having someone for company in the tavern isn't such a bad thing. Yuqi didn't expect Qingxiu to start flirting right on the spot, and it made him feel rather awkward. This wine really packs a punch, why don't you two chat, I'll head up and rest for a bit? Yuqi patted his head and pretended to get up. Wait a moment. Qingxiu suddenly looked toward the door. Guests have arrived. Aren't you going to welcome them? He was speaking to the innkeeper lady, and there seemed to be an extra layer of meaning in his words. It's unclear whether the innkeeper caught on, but hearing the noisy footsteps outside, she clearly looked flustered and quickly instructed the staff, if people rush in, try to calm them down, don't let them fight. Before she could finish speaking, the door was suddenly kicked open, and dozens of men carrying large knives stormed in. The waiters immediately hid behind the counter in fright. The innkeeper lady turned pale. "Whoever cursed at me earlier, get out here." The leader of the group was the same drunkard who had returned. He immediately spotted the man who had clashed with him earlier. To everyone's surprise, that group wasn't scared at all. They grabbed chairs and benches, ready to fight back. These guys are serious? Yuchi Jingda patted his head. The scene before him was a bit more than he expected. Should we maybe step aside for now? Yuchi Jingda wasn't afraid, he just didn't want to suffer a loss for no reason. If they really started brawling and he got hit, that would be annoying. Though if it came to it, he and Qing Xiu wouldn't fear these people, both had taken plenty of lives. The two groups pulled out blades, clearly ready to fight, scaring the innkeeper lady who turned to flee upstairs. But before she could move, Qing Xiu suddenly reached out and grabbed her arm, pulling her directly into his embrace with a bit of force. The innkeeper lady hadn't expected this move at all. She let out a soft cry but didn't resist, her cheeks flushed red and she sat motionless in Qing Xiu's arms. Yuchi Jingda widened his eyes. He really didn't expect Qing Xiu to be in the mood for this kind of thing at a time like this. What's the rush? Let them fight. If you run now, who's going to pay for your broken tavern later? Qing Xiu held the beauty in his arms, watching the two groups fight without any change in expression. It was like he was watching a play, completely unfazed. The fight became more chaotic, and the area of conflict expanded. At some point, a flying chair came hurtling toward Qing Xiu. The innkeeper lady, still nestled in his arms and previously looking intoxicated by the moment, turned pale in shock when she saw the chair flying at them. Bang! Qing Xiu instantly drew his cane blade and sliced the chair mid-air in two, the pieces scattering to the floor. What fast sword work! The innkeeper lady couldn't help exclaiming, "Sir, your skills are amazing. Not just sword skills, I'm good at other things too. You'll see for yourself." Qing Xiu hadn't seen such a beautiful woman among common folk in a long time, and couldn't help teasing a bit more. "You're too much." The innkeeper lady, strangely, didn't get angry even after being teased this way. In fact, she even felt a strange sense of anticipation. "What's your name?" Qing Xiu asked naturally while still holding her. "I'm Feng Qingshuang," the woman answered softly, her voice now tender and delicate. "Qingshuang, a lovely name." Qing Xiu praised her, but didn't tell her his own name. "Young master, don't you think this place is dangerous?" Feng Qingshuang whispered to Qing Xiu, as if hinting at something, or warning him. "Of course I saw that from the start." Qing Xiu placed another hand on her and held her even tighter. Now the two looked extremely close, and the woman had no way to retreat. "You arranged these people, then came to warn me, such a contradiction." Qing Xiu's tone was casual, but to her it was like a thunderclap. All the charm and confusion in her eyes vanished instantly. She instinctively tried to pull away, but Qing Xiu held her firmly, she couldn't move. "What's the rush? If you leave now, won't they all charge at me?" Qing Xiu's expression was calm, as if stating something unrelated to himself. Feng Qingshuang struggled hard to break free, but his arm was like iron, completely unmovable. With no choice, she asked in a low voice, "How did you figure it out? You even have to ask? Your acting was too poor. And you've known who I am from the start, haven't you?" Qing Xiu spoke in a voice only the two of them could hear. Yuchi Jingda, who was still engrossed in watching the brawl, heard nothing. He didn't know that they had already walked into an ambush. The whole fight was staged, it was all a setup aimed at Qing Xiu and him. From the beginning, Qing Xiu had thought the innkeeper lady seemed off. Though she really had been stunned by his looks and aura. Qing Xiu could sharply sense that this woman wasn't as simple as she appeared. In such a remote place, a woman this beautiful managing in alone and not falling prey to others? It all seemed like something out of Strange Tales from a Chinese studio. As for the people fighting here, Qing Xiu could immediately see something strange about it. They were fighting while moving closer to his position. Wasn't that enough to explain what was going on? It was only because he was holding Feng Qingshuang that those people hesitated to attack, afraid of accidentally hurting her. As soon as he let her go, they would surely rush at him. But even so, those few people earlier had accidentally thrown a chair right at him during the fight, not caring that Feng Qingshuang was in his arms. Clearly, her safety wasn't all that important, they were just waiting for the right moment. These people obviously knew Duke Qing wasn't easy to deal with. Feng Qingshuang lightly bit her red lips, her expression very complicated. After a long pause, she said softly, as expected of Duke Qing, "Right back at you. You people aren't so simple either." Hearing her, Qing Xiu was now completely sure all his previous guesses were correct. He glanced at Yuchi, who was rubbing his head, looking half asleep, unable even to sit steadily. This is strange. Normally, I don't get drunk this easily. Qingxiu looked at the wine jug. Looks like you really tampered with it. It wasn't any strong poison, just a small dose of knockout drug. Drinking it won't make you faint instantly, and your body won't feel unwell, but your reactions will slow down. It's like being drunk and groggy. Since her identity was exposed, Feng Qingshuang no longer tried to hide anything and told Qingxiu the full truth. She knew there was no use lying now. If Qingxiu wanted her dead, he could do it with a flick of his fingers. Qingxiu looked her up and down. Are you from one of the 5 great surnames or 7 prominent clans? No. Then why are you helping them? Feng Qingshuang started to reply, but her brows slightly furrowed, and there was a trace of sorrow in her eyes. That wasn't something one could fake. Qingxiu saw through it immediately. It seemed this woman had some unspeakable difficulties. Based on his guess, she was probably being forced. I'll be frank. Whoever tries to kill me, I'll return it tenfold later. I'll deal with them for now. Don't even think of running. If you try, you'll die right here today. Before Feng Qingshuang could respond, Qingxiu shoved her aside, deliberately pushing her toward the staircase. She wasn't stupid. She quickly ran up the stairs and hid in a room on the 2nd floor. Seeing she'd escaped Qingxiu's grip, the people who were fighting stopped immediately. One by one, they looked at Qingxiu with malicious eyes, full of killing intent. What's going on? Yuchi Jingda heard the sound of weapons suddenly stop. He looked up but was so drowsy he could barely open his eyes. He tried to stand but lost his balance and fell back down. Even as the enemies with knives approached, he couldn't react in time. Damn it, why am I so drunk? Qingxiu walked forward slowly, but suddenly staggered and grabbed his forehead, looking exhausted. Heh, I thought Duke Qing was so alert, but in the end, you drank the wine too. Such a small dose of knockout drug, and you can't handle it? Then you're definitely dead today. We knew it. You couldn't subdue that woman earlier because you had no strength left, couldn't even control a woman. These people no longer showed any hostility to each other, instead staring at Qingxiu like hunters eyeing their prey. So you were waiting all along for the drug to kick in. Qingxiu seemed barely able to stay standing, leaning on the table for support. His face showed unwillingness and anger as he shouted, "Are you people from the 5 great surnames or my political enemies from court?" When they heard this, the crowd burst into laughter. So Duke Qing has made so many enemies at court, you can't even guess who wants to kill you. The man who seemed like the leader looked at Qingxiu and sneered, even if you're dying here today, it's fine to know, but we'll keep our mouths shut. Some things can't be said. When you're dead, if someone uncovers the truth, maybe they'll burn the information to you in the afterlife so your spirit can know. Seeing they had no intention of revealing anything, Qingxiu sighed. So much for pretending. You don't know, or you just don't dare say? Qingxiu suddenly asked. The leader was about to speak, but at that moment, Yuchi Jingda suddenly grabbed the wine jug on the table and threw it at him. Caught off guard, the man was hit square in the face. The jug shattered, cutting his face badly. Ah? He covered his face, screaming and stumbling back several steps. His subordinates rushed to help, but couldn't ease the pain. Qingxiu looked closely. The shards not only cut the man's face but even stabbed into his left eye. That guy was clearly going to be a one-eyed man now. Then he looked at Yuchi Jingda. After throwing the jug, he had no strength left, collapsed onto the chair, and could barely groan. Like hell I'd let myself die, to bastards like you. The leader clutched his eye, yelling like a madman while waving his knife. Kill them. Kill both of them. But his subordinates hesitated and didn't move immediately. They just stared blankly at him. I thought the order was to only take care of Qingxiu. The others can't be killed, right? Bullshit. The family head said to avoid killing if possible, but if needed, act decisively. What's the problem if we kill them? Blood was seeping from his injured eye, and his body trembled from pain. Do it. If the family head asks, I'll take the blame. With his assurance, the others no longer hesitated and charged forward, raising their blades to kill the two. Yuchi Jingda cursed under his breath and reached toward the table for anything he could use. But the drug had paralyzed him completely, he was too weak. Finally, he collapsed face first onto the table and fell into a deep sleep. He had passed out, but those attackers didn't care about honor, they were ready to kill him while he was down. Just as Yuchi Jingda lowered his head in sleep, one of them had already leaped forward, raising a knife aimed directly at his head, ready to strike without mercy. Just as the man thought his blade would surely cut off Yuchi Jingda's head, a flash of cold light suddenly appeared, intercepting the path of his falling blade. Clang! With the sound of metal clashing, his blade broke instantly. The shock from the broken edge traveled up to his wrist, making his whole arm go numb. This startled everyone, who instinctively stepped back. They saw that Qing Xiu was no longer in the dazed and weak state from earlier. He stood in front of Yuqi, holding a sharp cane blade. I honestly wanted to cut him down earlier too, but he's a duke after all. If anything happened to him while traveling with me, I wouldn't be able to explain it to the court. Seeing Qing Xiu full of energy, everyone realized that his previous weakness had all been an act. He hadn't been affected by the knockout drug at all. I thought that if I pretended to be dying, you might take pity and tell me the truth. But I didn't expect you to be so cautious, not revealing a thing. I underestimated you. Qing Xiu flexed his wrist. All right, if anyone here tells me who your master is, I'll spare your life, just one of you. Before he finished speaking, Qing Xiu suddenly raised his cane blade to block in front of him. In an instant, a sharp white light flew toward him. Clang! A flying knife was intercepted by his blade, spinning midair before crashing to the ground. Hey. The dozens of assassins didn't take his words seriously. They continued approaching slowly, clearly determined to kill him. They knew Qing Xiu was skilled, but didn't believe he could fight off dozens of trained killers alone. To them, he was already a dead man. Qing Xiu sighed and raised his blade, eyeing them. Do you all think just a dozen of you are enough to be worth thousands of soldiers? The assassins didn't understand what he meant and didn't care. One by one, they charged at him, knives raised, trying to cut him down. Qing Xiu immediately threw his cane blade straight at the lead attacker, striking him in the face and piercing his eye socket. The man saw a flash of red before dropping dead on the spot. Qing Xiu shifted his steps, grabbed the blade's handle, kicked the corpse in the chest to pull out the blade, then sliced another attacker's weapon in half as it came down at him. That assassin never expected his blow to be blocked by such a thin-looking blade. In his moment of shock, Qing Xiu had already slashed his throat. Using the fallen man's momentum, Qing Xiu charged into the group, wielding his blade with wide, powerful sweeps. This time he didn't rush. Every strike was precise, aiming directly for the throat or chest, ruthless and efficient. Despite their numbers, the attackers couldn't keep up with Qing Xiu's movements. Every attack either missed or was countered fatally. In just a short time, the few remaining assassins realized there were only 3 of them left. Their comrades had fallen too quickly, they hadn't even noticed how they died. These 3 shivered. They knew Qing Xiu was strong but didn't expect him to be this terrifying. They hadn't even had a chance to react before being slaughtered. Qing Xiu didn't rush to finish off the last 3. He stepped on one of the corpses and wiped his blade clean on it, carefully checking if the edge was chipped. Gentlemen, do you want a chance to live? Qing Xiu asked casually, inspecting his blade without even looking directly at them. How do we live? One of them slowly backed away while signaling the other 2 with his eyes. But before they could respond, Qing Xiu suddenly threw his cane blade. A flash of cold light, and the signaling assassin was struck through the throat. He didn't even have time to close his eyes before falling straight to the ground. Now there's only 2 of you left. Qing Xiu's expression was cold, as if he had just squashed an insect. I only need one of you alive to get information. Even if the 2 remaining men were fools, they now understood they were completely at Qing Xiu's mercy. They quickly dropped to their knees. We were wrong. Duke Qing, please spare us. They were sensible, Qing Xiu didn't need to say much more. Ugh. At that moment, Yuqi slowly woke up from his dazed state. He rubbed his head hard, eyes full of confusion. Though he was conscious, he clearly hadn't recovered fully. His limbs were still weak and heavy. What happened? Seeing the floor covered with corpses, Yuqi instantly understood and cursed. If I hadn't been drugged, I could have taken care of these bastards too. Damn, my head hurts. Less talking. Go upstairs and bring that innkeeper lady down. I have a few questions for these 2. Qing Xiu looked at the 2 kneeling assassins and ordered them to come closer. Speak. Who is your master? One of them cautiously looked at Qing Xiu, about to speak. But his companion blurted out first, it's Lord Wang Shanji. He used to be part of the Taiyuan Wang clan but fled to Daegu town after their fall. If you want to know anything else, ask me. Seeing his partner spill everything, the other assassin glared at him in frustration. You told him everything, what's left for me to say? Qing Xiu seemed thoughtful and asked the other, you know anything too? I? The second man froze, but could only grit his teeth and repeat exactly what the first had said. I see. Qing Xiu nodded slightly and gestured with a finger. Both of you, come closer. Confused, they obeyed and moved forward. Suddenly, Qing Xiu swung his hand and slapped them both hard across the face. Smack. The crisp sound echoed through the room. Their faces immediately swelled from the blow, tears streaming from the pain. Even so, the 2 men didn't dare say a word more. They endured the pain and kept their heads down, waiting for Qing Xiu's command. I'll ask you one more time, who sent you? Qing Xiu repeated the same question, but this time his tone was clearly colder. It was Lord Wang. His name is Wang Shanji. The assassin instinctively repeated the previous answer, but Qing Xiu suddenly slapped him hard across the face. This time, the force was clearly stronger. The man was knocked to the ground and almost passed out. Seeing this, his companion was even more terrified and quickly spoke up, "The intel is true. It was Lord Wang." Before he could finish, he too received a fierce slap to the face, knocked to the floor just like the first. Qing Xiu didn't rush them. After a short pause, he waited for the two to recover slightly, then lifted one in each hand and tossed them onto chairs. "Speak." Qing Xiu stepped onto the table in front of them and pointed his cane blade directly at them. "Who sent you? If you lie again, I'll cut off your heads." The two nearly cried on the spot. They hadn't lied at all, every word was true. Could there be some intel they didn't know about that Qing Xiu did? If so, they didn't dare lie, but saying the same thing again might also lead to death. I? One of the assassins tried to speak, but when he met Qing Xiu's gaze, he backed down again. But Qing Xiu wouldn't let it go. He pressed the blade to the man's throat and commanded, "Speak." The man finally broke down and cried out, "Spare me, my lord. That's all I know. Whether there's someone else behind it or not, the one who sent me was Lord Wang." Qing Xiu coldly looked at the other assassin, who also looked completely hopeless. Clearly, they both thought they were going to die here today. "Are you sure what you said is true, with no lies?" Qing Xiu raised his blade, ready to strike. But the two were too hopeless to argue, just waiting for him to cut them down. "All right, I believe you now." Seeing that they didn't change their story, Qing Xiu suddenly lowered his blade and nodded, sparing their lives. The two were stunned. Just moments ago, Duke Qing was going to kill them. How had they been spared now? Seeing their confusion, Qing Xiu smiled. "After all, I don't know your background. You confessed right away, who would believe that? If I didn't interrogate you a few more times, how could I confirm what you said was true?" The two nearly passed out in frustration upon hearing this. Upstairs, Feng Qingshuang had been hiding and heard the shouting and clashing below. She was truly terrified. Now that Yuqi had invited her down, she had no choice but to come. As soon as she reached the stairs, she saw corpses scattered across the tavern floor, with Qing Xiu standing unharmed and interrogating two men. The sight made her too scared to look, but even more amazed, Qing Xiu had survived completely unscathed. No wonder they call Duke Qing a hero. On the battlefield, he can fight 1,000 men and leave enemies in chaos. Feng Qingshuang was deeply shocked. "Let's go, innkeeper lady." Yuqi Jingda barked, "When we ask questions, answer honestly. Don't try to fool us. Otherwise, don't blame us for being ruthless. After all, you plotted to assassinate a duke, enough to be executed 1,000 times over." Feng Qingshuang turned pale with fear and could barely walk. Qing Xiu called out loudly, "Don't scare her. Just answer what I ask and you can live. Understand?" "Yes." Feng Qingshuang carefully approached Qing Xiu, but unlike the two assassins, she didn't beg or plead, just stood there nervously watching him. Her behavior actually seemed normal to Qing Xiu, and he didn't suspect anything. He had seen ordinary people before, though they feared the court, they didn't have the deep, bone-level fear that true criminals had. Innocent people know they've done no wrong, so they show respect, not terror. It's those with guilty consciences who truly fear officials. Feng Qingshuang's reaction made Qing Xiu think she wasn't a professional assassin. Qing Xiu didn't question her directly. Instead, he looked at the two assassins. "What's her connection to you? She doesn't have much to do with us." One of them started to answer, but Qing Xiu cut him off and motioned for Yuqi Jingda to take her outside. Then he let the assassin continue. According to the man, Feng Qingshuang indeed had little connection to them. She was just an ordinary resident of the town. The tavern was run by her parents, she was the delicate daughter of the house. But when Wang Shanji brought his followers to Daegu town, he began colluding with local gentry and merchants, including her parents. He gave them lots of money and asked them to help keep secrets and use the tavern's convenient location to gather intel and report back. He didn't bribe only her family, almost every merchant in Daegu town was connected to Wang Shanji and served as his informants. That's how Wang Shanji had managed to stay hidden in the town for so long and always knew everything in advance. If her parents ran the tavern, why is she running it now? Qing Xiu asked, confused. Well, her dad had it coming. Some time ago, an outsider, probably from Chang'an, came here asking around about the former clans. He paid generously. Her dad couldn't resist the money, quietly took it, and leaked some info he knew. How could that go unpunished? The assassin spat, clearly looking down on her father. Lord Wang treated him well, and he sold him out for a few coins. How could Lord Wang let that slide? Qing Xiu chuckled at this. And yet you're no different. You spilled everything to save your own life, even gave up your master's name. The assassin, hearing this, not only didn't feel ashamed but even argued with confidence. Even if that's true, I gave up information because I had no choice, it was to save my life. Her father, on the other hand, did it for money. He went and talked on his own. That's not the same. Besides, her father always got way more money and shares than we ever did. Qing Xiu could tell now, these assassins might look loyal to Wang Shanji, but deep down they were already unhappy with how little they were paid. Keep talking. What happened afterward? Later, her father was summoned by Lord Wang, along with her mother. In short, they were both detained by him, and we don't know what happened to them after that. But someone had to keep the tavern running, so Lord Wang made Feng Qingshuang take over her parents' work. She was forced to do it because her parents were being held. Now Qing Xiu understood why she had never seemed particularly afraid of him, or even when she saw all the corpses, she didn't act scared enough. She probably didn't realize how violent and bloody the whole thing was. Maybe she thought it was just a simple money matter. But thinking of the outsider who came asking about the old clans, Qing Xiu felt something click and asked, "You said someone came asking for information and paid her father, when was that?" "Around a month and a half ago?" Qing Xiu calculated the timing in his head and confirmed that it matched. That person was likely one of Lu Wanyan's men. With that, he could finally confirm that the intel Lu Wanyan gave him was likely true. At the very least, Lu told him everything he knew without hiding it. Whether it was real or fake still needed to be verified, but it had been passed on truthfully. In that case, has Wang Shanji already fled? Lord Wang left, yes. He's been gone from Daegu town for about half a month. But he still sends letters to the town, giving orders to the servants left here. Half a month ago was exactly when Qing Xiu had captured those court officials. At that moment, Wang Shanji had turned into a frightened bird and fled. Did this mission just expose their intentions without catching the target? Qing Xiu felt a bit annoyed. He should have sent Chen Rusong to scout first. He hadn't expected that all the assassins here would recognize him, including Feng Qingshuang. Apparently, these people had already spread his portrait among themselves, afraid they might miss him sneaking in. But another possibility was that they had circulated his image to make it easier to assassinate him in the future. While Qing Xiu was thinking about how to dig up more intel, another assassin suddenly spoke up, "Duke Qing, if I share a piece of intel with you now, could I trade it for my life?" He seemed to realize Qing Xiu wasn't going to let them go that easily. But just as he said this, the man beside him blurted out, "Wang Shanji may be gone, but there are still other clan members here. Like the Fanyang Lus, the Xingyang Zhangs, the Zhao Junlis." He spoke fast, without Qing Xiu even asking, spilling everything, which made his partner furious. The other assassin punched him hard in the face. "Damn you! You're so quick to talk, I just thought of a way to survive, and you had to ruin it. If I die, you're not living either. You wanna die? You dare hit me." Qing Xiu didn't lift a finger, the two of them were already brawling, throwing deadly punches at each other with no mercy. If someone else had seen this, they'd think the two were enemies from the start. The scene made Qing Xiu almost laugh. He didn't stop them, just let them keep fighting. It wasn't like they'd kill each other anyway. Even if one got beaten badly, he didn't mind. He'd still have one alive to interrogate. He walked outside. Yuqi Jingda had already tied Feng Qingshuang's wrists and secured her to an old tree at the tavern entrance. Yuqi Jingda seemed to still be suffering the effects of the drug, he kept patting his head. He probably tied her up because he wasn't sure he could keep an eye on her properly in his current condition. Feng Qingshuang stared blankly at the ground. The sight of all those corpses inside had clearly shaken her deeply. She had always thought her father, even if involved in shady business, was just dealing in gray areas. But now, with the dead bodies in front of her, all those comforting thoughts were shattered. Her father was involved in something serious enough to alarm the imperial court, otherwise, why would Duke Qing himself be involved and kill so many people? The information she had been given was just that Lord Wang wanted to meet Duke Qing, but since the Duke was hard to invite, they had to use some tricks. She had never expected that trick meant actually trying to kill him. Now, she was terrified of everything and worried for her parents' safety. Could they survive this mess? "General Yuqi, if you're feeling unwell, maybe go back to rest first," Qing Xiu suggested. "No need. This is nothing. Back when I followed His Majesty into battle." Yuqi Jingda yawned before finishing the sentence. His expression was weary. "Sigh, guess I really am getting old." Qing Xiu ignored him and walked up to Feng Qingshuang. She didn't dare meet his eyes and kept her head lowered. "Do you know what's happened to your parents?" Qing Xiu asked. She didn't respond right away. After a long silence, she said softly, "I don't know." I thought they were just doing shady business. I didn't think. Especially thinking of the corpses in the tavern, Feng Qingshuang couldn't hold it in. Her eyes turned red, and tears started falling one after another. Qing Xiu hadn't expected her to cry, and he didn't know how to comfort her. The more she thought about it, the more scared she got, and the louder she cried. Yuqi Jingda, hearing her cries, got annoyed and walked back into the tavern. Now it was just Qing Xiu and Feng Qingshuang outside. Qing Xiu didn't stop her from crying. He let her go on until she tired herself out and began sobbing softly. Then he stepped forward and untied the rope around her wrists, handing her a handkerchief. "Thank you, Duke Qing." Feng Qingshuang gave Qing Xiu a grateful look. "You're much more gentle than that dark-faced general from earlier." Qing Xiu made no comment. "Tell me about your parents' situation." Feng Qingshuang for a moment did not know how to begin. She looked distressed, and roughly recounted the events. What she described closely matched the story those two assassins had told Qing Xiu. Clearly they had not lied. "So it means your parents were probably taken away by Wang Shanji, and their fate is unknown?" Upon hearing Qing Xiu say, "Fate is unknown," Feng Qingshuang's eyes went red, she almost cried on the spot. Qing Xiu saw this and quickly said, "It should not be that bad. Your parents at least serve as bargaining chips for him. If they were dead, how could he control you? And there is another possibility, Wang Shanji fled in haste, and even many of his trusted men didn't escape with him. Your parents may still be in Daga town and not gone." On hearing this, her eyes brightened again. She then stepped forward and grabbed Qing Xiu's arm, asking, "Can you be sure?" Immediately, she realized her action was a bit improper and her cheeks blushed. But she did not immediately let go of Qing Xiu's arm, she seemed reluctant to release him. Perhaps it was Qing Xiu's unique aura and appearance that made her feel inexplicably attracted, unwilling to let his hand go. Qing Xiu felt the soft touch at his wrist and did not mind, her beauty was indeed pleasing to him. Highly likely. After all, Wang Shanji is now a fugitive. He wouldn't increase his troubles by bringing along dead weight. Qing Xiu spoke factually. Feng Qingshuang heard this and immediately felt much better, no longer terrified like before. "If that's so, then my parents are still safe. I can rest easier." Feng Qingshuang smiled with relief. Qing Xiu, however, found it odd. He had planned to interrogate her, but now he found himself comforting this woman. It made him mildly amused. "The sky's too late now. You should rest early. I'll go back and arrange a spare room so you can rest." Then, Feng Qingshuang looked a little embarrassed and said to Qing Xiu, "If you locate my parents' whereabouts, please inform me, Duke Qing. Even if you don't find them, then, you can return. I will treat you well as a reward." Feng Qingshuang finished speaking and ran back toward the tavern. As soon as she pushed open the door, she let out a startled cry and quickly backed out, face full of terror. She had just forgotten that inside the tavern were corpses strewn everywhere. These bodies of course required disposal, but they also could not be disposed of too openly. He wasn't afraid of disturbing the authorities, he worried about leaking the information and alerting those clans to flee. After thinking it through, Qing Xiu ordered the two assassins to dig a shallow pit outside the tavern yard, then bury the bodies inside and cover them up. The pit was quite shallow, only just enough to bury the bodies. They only needed a quick cover-up, so no one would notice. Once the two were sweaty and finished the job, Qing Xiu called them again. If Wang Shanji receives no reply for a long time, he'll very likely know that things have slipped. Then when he flees in panic it will be harder for me to catch him. On hearing this one of them spoke immediately, "I have a plan. Let me go back first, I'll personally go and inform Wang Shanji that Duke Qing has not come in recently, tell him to wait a little longer, so we buy time for you. Moreover, if I learn where Wang Shanji is hiding, I'll notify you immediately." On hearing this, Qing Xiu looked at him as though he were inspecting a fool. Great plan indeed. Qing Xiu smiled. "Anyway, when you escape from my control, you'll do whatever you want, right?" The assassin realized his mistake and quickly lowered his head in guilt. "I thought of a foolish plan, I deserve 10,000 deaths. What use is talking this bullshit? Then go ahead and die." Qing Xiu's words made him break out in cold sweat, lying prostrate on the ground, utterly silent. Another more clever one quickly proposed, "How about this, I write a dispatch letter, send it by pigeon to Wang Shanji, telling him things are not done yet, drop his guard. How about that?" This proposal sounded reasonable and somewhat feasible, so Qing Xiu accepted on the spot. "Fine. If you get the job done, even extract Wang Shanji's whereabouts, I will set you free and give you 100 taels of gold as reward." The man's joy was immediate. But Qing Xiu next asked, "But I'm not sure, you might use this chance to send a secret code message to Wang Shanji and let him escape?" "Duke Qing, rest assured. I would never do that. We are killers, not his death guards. Why risk our lives to send him information? Qing Xiu nodded thoughtfully. What you say does have some logic. Then he motioned for the other assassin to come close. When this man finishes the letter, you inspect it for me. See if there are any secret codes to alert Wang Shanji to escape. If none, fine. If you find something, I will execute him on the spot, then free you and give you 1,000 taels of gold. The assassin who had been called grinned. Duke Qing, rest assured. Qing Xiu had them both thoroughly trapped now. He set them against each other and gave them no chance to leak a signal. Yuqi Jingda saw how Qing Xiu was using them. Taking advantage of their inattention, he quietly drew Qing Xiu aside and whispered, "Are you really going to keep these two here? If I don't watch carefully, these two might send a signal and we'll have trouble." Qing Xiu saw Yuqi Jingda's worried face, then said calmly, "I know what I'm doing." With that, Yuqi Jingda scratched his head and gave up on saying more. At this time, those two men were busy thinking how to flatter Qing Xiu for leniency. They weren't even thinking about escape. By repeatedly giving them hope, Qing Xiu had already led them to believe he'd spare them as long as they performed. In their subconscious, they already accepted themselves as Qing Xiu's servants. Qing Xiu did not stop using these two men. He used the time of this one night to repeatedly question them, extracting as much information as possible. This Daegu town was of course not just the Taiyuan Wang clan. There were several other noble clans' descendants hiding here. It was not just the 5 surnames, 7 great families, there were also many local powerful gentry that Qing Xiu had knocked down who chose to hide with those large clans here. Although this place could not be called a paradise and the resources were not very rich, since these few clans had joined forces, they still had some foundation. They did some shady gray area business, smuggled some goods, and so could hang on, and had accumulated quite a bit of operating funds. These operating funds were used first to let them gradually restore power locally, purchase estates, land, mines etc. And on the other hand it was specifically for bribing officials of various kinds at court, to reopen their networks in the court. Of course, for the heads of those major clans, there was yet another important use for these assets, to deal with Qing Xiu. They knew Qing Xiu's methods and his hatred of the great families, and his intelligence network was also a big obstacle for the resurgence of these families. If they didn't eliminate Qing Xiu, then even if they restored their former glory, sooner or later they would decline again. The assassination in the martial field was only the first step. As long as these cancers were not removed, sooner or later they would launch a second round, a third round of assassinations. In short, they and Qing Xiu had entered a state of implacable hostility. Unwilling to accept the fate of ordinary commoners, they could only think to risk life and death with Qing Xiu in order to gain opportunity. Of course, these methods in Qing Xiu's view were not high level, he even found them laughable. But that did not mean he could let these people run wild. After all, no one wanted to be quietly targeted for assassination. Even if these people could not threaten him, their viciousness would extend to target family members, even if only injured. Qing Xiu did not wish to see that. What reassured Qing Xiu was that although Wang Shanji escaped, the other clans had not received the news of his sharing and still remained in Daegu town. Although Wang Shanji had escaped, he left very discreetly. Even most of his attendants did not leave. Outwardly he claimed he was temporarily out handling matters. Thus, even though the officials involved in the assassination attempt were caught, these clan people still remained in this place and did not leave. But this also made it convenient for Qing Xiu to trap them all in one net. After interrogating these intelligence items almost to full, Qing Xiu discovered outside the night had already turned pale, dawn approaching. The information these two men knew had nearly all been asked. There was no need to continue interrogating. Write it. Quickly send out a letter, notify Wang Shanji that you still have not received my arrival, need to wait a little longer. Yes. The assassin answered, then asked, should I in the letter specifically say the situation has calmed down, ask Wang Shanji to return? Nonsense, the more you cover it up the more it shows. Do you think Wang Shanji is a fool? Qing Xiu scolded. Write exactly as I told you, don't talk nonsense. The man did not dare say more, hurriedly lowered his head and wrote as instructed. While he was writing the letter, Qing Xiu happened to notice outside a passing merchant caravan of about 7 or 8 people. They saw a tavern in the mountain ridge and immediately dismounted to seek lodging. Originally Qing Xiu wanted to block these people outside, but upon reconsideration, he didn't stop them and let them enter the tavern. If the door remained tightly shut, it would easily arouse suspicion. Those merchants entered and called loudly for service. The waiters inside the tavern, who had been on edge all night, were still afraid to come out to greet them. With Qing Xiu's permission, they cautiously came out to serve, arranged food and lodging. Yesterday the two assassins cleaned up swiftly. Dozens of people died in the tavern but they managed to leave no sign. Obviously those two had often done such corpse removal and cover-up work. Qing Xiu sat in the tavern lobby like a guest staying overnight, had a simple cup of tea. A group of the merchants sat not far away, chatting and laughing. He listened briefly. These people seemed to be reselling spices, driving their pack horses and happened to pass this place. Qing Xiu originally paid them no mind, and since the day was already bright, he let his guard drop slightly. As he was about to return to his room to rest, he still kept his wits about him. He caught a waiter from beside him. "Go do something for me." The waiter, who had hidden on the roof last night and seen Qing Xiu's massacre with his own eyes, was startled when called and nearly knelt down. "In a moment when you take their horses to feed." Qing Xiu whispered a few instructions. The waiter dared not disobey and quickly did as requested. Not long after, the waiter returned, carefully opened his hand in front of Qing Xiu and sprinkled a handful of spices, then acted nonchalant and left. Qing Xiu looked at the spices scattered. He slightly raised his brow, then suddenly looked toward the group of merchants who were still drinking and eating. He got up and left casually, but used his mind to quietly observe the merchants. He found they did not move despite his departure, still eating and drinking. Just as he walked up to the second floor, he ran into Yuqi Jingda yawning and coming out. "I say, you didn't by any chance, what's wrong?" Before he finished speaking, Qing Xiu made a silence gesture to Yuqi Jingda and motioned for him to go back to the room first. Yuqi Jingda understood and immediately complied. Once the two entered the room, Qing Xiu said, "Those merchants outside have problems." Yuqi Jingda was surprised. Before he could ask, Qing Xiu showed him the handful of spices. "Do you recognize these?" Yuqi Jingda picked them up, sniffed, and said, "Isn't this just pepper? Nothing special." "Pepper is nothing special, but for it to appear here, it becomes a big issue." Qing Xiu's eyes made a slight signal, but did not speak directly. Yuqi Jingda frowned and thought hard but could not figure it out. "But, reselling pepper is not really a crime, the court has not explicitly forbidden pepper sales, so why is it a problem now?" Qing Xiu almost began to scold because of the remark. This fellow was really an idiot. "Are you really ignorant or pretending?" Qing Xiu said harshly. "In Guangzhou there is no cooking tradition using pepper, did you forget?" When Yuqi Jingda heard this, he suddenly realized what was going on. Now he understood exactly what Qing Xiu was referring to. Almost all the pepper in the Central Plains came from Qing Xiu's estate, but because of the local people's eating habits, pepper was not suitable for seasoning. Moreover, the purpose of producing this pepper was not for domestic sales, but mainly for export to the West. After all, in Rome and Arabia, this stuff was as valuable as gold. Qing Xiu made a fortune trading pepper with the Westerners, but he didn't completely monopolize the pepper trade. In addition to selling it himself, he also allowed some local merchants to buy pepper from him and sell it to the West. It was considered giving others a way to make a living. But no matter who was selling, the main market for pepper was still the West. Very little was sold within the Central Plains. And the routes these merchants were taking clearly weren't to the Western trade routes, but more like they were doing internal trade in Guangzhou. Yet the people in Guangzhou hardly used pepper for seasoning. How could they possibly sell it? Also, the quality of this pepper clearly indicated it had been stored for too long, almost without proper storage. It didn't look like goods handled by real merchants at all. There was no doubt that these people were not legitimate traders. If you ask me, there's one possibility. These people are disguising themselves as merchants on the surface, but in reality, they're spies sent by the various powerful clans in Daegu town to scout whether there are any imperial agents investigating the area. What Qing Xiu said was clearly very likely. Yuqi Jingda was dumbfounded. Only now did he completely understand why Qing Xiu had come here. "You still don't plan to let those powerful clans go? They've already fallen so low they're just poor landlords hiding here." "Of course not. I'd be willing to spare their miserable lives, but these people don't know what's good for them. Even now, they're still sending assassins after me. Why should I show them mercy?" Qing Xiu sneered. "If they behaved themselves, I wouldn't mind leaving them a way out. But now, if I don't take care of them all, I won't feel at ease." Yuqi Jingda slapped his forehead, deeply regretting coming along with Qing Xiu this time. Those noble clans were always a major headache. No one wanted to get involved in this mess. He had been tricked into coming by Qing Xiu, and now that he was entangled, it would be too hard to pull out. Qing Xiu wasn't afraid of their retaliation, but he didn't have such a vast intelligence network or underworld connections. Even though he himself was a duke, he was still being secretly watched by those people. Who wouldn't be uneasy? Yuqi Jingda clearly looked troubled, wanting to say something but hesitating. Qing Xiu naturally saw through his thoughts but didn't expose him on the spot. He simply waited for him to speak his mind. "Lord Qing, there are some things I should make clear with you. This situation is too messy. After fighting so many years of war, I just want to live in peace. If I have to keep fighting these people in my old age, my body won't hold up. Yuchi Jingda muttered for a long time, but his meaning was simple: whatever you're planning to do, that's your business, just don't drag me into it. Can't hold up? Qingxiu laughed, as if he'd heard a joke. If I hadn't seen you still heavily involved in arms smuggling, I might have believed you had turned over a new leaf. If Yuchi Jingda had access to firearms, Qingxiu highly suspected his guns and gunpowder would have ended up on the streets. Yuchi Jingda looked embarrassed. Just as he was about to defend himself, Qingxiu spoke again. Haven't you wondered why I brought you here today? Yuchi Jingda was confused, and Qingxiu got straight to the point. This past March, you smuggled weapons and equipment again, but this time, not to people outside the borders, it was to the black market inside the region. Do you know where those weapons ended up? As soon as Qingxiu brought this up, Yuchi Jingda started to panic. Don't tell me. My men investigated and found that over 80% of those weapons and armors ended up in Daegu town. Qingxiu looked meaningfully at Yuchi Jingda. Think about it, my lord, if those people really had the guts to organize a militia and attempt something big, and later the court found out the weapons came from you. Yuchi Jingda quickly gestured for Qingxiu to lower his voice, then opened the door to check outside. After confirming no one was eavesdropping, he urgently asked, have you told anyone else about this? If I had, how could I still have leverage over you? Qingxiu answered directly. That finally gave Yuchi Jingda a bit of relief. He quickly added, those people collecting weapons and armor aren't planning a rebellion. With their limited skills, at most they'll start a gang war. They can't cause much trouble. What's the use of telling me that? Why don't you go explain it to the court, and then persuade those people not to rebel? Qingxiu at this point thought Yuchi Jingda sounded like an ignorant child. Of course, it wasn't that he didn't understand, he was just comforting himself. Yuchi Jingda was silently cursing his luck, but he also knew how serious things could get if this got out of hand. His face fell completely. He truly didn't know what to do. So, doesn't the general want to resolve this matter as soon as possible? Qingxiu had now fully grasped Yuchi Jingda's weakness and threw him a lifeline at the perfect moment. Sure enough, the latter perked up and quickly asked, how? Qingxiu didn't rush to answer, instead motioning for Yuchi Jingda to sit down. Even though the latter was getting anxious, Qingxiu still moved unhurriedly, first pouring himself a cup of tea. If I really help you out of this mess, how do you plan to repay me? Do you even have to ask? If this can be settled, whatever your request is, I'll follow it without question. Yuchi Jingda felt utterly helpless. Right now, he really couldn't negotiate with Qingxiu at all. At this point, Qingxiu didn't even need to do anything, he only had to hand over the clues and evidence about Yuchi Jingda smuggling weapons to the court. After that, he wouldn't need to lift a finger, and Yuchi Jingda would be lucky if his whole clan wasn't executed. But Qingxiu wasn't after Yuchi Jingda's clan. This guy was still a duke, with significant influence. Although he disliked Yuchi Jingda, gaining control over his influence was still worthwhile. Who would complain about having too many loyal subordinates? Even though Qingxiu wanted to control Yuchi Jingda, for now, he hadn't decided exactly how to use him. But after some thought, it seemed there was one particular use Yuchi Jingda could serve right now. Since General Yuchi has already decided not to interfere with arms trafficking, why not transfer this line to me instead? As soon as Qingxiu spoke, Yuchi Jingda was greatly surprised. He hadn't expected Qingxiu to show interest in this matter. Don't tell me you're also planning to. Yuchi Jingda realized he shouldn't speak too freely and stopped mid-sentence. But thinking about it, the profit from trafficking weapons and equipment was considerable. Qingxiu had such a powerful intelligence network under his command that he could easily conceal some of his shady dealings. On top of that, his status was extremely high, his own state duke's residence could even directly produce firearms. He was practically perfect for arms smuggling. Yuchi Jingda smiled meaningfully, but Qingxiu didn't take him seriously at all. Clearly, Yuchi Jingda had misunderstood his intentions, and Qingxiu wasn't interested in explaining. Actually, smuggling military equipment sounds complicated, but in reality, as long as you can get the weapons, those people will naturally find ways to sell them without leaving a trace. To be honest, probably only your intelligence network in the entire Guangzhou region could track down those arms traffickers thoroughly. Yuchi Jingda didn't hide anything and told him everything, including how to contact those people and some identities he knew. Before this, Qingxiu had never been involved in smuggling military equipment. Even when he secretly supported the Turks in the past, he used his own network. Now, hearing Yuchi Jingda speak about it, he was truly amazed at how tightly this industry had been run. Even his own deployed intelligence network could only detect the tip of the iceberg. It appeared that their counterintelligence abilities were also extremely strong. If I could incorporate these people under my command and use them for my purposes, that would really be. Qingxiu changed his mind. His original plan was to use Yuqi Jingda's intelligence to wipe out all of those people. After all, since they were secretly smuggling weapons, it was only a matter of time before they started dealing in firearms. Once these weapons ended up in civilian hands or even foreign countries, the threat and consequences would be unimaginable. But if he absorbed them instead, not only would it resolve the problem, it would also expand his intelligence network, a win-win. In that case, thank you, General Yuqi. Qingxiu was very satisfied with the information. Aside from me, don't mention this matter to anyone else. Agreed. Of course. Yuqi Jingda wasn't stupid. He hoped as few people as possible knew about this. But I'm still curious, how did you find those arms traffickers? Yuqi Jingda's answer was unexpected. I never went looking for them. They were the ones who tried all sorts of ways to contact me. From beginning to end, I've never had a face-to-face conversation with any of them. According to Yuqi Jingda, the communication had always been one way. They would frequently use different methods to send letters and inform him of weapon transportation locations. That's why Yuqi Jingda had never figured out how Qingxiu discovered his involvement in arms smuggling. After handing over the matter to Qingxiu, Yuqi Jingda felt a little disappointed about losing a profitable channel, but he also felt relieved to be free from it. So, tell me, how exactly are you going to save me? After completing the trade-off, Yuqi Jingda quickly pressed Qingxiu. What's the rush? Qingxiu still took his time. He first went out to the stairwell to observe and, seeing that the few merchants had eaten and gone back to their rooms to rest, he returned to continue talking with Yuqi Jingda. Smuggling weapons and equipment is already a fact. If you really want to clean up the matter once and for all, just eliminate those buyers. You understand? Yuqi Jingda immediately understood. This was what Qingxiu meant. Eliminate the sellers in Daegu town, and there would be no fear of information leaking. Even if they had outrageous ideas, they wouldn't have a chance to act on them. If they were truly all eliminated today, only Qingxiu and his intelligence network would know about it. Feasible. Yuqi Jingda instantly developed a murderous intent. Those people really couldn't be allowed to live. Even he hadn't realized he had been unknowingly pulled onto the ship by Qingxiu. This was exactly the effect Qingxiu wanted, and he was pleased that Yuqi Jingda had finally wised up. It saved him a lot of effort. Those merchants downstairs right now. Yuqi Jingda even considered taking action immediately, but Qingxiu quickly stopped him. No. Those people are just information scouts. Taking care of them is no big deal, but it would alert the clan forces. Just follow my plan, let them go. Yuqi Jingda didn't object and agreed to do as Qingxiu said. Get ready. We're heading into Daegu town today. We have to move quickly. All right. Yuqi Jingda was unusually motivated this time. Without any urging, he packed up faster than Qingxiu himself. After both were ready, Qingxiu waited until the intelligence-gathering merchants had settled down, then decided to depart. Of course, before leaving, he didn't forget the 2 assassins he had captured. At this point, those 2 fools were still obediently waiting for Qingxiu's orders, unaware that he had never planned to let them leave alive from the start. Qingxiu had always refused to spare anyone who tried to kill him, unless they had something valuable enough to exchange for their life. But these 2 clearly didn't. At the very least, their intel wasn't worth a life. He first ordered the 2 of them to follow him, found 2 unclaimed horses at the tavern, and commanded them to accompany him to Daegu town. At first, the assassins didn't think much of it and followed him obediently, until they reached a deserted forest. Then, Qingxiu suddenly slowed his horse and signaled for them to stop as well. Lord Qing, what are your orders? These 2 idiots still didn't realize what was about to happen. They even subconsciously saw themselves as his subordinates. You 2 did a decent job yesterday. Honestly, even my own men wouldn't have done any better. Qingxiu's words made them happy. They thought they had finally gained his recognition and might even be recruited. They still hadn't realized that Yuqi Jingda had slowly moved his horse to block their escape route. So, it's time to give you the reward you deserve. With a flick of Qingxiu's wrist, his saber slid out, its blade gleaming sharply. A cold flash flickered from Qingxiu's hand, and the expressions of the 2 assassins immediately froze. Their initial joy gradually turned into shock, as they looked at Qingxiu with utter confusion. Why is this happening? Qingxiu couldn't be bothered to waste words with them. He directly threw the saber in his hand toward them, and in the blink of an eye, 1 assassin was pierced through the throat. The other one knew he stood no chance against Qingxiu and tried to flee on horseback. But Yuqi Jingda, who had been waiting behind him, swiftly swung his blade and cleanly chopped off the man's head. That's all they were? Yuqi Jingda looked quite pleased. Duke Qing, I'd say I helped you out today, right? You weren't doing it just to help me. Qingxiu didn't bother with him and simply whipped his horse, riding straight toward Daegu town. Yuqi didn't dare delay and quickly followed after him. These past few days, Daegu town hadn't been very peaceful. The gentry and powerful clans living there had once been calm and low-key, generally not interfering with the lives of the townspeople. But recently, for unknown reasons, these clan members had been acting crazy, constantly mobilizing people to build houses, turning a few courtyards into what looked like fortresses. They even built small castle-like outposts outside the town. And at night, the sound of metal clanging could be heard coming from the homes of these clans, disturbing the whole village and making it hard for anyone to sleep. Even so, the townspeople didn't dare complain. After all, those people held considerable power and seemed to have connections with the government, nothing common folk could afford to offend. Over time, rumors spread throughout the town. People were curious about what they were forging with all that noise at night. While the townspeople were merely curious, the county magistrate of Daegu town was truly uneasy. He knew better than anyone what kind of people they were, and he had secretly made many deals with them. He had turned a blind eye to their shady activities before, but now they had gone too far, even secretly forging weapons and armor in underground cellars. This left the magistrate in a tough spot. He couldn't control them, yet he feared they might cause serious trouble and drag him down with them. One day, while on a routine inspection, the magistrate passed by the clan's residences and clearly heard the sound of hammering from inside. His face turned grim on the spot. They weren't even pretending anymore. He initially wanted to go in and question them directly. But seeing the heavily guarded gates and remembering the local specialties they had gifted him recently, he had no choice but to bow his head and pretend nothing happened. The assistant magistrate beside him noticed his distress and asked, "Should I go speak with them? At least get them to tone it down a bit. I'll write them a letter later." Sigh. The magistrate truly regretted it now. He never should have gotten involved with those people for the sake of a little money. His mind was consumed with how to fix the situation. Even after returning to the Yamen, government office, it took several calls from his servants before he realized they had arrived. Understood, the magistrate responded absent-mindedly, then got off the horse and returned to his office. He had just sat down and was preparing to handle official business when suddenly the door flew open. Two men barged in without announcement. The magistrate was furious, he never expected someone to storm in like that. He slammed the table and shouted, "Blind, are you? I'm sitting right here, and you still dare." Halfway through his sentence, the magistrate abruptly stopped, staring blankly at the two men. One was burly and fierce-looking, while the other appeared refined and scholarly. But his eyes held a mysterious gleam that made him hard to read, giving him an air of deep intrigue. Seeing them, the magistrate felt uneasy. Though he didn't recognize them, each carried an undeniable aura of authority that made it hard to underestimate them. He originally wanted to scold them, but seeing their confidence and swagger, his tone immediately softened with nervousness. "Who are you two?" The well-dressed young man ignored the question, sat down on his own, and rudely grabbed a teacup from the table, taking a sip. After one taste, he frowned and immediately spat it out. "What kind of garbage is this? You've been magistrate in Daegu town for 5 years, taking all kinds of offerings from local powers, and this is what you serve in your office." He tossed the cup aside in annoyance. "If I were your superior and came here only to be served this, your career would be over." The magistrate hadn't expected such arrogance. He was angry but didn't dare show it, convinced these two were important figures. "If the tea isn't to your liking, I can change it. But may I ask, what is your status, your position? Is it worthy of such demands?" he asked cautiously, afraid of saying the wrong thing. "Forget it. I didn't come here to drink tea." Qingxiu said calmly, "Wang Huayuan, you've done quite well these past 2 years, squeezing plenty of profits from the local gentry, even daring to shelter fugitives from other regions. Aren't you afraid they'll bring you trouble one day?" Wang Huayuan, that was the magistrate's name. When he heard Qingxiu bring this up, his heart skipped a beat. Could these two be imperial officials from the capital, sent here without warning to investigate? If so, he was in serious trouble. He had dealt with such officials before, they didn't bend to bribes and couldn't be easily bought. If he had to get rid of them, it would cost him dearly. "Are you two from the capital?" Wang Huayuan quickly put on a pleasant smile. "We all serve the same court, why make things difficult for each other? If your work in the capital is too stressful, feel free to visit me from time to time. I'll make sure you're well taken care of." As he spoke, he made a gesture on the table, mimicking the act of counting silver. The meaning couldn't have been clearer. Qingxiu and Yuqi exchanged glances and laughed with contempt. "We are indeed from the capital. But if His Majesty finds out what you've been up to, how much money do you think you'll need to save your own neck?" Upon hearing this, Wang Huayuan cursed internally. These two clearly came today with the firm intent to squeeze some benefits out of him. But now that the conversation had reached this point, things were easier to discuss. So, he simply asked how much money these two lords intended to extract from him. But just as he started speaking, Qingxiu waved his hand to signal him to shut up. To be honest, I came here for the remnants of the 5 surnames and 7 clans. I spared them back then, yet now they're plotting to assassinate me. Tell me, is this the kind of thing money can resolve? Wang Huayuan was momentarily stunned. But then he suddenly recalled a recent high-profile assassination attempt in the capital, and the target was? You, may I ask your esteemed name? Wang Huayuan's voice had begun to tremble. I am Qingxiu. The smile on his face gradually faded, and a faint murderous aura emerged. Thud. Wang Huayuan fell to his knees on the spot, completely losing his earlier composure, trembling like a leaf. I didn't know Duke Qing was visiting. I failed to welcome you properly. Please forgive me. As he spoke, he kowtowed several times, his face filled with panic. Strictly speaking, as an official of the court, he didn't need to perform such a ritual before Qingxiu. But his fear came from deep guilt. Qingxiu had come to deal with the remnants of the 5 surnames and 7 clans, yet Wang had been harboring people who had a blood feud with Qingxiu. He had heard of Duke Qing's temperament. If someone helped him, he would repay it many times over. But if someone wronged him, he would exact revenge just the same. The 5 surnames and 7 clans had repeatedly opposed Qingxiu and even tried to assassinate him. That was an irreconcilable grudge. His lordship clearly came here to uproot the 5 surnames and 7 clans completely. What was fatal was that he had been protecting those very people. How could he justify that? If Qingxiu got angry and decided to deal with him too, that was entirely possible. Seeing how badly Wang was shaking, Yu Qijingde impatiently barked, "Stop shaking. Answer our questions honestly. Don't even think about lying." Yes, of course. How would I dare deceive the two of you? Wang Huayuan was nearly in tears. He still didn't know who Yuqi was, but if he was with Qingxiu, he must be someone important, probably a second-rank or higher official from the capital. I just don't understand, how did Duke Qing trace this matter here? What I mean is, if your grace had needs, you could have told me earlier, I could have taken care of it for you. Take care of what? Warn them to run? Destroy the evidence? Qingxiu sneered and pulled out a document from his waist, throwing it harshly at Wang Huayuan's head. With officials like you in the court, the country is truly unfortunate. A bunch of useless parasites, read it carefully. Wang Huayuan trembled as he opened the document. His mind went blank. The document contained intelligence on illegal arms and armor trading, and the buyers listed were the 5 surnames and 7 clans. He hadn't known they were purchasing weapons and armor. While he had long known they were secretly forging weapons, he had naively assumed it was just for equipping assassins and death squads. But he never expected that they had secretly bought a large quantity of weapons and armor. That completely shocked him. If it were just weapons, he might barely explain it as outfitting personal guards. But purchasing armor, more than 50 sets, was a capital crime, regardless of one's rank. Judging by the document, they had bought at least several hundred sets. If prosecuted, all those involved in Daegu town would be executed to the last worm in their households. As for himself, as the magistrate in charge of this area, let alone his future, keeping his head on his shoulders might be a challenge. At that thought, fear gripped his heart. Cold sweat poured down his face, soaking his clothes. Pathetic coward. Yu Qijingde was deeply disappointed by his behavior. He himself had been involved in this affair, but even he wasn't trembling like this guy. Qingxiu had just opened his mouth to speak when Wang suddenly threw himself forward and clung to Qingxiu's leg, crying and begging for mercy. Duke Qing, please save me. I beg you, save me. I didn't know they were stockpiling armor. I thought they were just secretly training assassins and killers. I never imagined they dared plan a rebellion. Qingxiu frowned and kicked him aside. If you knew this day would come, why did you take their money back then? You should have thought of this the moment you took their dirty coin. I understand, but, sigh. Wang truly didn't know what else to say now, sobbing like a woman. Anyone unaware would think Qingxiu was bullying him. Anyone from the 5 surnames and 7 clans hiding here, give me their full registry. No household servant is to be spared. I want a detailed list of everyone. Qingxiu picked up the pen and paper from the table and threw it in front of Wang. Right. Wang, full of hope, asked, if I write everything truthfully, can I be spared? Bullshit. Even Yu Qijingde couldn't hold back. He kicked him over. Just write what you're told. Where do you get off asking questions? If you don't write, you won't live another minute. Yu Qijingde was more anxious than anyone. If they could settle this before the imperial court got involved, he wouldn't have to worry. Otherwise, once the court stepped in, it would all be over. If the emperor started digging into his old records? Jingda didn't even dare to imagine it. He had to settle this with Qingxiu. Wang Huayuan didn't dare stall anymore. He immediately began writing down everything he knew. Where the people lived, how many household members they had, the size of their estates, everything was recorded truthfully. He was even afraid he might miss details, so he went through case records and files. Clearly, he had prepared for contingencies. He had kept a booklet with information about these people. The documentation was extensive. He wrote for over an hour, hand cramping with fatigue, but he didn't dare stop. Once everything was written, he quickly handed it to Qingxiu. Please have a look. Look at what? Qingxiu hadn't expected the list to be so long. Even he couldn't finish reading it right away. Seeing how widespread the problem was in Daegu town, he decided to use a different method to deal with these people. The most urgent task was to make sure none of them escaped, so that he could deal with them one by one. How many Yamen officers can you mobilize here? Qingxiu asked. Wang Huayuan thought for a moment, about less than 30. Are there any militia troops stationed nearby? Yes, but they're stationed 40 li away, and I can't mobilize them. As long as they exist, that's enough. Qingxiu didn't ask any further and immediately ordered Jingda, take my identification token and go at once to mobilize those militia troops, bring as many as you can. Once they arrive, don't let them enter the town. Just station them outside and wait for my command. No one is allowed to leave. If anyone tries to break out by force, arrest them. If you can't capture them, kill them on the spot. This sharp and deadly command made Jingda instantly realize that Qingxiu intended to leave no one alive this time. That suited Jingda just fine, but what he didn't like was that Qingxiu was sending him away and only letting him guard the outskirts. After all, those people were his own criminal evidence. Although Qingxiu promised to keep his secret, he still couldn't fully trust him. After some hesitation, Jingda made a request. I'm not comfortable leaving you here alone. Why don't I stay and go with you? No need. Qingxiu didn't even think. I told you to go, so go. Don't waste time. Think about it, if even one of them escapes. I'll go. Jingda couldn't say another word and immediately agreed, took the token Qingxiu tossed to him, and left quickly. Once Jingda had departed, Qingxiu ordered Wang Huayuan, call every Yamen officer you can summon here. Wang Huayuan saw this as an opportunity and quickly tried to curry favor. If Duke Qing needs, I can personally lead the team and help you eliminate them. No need. I don't trust you. Qingxiu bluntly rejected him. Hurry up and get the people. Wang Huayuan couldn't argue and quickly went to gather the men. Qingxiu didn't intend for these Yamen officers to fight for him. He didn't think much of them anyway. They were only to help him block the roads, just in case someone managed to escape. These officers usually had nothing to do, so being suddenly summoned by the magistrate caught them off guard. At first, they didn't take it seriously. But when Qingxiu appeared, they immediately sensed something was off. This newcomer had an extraordinary appearance and a striking presence, completely unlike any local rich man or villager. Even those without any sense could feel that this man was not ordinary, and they all straightened up. Enough talk. This man is a high-ranking figure from Chang'an. He personally requested your help. Whatever he tells you to do later, just do it. Wang Huayuan had just started speaking when Qingxiu interrupted. Everyone, my name is Qingxiu. I'll be counting on your support shortly. As soon as they heard his name, all of them were shocked on the spot. He's Duke Qing. Heavens! His lordship actually came here himself. Never thought we'd one day work for Duke Qing. The officers were stunned and subconsciously straightened their backs, putting on their best spirit and posture. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If they could perform well in front of Duke Qing and earn his favor, the rest of their lives would be set. This was exactly the effect Qingxiu wanted. These Yamen officers were all locals. Most of them knew the 5 surnames and 7 clans were not to be messed with. So Qingxiu had to show his real identity to suppress their fear of those powerful families. Otherwise, if they hesitated when the time came, it would ruin everything. May I ask what Duke Qing wants us to do? Please give your orders, we won't slack off. Qingxiu swept his gaze across their faces and said calmly, the few wealthy families in this village have violated imperial law. I'm under orders to arrest and detain them all. You must obey orders strictly. If the operation goes smoothly, everyone will be rewarded. But if anyone messes it up, they will be punished severely. Hearing him mention those families, the officers immediately understood. Those families had always kept a low profile, not too arrogant or domineering, but the magistrate had repeatedly emphasized that they should be avoided at all costs. They had even seen the magistrate bow and scrape to them, which made them believe those people held great power and were not to be provoked. They hadn't thought much of it before, just that those people were very well connected. Now that it took Duke Qing personally to deal with them, they realized how serious it was. Still, the thought of finally getting to deal with those people made them excited. No matter how powerful those rich dogs were, acting under the imperial court's name made it easy to take them down. What's more, they were serving Duke Qing himself this time. No matter the task, it was for his lordship. Seeing their morale rise, Qingxiu said no more. He ordered them to stay in the yamen and rest. Once it was dark, they would act. He didn't let them leave. If anyone leaked information, those clan remnants would have a chance to flee, and it would be too late. He wanted all of them under his watch so that no word of their presence at the yamen would spread. Even fools would know what was going on if they heard. According to his estimate, by nightfall, Yuqi Jingda would have arrived with the surrounding militia and sealed off the town. Then he could do whatever he pleased. Soon, night fell. The curfew bell rang outside the yamen. Qingxiu, who had been resting with his eyes closed, knew it was about time. He noticed Wang Huayuan sitting beside him, uneasy and constantly glancing outside, clearly not at ease. "It's time." Qingxiu called out, and the officers who had been waiting immediately stepped forward to await orders. "It's late. Follow me. Be quiet, don't make any noise." Qingxiu had worried they might make some noise and alert the enemy. But as soon as he left the yamen with his men, he realized his worries were unnecessary. When he arrived outside the county office, he actually heard continuous banging sounds coming from the eastern side of the village. It was the sound of forging weapons. They weren't even trying to hide their intent to make weapons. Wang Huayuan was clearly incredibly stupid, actually allowing these people to forge weapons on his territory. Obviously, he had taken too much money and felt too guilty to intervene. Qingxiu specifically assigned one yamen officer to stay behind, instructing him not to do anything tonight except stay at the county office and keep a close eye on Wang Huayuan, not allowing him to go anywhere. He even promised the officer that as long as he kept Wang Huayuan in place and didn't let him leave, regardless of how things ended tonight, it would count as a great merit for him. With this promise from Qingxiu, the officer was naturally overjoyed, earning a reward without having to risk his life fighting those servants. Anyone would be happy. Besides, it meant guarding the magistrate who normally bossed him around. He could even take the chance to get some personal revenge. "Let's go." Since those people weren't hiding anything, Qingxiu didn't need to be cautious either. After all, the clanging of metal was enough to mask the sounds made by his group. Just as Qingxiu set off, Yuqi Jingda arrived outside the village with the militia and surrounded it, right on time. This time, Yuqi Jingda didn't even need to show Qingxiu's identity token. The militia squad leader stationed there was an old subordinate of the Hedong army and recognized him immediately, handing over his men for Yuqi's command. Originally, Yuqi Jingda planned to follow Qingxiu's order and guard the outside. But the continuous sound of metal forging made him increasingly uneasy. These people were so brazen, daring to forge weapons out in the open. The thought that the smuggled weapons and armor he had sold had ended up in their hands made him even more anxious. "You, stay here and guard this place. I'll take a few men and go check things out inside myself." Yuqi Jingda couldn't hold back anymore. After giving the order, he personally went inside to investigate. Although Qingxiu had strictly ordered him not to enter the village, Yuqi Jingda took a chance, thinking that if he just took a quick look, Duke Qing wouldn't notice. At the same time, Qingxiu and the yamen officers under his command had already arrived at one of the nearest large estates. This estate wasn't the largest, but it was the most lavish among the clan residences. Even the signboard above the gate had been painted with gold dust. Everything about it showed these people's deeply rooted vanity. Clearly, they hadn't yet accepted their fall from social status. Even hiding in a small mountain village, they still dreamed of the glory days of the 5 surnames and 7 clans. Qingxiu didn't waste time and immediately ordered the officers to knock on the door. After just 2 knocks, a voice inside started cursing. "Which bastard dares knock in the middle of the night? Don't you know this is the Zhang family's estate?" Before the cursing had even stopped, the officers kicked the door open and ran straight into a servant coming out. The officer reacted quickly, pinning the man to the ground on the spot, not loosening his grip no matter how loudly the man screamed. The noise immediately alarmed the people inside. Dozens of servants rushed out from the rooms, all wielding sticks, swords, and knives. At first, they thought it was a robbery or bandit raid, but seeing that it was government officers, they were all stunned and didn't know what to do. "Aren't you going to surrender? Or do you really want us to use force?" one officer shouted. But the servants showed no fear and burst into laughter instead. "You government dogs are nothing. Even your magistrate has to act polite here. Who do you think you are yelling at us? If you're smart, get lost now. If you anger our master, you'll all suffer." The two sides started a fierce shouting match, neither backing down. Although the officers had been brought by Qingxiu, they knew these were long-established local families with high status. They didn't dare act rashly. Step aside. Qingxiu didn't say another word and pushed aside the officers blocking his way. He didn't have time to waste. You're the hired hands of this household, right? If you're just here to do chores, step aside, it's not worth getting involved. Qingxiu said calmly. At those words, everyone turned to look at him. The servant saw that Qingxiu had an extraordinary presence, but his attire didn't look like that of an official, so they didn't believe his words. If you're not here for anything important, leave now and stop causing trouble. Otherwise, when our master is done, he'll. Qingxiu had no patience to hear him out. He grabbed a saber from one of the officers nearby and hurled it at the man. Whoosh! He moved so fast that no one had time to react. Before the servant could even see the motion clearly, the blade flew straight at his face and slashed his throat cleanly. His unfinished sentence was swallowed back down. Blood gushed from his throat, and he collapsed to the ground, twitching, with no more breath left. The moment he died, the rest of the servants and hired hands panicked and backed away in fear. They never expected Qingxiu to strike for real, and kill with one blow. They had thought it was just a confrontation. But seeing blood, their courage vanished instantly. Moments ago they were ready to fight. Now, not one dared step forward. Move in. Arrest all the household members inside, don't let anyone escape. Qingxiu drew his saber and pointed it forward as he calmly ordered. With those words, no one hesitated any longer. The officers rushed forward to arrest everyone. None of the household staff dared to stop them. They could tell that resisting meant death. It was just a job, they didn't need to die for it. They moved aside like obedient dogs. The officers stormed into the estate. The clan members, just woken from sleep, didn't even have time to react before being seized. Everyone listen up. This is an order from Duke Qin. You're all under arrest. Judgment and punishment will be decided by his lordship himself. If you don't want to suffer, surrender now. If you resist, don't blame Duke Qin for showing no mercy. The officers didn't dare kill, but with Qingxiu backing them, they were full of confidence. Of course, not everyone was willing to surrender. Some people of slightly higher status in the family still struggled desperately, even when the Yamen officers had already seized them, and some even tried to run out and escape. Naturally, they were all captured one by one. Qingxiu had just reached the door of the main room when a big-bellied middle-aged man suddenly rushed out, trying to escape before the officers could catch him. He stumbled forward, completely unaware that Qingxiu was standing right beside him. Qingxiu simply stretched out one foot in front of him. In the darkness, the man didn't see it at all, and he tripped hard, falling flat on his face, screaming in pain. Then two officers rushed out and pinned him down. But the man's strength was surprisingly great, and the two of them had trouble restraining him. In the end, they had no choice but to pile onto him like a stack of people, forcing him to stop moving. Where are the servants? Where are the retainers? Get out here and save me. Hurry and drive these officers away. Do you know what my status is with your magistrate? With one word from me, all of you would lose your uniforms. Don't try to scare me with Qingxiu, that brat struts around in Chang'an like a tyrant, how could he possibly come here? Before he finished speaking, an officer stuffed a rag into his mouth. Even so, he still wouldn't behave, letting out muffled cries and struggling desperately. Qingxiu found the noise irritating, so he stepped forward and stomped on the man's head, coldly saying, "You people hiding here these days, living quite comfortably, aren't you?" Hearing his voice, the man trembled violently. He looked up at Qingxiu, and under the faint moonlight barely made out his face. Instantly he let out frantic muffled screams. But Qingxiu mercilessly raised his foot and kicked the man's face hard, knocking him unconscious on the spot, blood gushing from his nose. So fragile? Qingxiu was a bit disappointed, he really had held back just now. He waved his hand for the two officers to drag the man away, then urged the others to move faster. They still had many things to finish tonight. Although the officers were busy with the arrests, many of them took the chance to pocket some valuables. Qingxiu had only ordered arrests, he hadn't ordered house searches. So the jewelry in the women's rooms and the silver stored in the warehouses were taken by the officers. Qingxiu naturally knew what they were doing, but since they weren't being excessive and weren't slowing down the operation, he let them take it. Even if they filled their pockets, they couldn't take much anyway. And since their salaries were meager, he simply treated it as a reward for them. One officer was searching the family head's room, hoping to quietly take some silver while no one was around. But he was too careless while searching. He accidentally knocked over a bookshelf, and the books crashed down on him. Damn it, not a single coin found, and I get smashed instead. Furious, he kicked the wall hard. But to his shock, the seemingly solid brick wall collapsed from his kick, revealing a large hollow space behind it. He couldn't stop his momentum and tumbled headfirst into the hole, covered in dust. At first, he thought he had gained divine strength and had somehow kicked down a wall. But after calming down and taking a closer look, he realized it was a hidden passage. The officer was excited at first, thinking he'd found the family's treasure tunnel and wondering if he could grab some silver by exploring it. But he quickly forced himself to calm down. The passage looked too strange. It might not be for storing treasure at all. And if it were, who knew whether there were poison traps inside? Losing his life over a bit of silver would be far too foolish. After weighing it, he ran outside to report the matter to Qingxiu and let him decide. You really found it? Qingxiu was delighted when he heard the report. This was exactly what he had been searching for, secret tunnels of the powerful clans. Not because of treasure, but because the hidden weapons and armor were almost certainly stored inside these secret passages. Qingxiu immediately followed the officer to the tunnel. It was deep and dark, with a foul rotten smell coming from inside. There was no doubt, this wasn't an escape route, but a hidden storage chamber. Not bad. For such a hidden tunnel to be found by you. Qingxiu now felt that knocking out the family head earlier had been unwise. He was probably the only person who knew about the passage. If not for this officer lucking into it, even searching all night might not have uncovered the entrance. This reminded Qingxiu to interrogate people properly next time before knocking them out. Qingxiu stepped inside cautiously, deliberately making loud footsteps so the echoes would travel down the tunnel. At the same time, he extended his senses to scout the area. At the end of the passage, he found a large storage chamber filled with weapons and armor. There were dozens of furnaces for forging, clearly where they had been secretly making weapons. There were also several strong men holding swords, hammers, and blades, guarding the entrance, clearly alarmed by the footsteps earlier. No doubt, these were the family's death warriors or blacksmiths, kept hidden and never allowed to go out. If they continued growing in strength, their numbers and skills would only increase. One day they might even receive orders to assassinate him. After checking the situation, Qingxiu didn't go further inside. Instead, he exited the passage and ordered the officers to block the tunnel with bricks and stones. No one was allowed in or out. Dealing with those death warriors wasn't difficult for him, but tonight's schedule was tight. He didn't want to waste time on small fry. It would be better to let Yuqi Jingda handle them later with the militia. Good thing you weren't blinded by greed and rushed inside. Otherwise, you'd be dead already. Qingxiu described the situation inside to the officers, and they were terrified. If there were indeed death warriors inside and they were alarmed into attacking, these Yamen officers, who normally struggled even with wooden batons, would absolutely be no match. Besides, they hadn't come tonight to risk their lives. At the end of the day, they were here to make a good impression in front of Duke Qin, and hopefully earn some reward from him. After all the household members of the estate had been captured, Qingxiu ordered them all to be tied up and detained. He also had the main gate sealed with iron chains, preventing any of the remaining servants from escaping. But Qingxiu knew very well that one iron chain was never going to stop anyone from fleeing. If they were determined, they could still climb walls or dig tunnels. There were always ways to get out. He only had just over 30 Yamen officers under him. Leaving too many behind would delay what came next. Too few, and it was no different than leaving none at all. As he was caught in this dilemma, Qingxiu noticed a few peasant homes nearby still had their lamps lit. An idea struck him, and he immediately ordered his men to summon all the households from the surrounding area. Some villagers had just dozed off but, upon hearing that an official wanted to see them, didn't dare delay. They quickly got dressed and came to the estate gate to await orders. At first, they didn't know what had happened and thought the estate master had gone crazy again in the middle of the night, calling them to work. Though annoyed, they figured they might at least get some money or grain out of it, so no one really complained. But upon arrival, they found the estate's gate sealed with strips of paper and chained with iron. Many of the estate's household members were tied up in bundles outside. Even the high-end mighty Master Zhang was lying there, bruised and unconscious. The villagers didn't understand what had happened and whispered among themselves. Just then, Qingxiu stepped out and briefly explained the situation. He didn't go into too much detail, just said that this household had committed a serious crime against the court and that their property was being seized tonight. By morning, they would all be taken away. The news came as a huge shock. Dozens of villagers looked dumbfounded, thinking they must have misheard. Usually, even the magistrate was overly respectful to these estate lords and didn't dare raise his voice. How had they suddenly become prisoners? Shocked as they were, seeing these noble clan members tied up, disheveled and disgraced, they couldn't help but feel secretly thrilled. These people had become increasingly arrogant lately, making loud forging noises every night, keeping the villagers from sleeping and leaving them too exhausted for farm work the next day. Now this official had finally stood up for them and brought justice. What Qingxiu announced next made them even happier. I didn't bring enough men with me this time. We can't guard them all. That's why I summoned you, to help keep watch and make sure none of them escape. You won't be working for nothing. There's still plenty of silver and gold sealed inside this estate. As long as you make sure no one escapes, I'll reward each of you with plenty of what's inside. The villagers immediately perked up. Looking at the bound household members was like staring at stacks of gold. Greed filled their eyes. We await your orders. Just tell us what to do, Lord. With your command, we'll follow. Not a single one of them will escape. Seeing how fired up they were, Qingxiu knew his plan had worked. In truth, he knew he didn't even need to promise money. They would have been happy to watch these noble lords suffer. But at this moment, he didn't mind spending a little gold, and it wasn't even coming out of his own pocket. Let me be clear, rewards are rewards, but none of you may enter the estate or steal anything. All valuables inside have been sealed. If any seal is damaged, not only will you get no reward, but I will severely punish you. I will show no mercy. With both reward and threat, Qingxiu had them perfectly under control. They swore repeatedly to follow every order exactly. Only then did Qingxiu feel at ease and led his men to the next target. He had already made a big scene here, and it was only a matter of time before word got out. He had to move fast. While Qingxiu was busy making arrests, Yuqi Jingde quietly snuck in with 7 or 8 militia troops. But he entered the town from the opposite side, so he didn't run into Qingxiu and guessed he had probably just missed him. As soon as he entered Daegu town, he could hear metal being forged from all directions. It wasn't just from one place, nearly every large estate was making weapons. Even Yuqi Jingde was shocked. These people were so bold, openly forging weapons and armor on a large scale. He had thought smuggling weapons was already reckless, but these people were even bolder than him. They clearly didn't fear death. But then again, picking a remote place like this, they really didn't need to worry. In fact, Yuqi Jingde was inspired. If he, too, chose some remote mountain village, stockpiled his wealth there, and ruled like a local warlord far from the capital's reach, he could do whatever he wanted. Smuggling weapons would be just the start, and no one might ever find out. Still, now was not the time to daydream. What mattered most was wiping out these brazen clans tonight. Originally, he just wanted to scout around and leave. But right near his position was a large estate, clearly part of the 5 surnames and 7 clans. Already at the gate, Yuqi Jingde couldn't resist the urge to investigate. But just as he and his men approached, the estate gate opened from inside, and dozens of strong servants carrying weapons and armor walked out. The two groups ran straight into each other, an awkward encounter. "Seize them!" Someone shouted, and the servants immediately dropped what they were carrying and drew their blades, charging to attack. Their smuggling operation had been exposed, there could be no witnesses. "You dare?" Yuqi Jingde cursed loudly. He hadn't even planned to fight, and these bastards dared attack first. These household guards were full of murderous intent, but Yuqi Jingde did not step back at all. Instead, he drew his sword and charged forward, bringing it down in a clean stroke at the leader. Although he hadn't seen battle in a long time, Yuqi Jingde still possessed superior martial skill and strength. His sword cut through the man directly, and although tens of others surrounded him, he openly showed no fear, blocking left and right and never losing his composure. Behind him, the militia originally thought the opposing guards were many and powerful, and hesitated to engage. But seeing Yuqi Jingde, alone against many, fight with increasing zeal, their own morale was lifted, and they brandished their swords and rushed in. It must be said, these guards and militia were truly well matched. They all had poor martial skill. In battle they fought without method, just shouting and swinging weapons wildly, each for himself, with the only thing deciding them being who had higher morale. Originally the guards, relying on greater numbers, fought without fear. But after 2 or 3 of them were cut down by Yuqi Jingde in quick succession, though Yuqi himself was wounded, their morale began to collapse. These people were accustomed to bullying commoners who lacked backing. Those victims were no trouble. But when they faced someone fighting for his life, one by one they were softer than tofu. Many of them had never even seen a corpse. Especially seeing comrades fall around them, they grew ever more afraid the next one would be themselves. Only after Yuqi Jingde cut down another with one stroke, 4 bodies on the ground already, did the remaining guards, terrified, scatter and flee. They ran fast, but Yuqi Jingde's eyes were red with killing intent. Seeing the guards turn to flee, he simply strode after them, kicked open a door. After kicking open the door, he saw servants and guards scattering inside the large mansion, which looked extremely empty in the dark night. A chill wind blew in, pulling Yuqi Jingde's focus back. He suddenly realized he had done something stupid. He had alarmed this household. Qingxiu had planned to search house by house, sweeping them up before they reacted. But by acting so rashly and engaging them face to face, he risked the master of the house and all his family reacting and escaping. With only a few militia under his command, and those militia no more disciplined than the yamen officers, he could not possibly capture every person in this big estate. And if even one escaped and warned the others, many would likely flee tonight. For Yuchijingda this was unacceptable. These people carried serious evidence against him, and if even one escaped, the threat to him would be enormous. After hesitating, Yuchijingda determined he must go through with it thoroughly. A man who shrinks from small matters is not a gentleman. A true man has poison in him if necessary. If we don't finish things clean today, we shall never turn the page. Yuchijingda discarded the chipped blade in his hand and ordered a militia soldier to give him his sword. You all stay here and guard this gate. Whoever tries to escape must not be allowed to get away, either capture or kill, you decide. If one gets away, you will face the consequences yourselves. Yuchijingda's words struck fear. The militia soldiers immediately understood his meaning. None dared speak up. They stood at the gate, listening closely. General, rest assured, we'll guard here. If one escapes, hold us accountable. Yuchijingda ignored them and turned toward the mansion, holding a long sword in each hand, his face cold as ice. Just as he stepped forward, a concubine ran out in panic. In the dim moonlight Yuchijingda couldn't see clearly whether man or woman, status unknown, but he didn't care. He raised his sword and struck at the person's neck. The blow came hard and deep. At once, the concubine's head was severed and the headless corpse sprayed blood, splattering all over Yuchijingda. The moment the blood covered his clothes, the stench of iron and flesh filled the air. Yuchijingda's heart pounded and his mind inexplicably excited. He felt as though he was back on the battlefield, riding with Li Er, taking the brunt of the wind and spray of blood in the fight. For someone seasoned in war and countlessly butchered enemies, the concept of life and death was no longer ordinary. To them, how many had died under their hand were but numbers, nothing meaningful. In this moment Yuchijingda's mindset shifted. He only thought to wield his full power and kill without restraint. Whether these people had incriminated him or not, he would rather risk killing the innocent than let one escape. Tonight, everyone here must die. He kicked aside the body of the man half kneeling before him, then chased a terrified maid running ahead and with a single stroke pierced her back. Then he kicked open room after room. In every room where someone remained, he rose his sword without hesitation and struck, no regard for gender or age. The militia waiting at the gate heard, now and then, a piercing scream or plea from inside. Each one trembled with fear. It was fortunate Yuchijingda didn't let them into the killing. Otherwise, these men would also bear the blood debt. Yuchijingda killed mechanically. How many rooms he broke into, how many people died, he himself no longer counted, until a baby's cry broke through. Yuchijingda wiped the blood from his face and saw beneath a corpse lying by a bed an infant wailing in swaddling. Yuchijingda stared coldly at the crying infant. His mind churned, and he raised his sword to kill the child too. Just as he was about to strike, the door outside rang with hurried footsteps. He looked up and saw a dozen strong men with swords rushing in, clearly the household's death warriors. You really intend to kill the infant too, do you have no humanity left? The voice of the leader struck Yuchijingda's mind. He raised his blade at the man's face, without waiting, directly struck. The man quickly crossed his blade to block, but Yuchi's strike was so heavy it cleaved the blade in two, then without resistance the sword's tip cut the man's arm off. Ah! His scream barely escaped his throat when Yuchijingda struck him again, a heavy punch to the throat, causing the scream to be swallowed in his belly, his Adam's apple flattened by the blow. Seeing the ringleader killed by Yuchijingda at first strike, the death warriors who rushed in were shocked witless, they feared Yuchijingda even more. But Yuchijingda did not give them time to hesitate or stare. He slashed his blade and charged in. Even when these men risked their lives in a desperate fight to leave a few cuts on Yuchijingda, he showed no fear. Yuchijingda did not lose his head. He instinctively blocked the entry of houses, preventing the enemy from using their numbers. He chopped down one after another. He didn't know how long he fought, but even Yuchijingda, by the end, fought only by instinct until the last man died, when he felt exhaustion surge through his body and he collapsed into a seated position. Damn, these bastards fight pretty well, none of them ran. After cursing twice, the baby's crying came again, though much weaker this time. But it annoyed Yuchijingda even more. He muttered curses, got up, grabbed the curtain beside the bed, covered that baby with it, then with a single harsh stroke pierced it. The crying stopped instantly. He had walked through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Long ago he no longer treated life as meaningful. To him the baby was just an enemy a little younger. After a brief rest Yuchijingda got up again. He seemed to hear outside in the yard a series of sharp screams. Clearly someone tried to escape during the chaos and was intercepted by the militia at the gate. Now Jingda was at ease, and again rose to do his work. While Jingda murdered his way through, Qingxiu meanwhile captured several more households in fast succession. Thanks to Qingxiu's organizational speed, every time he broke in, he first scouted the situation from his mind's eye, identified where most people were, then allocated his men accordingly. Even the officers were surprised. Qingxiu seemed to have already done reconnaissance. He knew exactly how many people a house could hide. Though Qingxiu wished to finish everything tonight, these remnants of the clans were many, and too much time might let word escape. After some calculation, he decided to take out the major targets first and leave the smaller ones. According to the intelligence from Wang Huayuan, the biggest clan here was the Fanyang Lu clan. At the peak of the 5 surnames and 7 clans, the Fanyang Lu weren't the largest, even their officials in court or the provinces weren't many. Because of that, when Qingxiu originally brought them down, the surviving younger generation was ironically the most in number. After all, they had been considered small fish and irrelevant, not worth Qingxiu's effort. But those people gathered anyway and ended up having the largest remnant among the major clans. To build a stronghold in Daegu town they naturally contributed the most. Of course their Lu mansion was the grandest here. When Qingxiu brought his men to this place, he found the gate tightly closed and no guards at the entrance. Even the sound of forging metal had stopped. Clearly, the commotion earlier had alerted them. This confirmed his inference: if he continued with the small fish, the big fish of the Lu family would escape. He didn't hesitate and immediately ordered a man to kick open the gate. But before anyone could approach, several arrows flew out from inside, causing the officers to duck for cover. Fortunately no one was hit. Qingxiu signaled his men back, then shouted toward the interior. To those inside, "Tonight you plan to fight the court to the end?" There was no reply from inside the walls, but Qingxiu sensed with his mind eye that the death warriors inside were ready for a fight. Some even hurried to knock arrows, preparing a second volley. Qingxiu continued, "Tonight if you stay inside and refuse to come out, the Imperial Army comes tomorrow morning, you all will die. Come out now. Those of you who are not involved still might live." Good words were spoken, but still no movement. At times the sound of swords and knives clashing came faintly. Clearly, they had decided, no retreat. Qingxiu estimated about 100 or more death warriors inside, each wearing armor and equipped with bows, crossbows, long swords, even spears. If he forced his way in, Qingxiu admitted he was not afraid, though he lacked heavy weapons and breaking armor might be slow. He was confident he could eliminate them all. But the time required would not be short, and Qingxiu didn't want to waste it. The officers behind him were useless for this kind of hard fight. Once armor and weapons were shown, they would be scared off. As Qingxiu considered how to deal with them, a voice from inside asked, "The outsider is Qingxiu?" "Yes." His answer, unexpected, made the people inside explode in anger. "How dare you show your face? Don't you know I have over 100 armored death warriors ready at my command? With one order we'll cut you to pieces." "You actually believe that?" Qingxiu sneered. "You drunken sacks, if even one hair on me is harmed, I'll let every person in your mansion walk out today, not a single one of you will be detained." His words were extremely arrogant, but no one doubted their truth, even the one yelling from inside. He fell silent and could not respond. Of course he didn't believe his men could defeat Qingxiu, otherwise he wouldn't be hiding inside with 100 men. Qingxiu asked again, "Are you now the head of the Lu family?" "I am. My name is Lu Sheng." "Then you should thank me." "Absolute nonsense. You ruined the Lu clan, exiled us to this godforsaken place, what do I have to thank you for?" Lu Sheng's voice was furious. But Qingxiu's answer was even harsher: "If I hadn't wiped out your elders and direct line in one sweep, you'd still be waiting your turn even after 300 years of pedigree." "Fire!" The response inside was a furious roar. Then arrows came in waves, but none touched Qingxiu. "Can't hold back?" Qingxiu didn't expect this fellow to crack so easily. He felt bored immediately. "You just stay curled up inside. Anyway, I've already gathered the provincial troops and sealed off all the paths outside the village. Where can you run?" At this point, Qingxiu no longer wanted to offer any chance of surrender. Even if they came out to surrender on their own, he would never accept it. He had to make these stubborn people die inside. It was only a pity that he had not brought gunpowder or firearms this time. Otherwise, throwing in a single warrior who can defeat 10,000 would be enough. Before long, everything inside, houses and people, would be burned to ash, saving us the time. Just as Qingxiu was regretting this, he suddenly heard someone beside him shout in alarm, "Fire!" A fire started. The shout snapped Qingxiu out of his thoughts. When he looked up, he saw thick smoke rising from the mansion, with flames occasionally shooting out from behind the walls. I was only thinking about it. How did it really catch fire? Qingxiu froze for a few seconds, then quickly came to his senses. There was internal strife happening inside. But he soon rejected that idea. He sensed no signs of fighting or struggle inside. On the contrary, everyone inside was quietly waiting for the flames to reach them, sitting still like people who already knew they were about to die. So that's how it is. This man does have some backbone. Qingxiu understood now. This wasn't internal conflict. Lu Xing had deliberately set the fire, choosing to die together with every member of his household. The officers behind Qingxiu panicked, helplessly looking at him as if asking for instructions. They had no experience fighting fires, especially one this large. At a glance, they had no idea how to extinguish it. Qingxiu hesitated briefly, then waved his hand to tell them not to approach. Stand back, all of you. Let the fire burn. This is what they chose. Qingxiu had intended for these people to die anyway. Since they chose death themselves, he didn't have to storm inside and drag them out one by one. It could even be considered his final mercy, letting them avoid the suffering of prison and die with at least a little dignity. Of course, Qingxiu couldn't completely ignore the spreading fire. He ordered the officers to scatter and clear away all trees and flammable materials near the residence to prevent the fire from spreading. It was the dry season between spring and summer. If the fire spread through the whole town, countless innocent civilians would be affected. As the fire grew, Qingxiu's actions for the night could no longer be concealed. The various clans saw the fire and heard the news from outside. They immediately understood what was happening and tried to flee. This was when Qingxiu's foresight became evident. As the clans packed up their valuables and ran in all directions, they discovered that the roads out of town had long been blocked. Running only made them fall straight into the trap, where the provincial troops captured them all. Earlier, Yuqi Jingda had promised the troops that if they could capture anyone from any clan, whether they were direct descendants or children of concubines, they would be rewarded with 20 taels of silver per person, with no upper limit. If not for Yuqi Jingda's strict order forbidding them from entering the town, the soldiers might have already rushed into the mansions to hunt people down. Even so, they still sealed the main road out of the village. Some clan members, seeing they couldn't escape through the front, fled toward the back mountain, climbing up the slope in the dark. But shortly after they circled around, they suddenly saw civilians rushing out from all directions, each holding a torch, shouting and charging toward them. Hurry, those few almost got away. Don't waste time. Keep up, losing even one would be a huge loss. Don't block me, I saw this one first. The villagers surged forward in waves, repeatedly knocking the clan members down and dragging them back to the village. Because Qingxiu had just issued an order to gather all the villagers and have them capture every member of the 5 surnames and 7 clans who tried to escape. He also offered generous rewards. Anyone who captured one person would get 30 taels of silver on the spot, 2 people earned 80 taels, the more they caught, the greater the reward. With such rich rewards, brave volunteers were bound to appear. And the villagers had long disliked those clan members. Even without payment, many would have gladly rushed out to catch them. Under this relentless pursuit and capture, nearly all members of the 5 surnames and 7 clans were caught. Only a few escaped quickly enough to vanish into the mountains during the night. Those were mostly young people with little influence in the clans or servants of the households, not worth mentioning. Besides, the deep mountains lacked food and shelter and were full of wild beasts. It was uncertain whether they could survive even a few days. By dawn, the roundup had come to an end. Some had been hiding in different places, but once daylight arrived, they had nowhere else to hide and were captured one after another. When they were all gathered and counted, there were over 700 people. The entire town had only a little over 3,000 residents. Their remaining clans alone made up such a large number. Even having fallen so far, the clans still held remarkable cohesion and influence. If left unchecked, and if they had the chance to leave the town and rebuild, they might one day re-establish themselves. But starting today, everything would end in Qingxiu's hands. The provincial troops herded them together, locking them inside a temporary fenced enclosure. They sat there like defeated dogs, their heads hanging low. Their former pride and arrogance were nowhere to be seen. At this moment, their status as members of the 5 surnames and 7 clans had become a burden. Qingxiu ordered the gate opened and walked in personally. When the people saw him, they immediately lowered their heads, not daring to look at him. Especially the clan heads. Whenever Qingxiu's gaze swept their way, they hurriedly moved aside, afraid of being noticed. I gave you a chance before. You could have stepped away from the conflict and lived out the rest of your lives in peace. You insisted on pushing me to the edge, so don't blame me for eradicating you completely. He pointed toward the Liu family residence nearby and said calmly, "To be honest, if any of you do not wish to suffer prison, I'll give you the chance to die like the Liu family, take your own life and keep a little dignity. Who wants to go first?" His words made everyone even more frightened. They all involuntarily shrank back, and no one dared to respond. Not everyone had the same heavy sense of duty as Liu Sheng, enough to choose death to preserve dignity. They fled here simply because they hoped to one day return to their previous rich and high-standing life, but never imagined it would come to this. Seeing that no one dared to speak, Qingxiu only sneered and walked away, instructing that these people be strictly guarded and not a single one be allowed to escape. At the moment, what worried him more was the Liu family mansion. The fire had burned all night and still hadn't gone out completely. Even now, flames occasionally leapt out. But after he came to inspect the situation himself, he was reassured. Though the fire hadn't fully died, it had clearly weakened and had no chance of spreading further. By his estimation, it would take at most another hour or so before the fire completely died out. Overall, the fire had already greatly diminished. As the flames receded, the officers immediately shouted and charged inside to search. They claimed to be looking for survivors, but in truth, they just wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to loot whatever valuables hadn't been destroyed by the fire. Qingxiu didn't mind them searching. He didn't care about a few scattered riches, so he let them take whatever they wanted. What he cared about was whether any survivors remained. When Qingxiu stepped over the ruins and entered, the officers, who had been busy rummaging, quickly stopped and came forward to greet him. "Your Grace, why have you come? There's so much smoke here, you might get choked." "That's right. Let us handle the dirty work. If you join in, it's beneath your status. Why don't you rest outside for now? This place really isn't fit for people." The officers all appeared warm and concerned, but they were actually just hoping to get more time to search for loot. "Enough, stop pretending. Take what you want, I don't care." Qingxiu waved them off, and the officers looked a bit embarrassed. He then asked, "Any survivors found?" "No, all the bodies found so far are burned to charcoal. Sometimes they crumble underfoot. There's no one alive." "Exactly. The fire burned so fiercely last night, if anyone survived, they wouldn't be human, haha." While the others joked, Qingxiu didn't engage. He simply gave a cold order, "If anyone is found alive, bring them to me immediately. If anyone tries to escape and can't be caught, kill them on the spot. I don't care if they're dead or alive. I want them all wiped out. Understood?" His words were cold and ruthless, and the others didn't dare take them lightly. They quickly agreed one by one. "Your Grace, look at this." Just then, an officer came back from searching the main hall. He was covered in dust, but looked excited, clutching something tightly. He ran up to Qingxiu and carefully presented it like a treasure. "Take a look. This doesn't seem ordinary, might be something valuable." It was an exquisitely crafted jade box. Though blackened by the fire, a quick wipe revealed its luster. The box looked well preserved, no scratches or damage. When opened, it held a seal. The seal resembled those used by local officials, but clearly wasn't from the current dynasty. It looked older. Qingxiu guessed it was an official seal from the northern dynasties during the Wei Jin period. He examined the inscription. It indeed matched an official title unique to the northern dynasties, and it was a high-ranking position. Now, hundreds of years had passed since that era. Even traces of the Sui dynasty had been wiped clean. This seal had long lost its function. Now, it was just an antique relic. In addition to the seal, there was also a letter of appointment. The recipient's surname was Liu, matching the Liu family of Fanyang. Judging by the date and other details, Qingxiu understood why this item had been so carefully preserved and placed in such a valuable box. The person granted the appointment was likely the Liu family's ancestor. Their rise likely began at that time, and a century later, they had become a powerful aristocratic clan. The Liu family had kept the seal intact even through decline, likely hoping to revive the clan just as their ancestor had built it up. But now, the whole mansion had turned to ashes, the clan was wiped out, and only this seal remained. Who knows what the ancestors' spirit would think, seeing their descendants reduced to this? "Your Grace, don't you think this is important, very valuable?" The officer who brought the seal asked cautiously, clearly hoping for a reward. Qingxiu immediately understood what he was thinking. These men, while greedy, weren't stupid. When they found something that looked prestigious but didn't know its true worth, they handed it to a powerful figure. Otherwise, they might take it and later find it's worthless, or worse, it could bring danger. Better to hand it over and earn a reward. To Qingxiu, the item was of no use. In fact, keeping old dynasty seals and documents could be seen as treasonous. Even antique collectors avoided them. "Forget it. Qingxiu held the item for a moment, then tore the letter to pieces and smashed the jade seal and box into the rubble. Everyone was shocked, especially the officer who had just risked his life to retrieve it. He looked like he was about to cry. Had he known Qingxiu didn't care and would destroy it, he'd have kept it himself to sell for something, better than ending up with nothing. This, just throwing it away is such a waste. If you didn't want it, you could have given it to me, the officer nearly sobbed. Seeing this, Qingxiu laughed and said, it's useless to me, but not completely worthless. Since you were thoughtful enough to bring it, I'll give you a reward. After all, these people were working for him, if they wanted some reward, there was no harm in satisfying them. Qingxiu's reward wasn't much, just 50 taels of silver, but it still made the officer extremely overjoyed. Thank you, Lord Qingxiu. I will do my utmost. If I find anything else suspicious, I'll bring it to you immediately. The officer was elated. He could tell the seal wasn't worth much, Lord Qingxiu was just giving him a consolation prize. 50 taels was a huge sum. Seeing that a colleague had found a broken jade seal and still earned so much from Qingxiu, the others instantly became envious and hurried to search even more frantically. Some even hoped to find a living person, maybe that would earn an even greater reward. At that moment, a noisy commotion and chaotic footsteps sounded outside the ruins. Don't push. Lord Qingxiu is busy inside, if you rush in, you'll disturb him. That may be so, but he made a promise, he needs to fulfill it first. Just let us in to say a few words. We'll leave right after we speak. Qingxiu looked up and saw that the officers guarding the gate were clashing with the villagers who had rushed over after hearing the news. The officers were trying their best to stop them from coming in. Lord Qingxiu, please come over. Someone in the crowd called out. The shout immediately drew the attention of many villagers, and they all began calling for Qingxiu. What's going on? Qingxiu stepped forward and signaled the officers to stand down. No need to panic. Whatever it is, just say it. Seeing how approachable Qingxiu was, the crowd quieted down. One man stepped forward and said, you saw it just now. With one order, everyone didn't sleep a wink and ran out overnight to help you catch those people. That's loyal enough, right? Indeed, I saw it. You villagers cooperated well. I won't treat you unfairly, Qingxiu said calmly. Upon hearing this, the crowd became restless. It seemed they had something to say but were hesitant to speak. Qingxiu noticed their behavior and was about to ask when he suddenly remembered why they had gathered. He had previously promised to reward 30 taels of silver for each captured member of the 5 surnames and 7 clans. Now that the people had been caught, the reward hadn't yet been paid. 30 taels was nothing to Qingxiu, not even a drop in the bucket. But to these villagers, who had farmed for generations and couldn't save even a few taels in a year, it was a fortune. So it was no wonder they couldn't wait to come to Qingxiu for the money. If the job was done and Qingxiu simply left, he might never return to Deguzan in their lifetimes, then where would they go to claim their reward? Don't worry, everyone. I promised you silver, and I'll never go back on my word. Whatever I promised, I will pay every coin. Qingxiu's public guarantee immediately reassured the villagers. With his word, they were at ease. Then, may we ask when we can receive the silver? Someone in the crowd asked timidly, and the murmurs around them instantly quieted. Everyone waited for Qingxiu's answer. If possible, they wanted to get the money right away. Qingxiu was momentarily stunned, not because he didn't want to give the money, but because he truly couldn't give it right now. He had indeed brought some silver with him, but not much, just enough for travel expenses. After arriving here, he had immediately set to work dealing with the powerful clans and had been busy ever since. He had traveled light, there was no way he had brought hundreds of taels with him. The rewards owed to the villagers added up to at least 700 or 800 taels. Of course, he hadn't brought that kind of money. He initially wanted to tell them to go back and that he would distribute the money later, but seeing the villagers' expectant faces, he couldn't bring himself to say it. These villagers usually had very little money. Even a few copper coins were spent with care, let alone dozens of taels. So, it was clear that they came to help him because they believed Lord Qingxiu would keep his word, and they had placed great hope in him. Qingxiu didn't want to disappoint them. He changed his words on the spot, go back for now. Tonight, gather at the county office, and I will personally distribute the silver. Remember how many people you each caught, don't take less than what you're owed. As soon as he said this, the crowd erupted in cheers, praising him and leaving with joy, all full of admiration for Lord Qingxiu's integrity. After the crowd dispersed, Qingxiu immediately gathered the officers and told them to stop everything else. Thoroughly search this residence. Don't leave a single corner untouched. If there's even a coin, I want it found and collected. Nothing must be lost. I don't care how much you sneak for yourselves, as long as you're not hauling it out by the cartload, whatever you can fit in your pockets is your own business. I only have one demand: get me every single coin from this mansion. The officers were stunned, faces full of disbelief. Not one moved. Seeing this, Qingxiu laughed and scolded, "What are you staring at? Have you gone stupid? You've got a chance to get rich, get moving already." After confirming again that he was serious, they finally dropped what they were doing and rushed into the ruins, scrambling to search ahead of one another. Qingxiu had given them free rein to loot, so they'd dig deep and find all the hidden wealth. Otherwise, where would he get the silver to reward the villagers? According to the rules, all the mansion's property was illicit wealth and should be confiscated by the court. But there were no court officials here now, so Qingxiu could do as he pleased. Anyway, if the money went to the state treasury, it would just sit and gather dust. Better to use it now to reward the villagers and let everyone get something real. That was Qingxiu's thinking. With Qingxiu's encouragement, the officers worked more efficiently. Even the treasury, which no one had dared touch before, was now a hotspot, with people scrambling to search for gold and silver. The Liu family's treasury, to be fair, was quite full. As the most powerful clan in the area, they had many chests stored. But not all of those chests were filled with gold and silver. Inside, there were also quite a few property and land deeds. They had only opened a few boxes and already discovered that the Liu family not only owned estates in Deguzan but also in other regions. However, they weren't interested in that right now. These property deeds, without being transferred through the court, were useless in their hands. They were still not as valuable as gold and silver. So they quickly set aside the deeds and focused solely on digging out all the gold, silver, and jewels. The first thing they did, of course, was to stuff their own pockets. When everyone was so weighed down with gold and silver that they could barely walk, they still found ways to load even more onto themselves. Some even took off their shoes and started stuffing them full of silver, afraid to miss even a few taels. They kept busy until around noon, finally stuffing their own pockets full. Only then, satisfied, did they carry out all the remaining gold and silver for Lord Qingxiu to use. Qingxiu had assumed the Liu family, being so wealthy, must have stored a huge fortune in their mansion. But after a quick count, he found that the amount of money here was far less than he had imagined. There were only about 300 to 400 taels of silver, and almost no gold. It wasn't that the officers had taken all of it. Although they were greedy, they weren't dumb enough to take everything. The majority was still left for Qingxiu. This doesn't seem like enough. The Liu family has such a large estate, how come there's only this much money? Seeing Qingxiu muttering to himself, the others couldn't help getting nervous. Was he going to make them hand over what they had taken earlier? No matter. Seal all this up, don't let anyone touch it. I'll have people send it to the county office later. Qingxiu had no intention of reclaiming the money he had already rewarded them with. After all, this wasn't the only mansion in the area, there were other clan estates he could still loot. Right now, he was the one in charge, and even if the court later sent people to inspect, whatever Qingxiu said would be the final word. But just before leaving, Qingxiu casually asked, "When you searched the storage earlier, was this all the money? Nothing else?" He had only meant to confirm if there was any remaining silver, but one officer's response immediately caught his attention. No more gold or silver. Just a pile of land and property deeds. Anyway, the land and houses will be confiscated, so those things are useless. Finding deeds wasn't surprising, but Qingxiu thought for a moment and said, "Bring them here. I want to see." With his order, the officers quickly went to fetch them. These things didn't seem important to the officers, but Qingxiu, with just a glance, noticed something wrong. The deeds weren't just for Deguzan, they included properties from other regions. After a quick look, he saw deeds for places as far inland as Fengxiang, and even properties beyond the passes in Central Plains. Though the clan had stayed hidden here, they had clearly made plenty of backup plans. They just hadn't expected Qingxiu's attack to come so suddenly, leaving them no time to react. This gave Qingxiu a wake-up call. He should try to keep some people alive. With proper interrogation, they might reveal more useful information. Thinking this, Qingxiu ordered an officer to inform the provincial troops holding the clan members, they must not mistreat or beat them. Live captives had to be preserved. He then ordered all the deeds to be properly stored. Not a single one could be lost, he had future use for them. At the same time, outside one of the mansions that Yuqi Jingda had stormed into the night before, 3 or 4 soldiers still guarded the gate, not allowing anyone inside. They were the same ones Yuqi had called to follow him into the village and had been assigned to guard the mansion. The previous night, Yuqi had gone on a killing spree, slaughtering nearly everyone in the house, men, women, elderly, and even infants. He didn't stop until dawn, then casually picked a bed inside and went to sleep. The smell of blood was so thick it was hard to breathe, but Yuqi didn't care, he snored louder than thunder. The guards outside didn't dare go in or leave. They stayed at their post so Yuchi wouldn't find the gate unmanned when he woke. The general is truly a veteran from the battlefield. He alone wiped out nearly 100 people. His skills are terrifying. It's not just his skills, he's ruthless too. Did you see the baby inside? Only a few months old, damn. A kind heart can't lead soldiers, a righteous man can't do business. The general followed the emperor in building the empire. As they chatted, they saw a group of officers heading straight toward the gate. The soldiers immediately got tense and moved to stop them. Halt. This area is sealed by order of General Yuchi. No one is allowed to enter. The officers didn't know who this General Yuchi was, but seeing these were just provincial soldiers, they looked down on them. They looked like they were playing soldier. These provincial troops weren't any higher than low-level officers, they were all just lackeys of the court. So why act so superior? What are you talking about? What general? Just 3 or 4 of you, and you need a general? Don't flatter yourselves. We're officers, you're provincial soldiers. What's the difference? Exactly, haha. The officers burst into laughter and mocked them openly, not taking them seriously. Normally, the soldiers might not have reacted, but this wasn't a normal time. Their current commander was General Yuchi, working under him gave them real pride. They weren't going to let a bunch of petty officers insult them. Plus, they'd seen blood last night. After killing for the first time, they really started to see themselves as frontline soldiers. So now, being compared to these officers was unbearable. One provincial soldier stepped forward and, without a word, slapped the nearest officer hard across the face. His action came so suddenly that all the officers were stunned on the spot. Even the one who got slapped looked completely confused. I'm telling you to get lost, didn't you hear me? Stop trying to act familiar here. If you don't want to die, then get out. If you disturb the general inside, you won't be able to handle the consequences. Before he could finish speaking, the officers burst out in anger. They raised their clubs and rushed forward. One heavy strike hit the soldier right in the stomach, knocking the breath out of him. Seeing things go wrong, the other soldiers drew their blades at once, ready to fight. The officers were not about to back down. They had never respected these provincial troops, and now that the soldiers pulled blades, they took it as a bluff. They swung their clubs, and the two sides were moments away from a full fight. Stop! Just as things were about to explode, Qingxiu pushed through the crowd and stepped forward. I told you all to go inside and search. Why are you wasting time here? He glanced at the provincial troops and saw that they had even drawn their blades. His expression darkened. Who allowed you to come here? Without my order, how dare you wander around at will? And you even dare draw blades to threaten people? Before this, Qingxiu had been worried that troops from another region would disturb the villagers or damage the crops, so he had strictly ordered that they could only move within the areas he designated. Anyone caught stepping outside his boundaries would be punished severely. Seeing these men here meant they had blatantly violated his orders. These provincial soldiers didn't recognize Qingxiu. A stranger suddenly appeared and started scolding them, which made them unhappy. But they weren't fools. Deguzan was in chaos, and even General Yuchi was here. Who knew whether this young man might be someone they could not afford to offend? They exchanged glances and became much more polite. One asked, "May we ask who you are?" "Who I am has nothing to do with you. Get back to your post immediately, or I'll punish you right now." Qingxiu snapped. "Are you all deaf? I've said it twice already, yet you dare wander around?" Even though Qingxiu didn't give his identity, his anger alone was enough to make them panic. A man so bold must have backing. Better to be cautious. If he turned out to be a nobody, they could always get angry later. One soldier replied respectfully, "Sir, we did not leave our post on purpose. Last night General Yuchi Jingda brought us here and ordered us to guard the gate. He is resting inside now. If we leave, no one will be guarding the entrance." Yuchi Jingda? Guarding? Only now did Qingxiu understand why Yuchi had disappeared. He had been looking for him earlier but had been too busy to follow up. So the man had been sleeping inside this whole time. But when Qingxiu noticed the bloodstains at the gate, he realized guarding the door definitely wasn't all they had done. "Move. I'm going inside." "You can't," the general ordered. "Get out of my way." Qingxiu lost all patience. He slapped the soldier blocking him. This time he didn't hold back. Even without using full strength, the blow was more than any ordinary person could bear. The soldier was knocked unconscious instantly. "This place has nothing to do with you anymore. Get back to your post." The soldiers were terrified. Whether or not this young man was someone important, that single slap showed enough strength to kill them easily. They quickly lowered their heads and ran off. After they left, Qingxiu stepped forward and kicked open the mansion gate. He froze as soon as he saw what was inside. The thick stench of blood hit him in the face. For someone like Qingxiu, who had seen many battlefields, the smell was familiar. Several bodies lay all over the ground. Judging by the wounds, most had been killed with a single strike. The killer's strength and aim were extremely precise. Some bodies were even missing their heads. Who did this? So ruthless. No wonder those dumb soldiers outside wouldn't let us in, they must have done this. The officers behind Qingxiu were horrified by the sight. Some even gagged. They normally hadn't dealt with anything worse than brawls in town. Many of them had rarely even seen blood. Now, facing a scene like a battlefield, none of them dared enter the courtyard. Qingxiu looked at the bodies and had a clear guess of what had happened. Ignoring the overwhelming smell, he strode inside. When he saw the mangled body of a pregnant woman, he shook his head. Yuqi Jingda truly came from an era where people ate people, his brutal nature was hard to change. He soon found Yuqi's room. Even from outside, he could hear the thunderous snoring. Qingxiu kicked the door open deliberately, creating a loud noise. Yuqi Jingda was so startled that he rolled off the bed. Damn it, who's looking to die? I told you to guard outside, why did you come? Oh, it's you. Yuqi rubbed his eyes, exhausted. But when he clearly recognized Qingxiu, he immediately sobered up and even broke out in a cold sweat. Qingxiu's face was dark with anger. What did I tell you last night? Did I give you permission to come in here? I just wanted to check the situation in the village and see if you needed help, so I. Yuqi carefully recounted what happened last night, with many details conveniently altered. Especially regarding the family he had slaughtered, he claimed they attacked first, and he had no choice but to kill them all in self-defense. Of course, Qingxiu didn't believe a single word. He didn't know exactly what happened last night, but he knew Yuqi well enough. Things definitely hadn't gone the way he claimed. Shut up! Qingxiu snapped impatiently. Yuqi's muttering stopped immediately, and he didn't dare say another word. I don't care what happened last night. You entered Deguzan without my permission and wiped out the entire family. I already told you, I need as many people alive as possible. Are you deaf or forgetful? Qingxiu's cold questioning left Yuqi completely speechless. This matter? I suppose it's my fault too, Sai, how about you cut me some slack, let's put this behind us for today. You can punish me however you want later. Yuqi Jingda still tried to play it off, hoping to muddle through, but Qingxiu wasn't letting him go. It's not going to end so easily. If I report this truthfully to the court, what do you think will happen? Yuqi Jingda froze. You're not serious, are you? Whether those people were guilty or not, Yuqi Jingda had killed them all without trial, nearly 100 lives. Even if they were sentenced to death, it couldn't be carried out without due process. If this incident came to light, even Li Er wouldn't be able to protect him. Qingxiu didn't bother arguing. He just coldly said, I'll keep this debt for now. Whether I collect it later, depends on you. At that, Yuqi Jingda didn't dare say another word. He cursed his luck, another weakness had fallen into Qingxiu's hands. Qingxiu didn't care about those people's lives anyway. He didn't mind killing those who didn't surrender. He was just furious that Yuqi Jingda had ignored his orders and acted recklessly. Fortunately, he had been thorough, not a single one escaped. Still, it was a pity there were no survivors to interrogate. You really went all out. I saw a pregnant woman outside just now, you killed even her. A pregnant woman? In one of the rooms, there was an infant only a few months old. I took care of it with a single slash. Yuqi Jingda casually took off his blood-stained outer robe, speaking as if the killing had nothing to do with him. Qingxiu frowned. To have someone like you living in a time of peace is truly a curse. Maybe so, but from what I know, over in the western regions, whenever a city refuses to surrender, doesn't it always end in a massacre? First, those massacres weren't done by my soldiers. Most of them were by foreign troops or hired mercenaries, it had nothing to do with me. Second, do you think I'm going to cover for you just because of what happened today? Hearing this, Yuqi Jingda immediately gave in. Got it, I won't say anything more. From now on, I'll follow your orders, how about that? Bullshit. You've said that to me no less than 10 times on this trip. Yuqi Jingda didn't dare argue anymore. No matter what Qingxiu said now, he just listened with a smile and kept his head down. After all, no one hits a smiling face. Pleasing Qingxiu was the most important thing right now. There are so many corpses here, we can't just leave them lying around. We have to deal with them. There were too many bodies. Digging graves would take days, and delaying would increase the risk of exposure. And if the bodies started to rot, the stench would alert even the dumbest villagers. Forget it. These were all from the 5 surnames and 7 clans. They deserve to die. I'll help you cover this up. Qingxiu summoned the officers and gave them 2 orders, collect all the silver and property deeds. This mansion hadn't been looted, only its people were slaughtered by Yuqi Jingda. So the valuables inside were still mostly intact. The officers, unable to carry much silver, still managed to gather over 200 taels. Qingxiu accepted everything without question. In addition to the silver and deeds, he also noticed there were many porcelain vases and paintings. One scroll turned out to be an authentic piece by Li Daoyuan from the northern and southern dynasties, a true treasure. Of course, he wasn't going to leave that behind. After collecting it, Qingxiu couldn't help but feel a bit of regret. The Lu family mansion had been burned to ash. Who knew how many priceless antiques were lost? Ironically, Yu Qijingda's brutal slaughter had accidentally preserved all the rare treasures in this house. When we search next time, make sure they're more careful. Once these good things are destroyed, they're gone forever. Qingxiu couldn't imagine the loss if something like the preface to the Orchid Pavilion had been burned or ruined. Once the place was cleared, Qingxiu and his men rushed off to search the next house. He was worried others might get there first and steal the valuables. He originally wanted Yu Qijingda to return to the county office, but on second thought, he ordered him to follow. If left alone, there was no telling what trouble he might cause. After confirming nothing else was left behind, Qingxiu ordered people to bring kerosene and soak the entire mansion, inside and out. He made sure not a single corpse was missed, and finally, he ordered Yu Qijingda to throw in the fire and burn everything. Flames roared up, quickly consuming the bodies, then spreading to the entire residence. In moments, the whole mansion was engulfed. The fire burned even faster than the one at the Lu mansion, meaning any trace inside would be completely erased. Yu Qijingda had been uneasy at first, but after confirming the fire would leave nothing behind, he finally relaxed. Lord Qingxiu really knows how to handle things. One fire, and everything inside is gone. No one will ever know what happened here. Yu Qijingda grinned, now seeing how skilled Qingxiu was at covering up evidence. If you hadn't messed around last night, would I have had to go through all this trouble? Qingxiu shook his head. This mansion was rather fancy, burning it is a waste, but fine, let it be. Just don't forget what happened tonight. He was reminding Yu Qijingda not to forget how he helped destroy the evidence. Don't worry. Yu Qijingda agreed instantly. He already owed Qingxiu plenty. What was one more favor? He didn't mind. In fact, if he could, Yu Qijingda would burn down every one of the clan mansions. That way, all traces would be wiped clean, and he'd never have to worry about the court investigating. Evening. The villagers who had come to claim their rewards arrived as promised. By the time they got there, Qingxiu had already prepared chests filled with silver. He originally thought he'd have to distribute at least 700 to 800 taels of silver. But after a thorough search, they had actually dug up nearly 1,000 taels of pure silver. Yet after counting the actual number of claimants, he realized it wasn't as many as he'd imagined. 400 to 500 taels were more than enough. That saved Qingxiu quite a bit of effort. He directly ordered the boxes to be opened and the silver distributed. When the villagers saw the silver-filled chests, every one of them stared wide-eyed. They had lived most of their lives without ever seeing this much silver combined. Still, no matter how greedy they looked, they weren't foolish enough to get any ideas. They remained orderly, stepping forward to receive their promised share. Yuan Xiaoqi caught two people, one a son of the Wang family, the other a servant. Though not direct family, still counts. Total reward, 40 taels. Qinli caught a concubine from the Cui family. Reward, 30 taels of silver. Don't rush forward. Everyone who helped will get their share. No one will be left out. The officers maintained order while handing out the silver, and the scene stayed calm. Qingxiu, however, did not remain outside. He went into the yamen and summoned Wang Huayuan. Lord Qingxiu, what are your orders? I'll get on it immediately. Wang Huayuan looked nervously at Qingxiu, trying to figure out how to curry favor and keep his position. But Qingxiu's first words chilled him to the bone. Orders? You're about to be stripped of your title. What makes you think you can still follow orders? This. Wang Huayuan was stunned and quickly asked, then why did you summon me? Write down how much money you've taken lately, how many things you've done for those clans, itemize every offense clearly, and don't leave a single detail out. Don't think you can bluff your way through. I've got plenty of clan members in custody. If what you write doesn't match up with their confessions, don't blame me for punishing you harshly. Yes, I wouldn't dare hide anything, Wang Huayuan replied miserably. He realized that what goes around, comes around, and his greed had finally caught up with him. By the way, I heard those people bought land both inside and outside the frontier. How much do you know about that? Qingxiu suddenly threw out the question. Wang Huayuan hadn't expected this and looked completely blank. They bought land in other regions too? That confirmed for Qingxiu that he'd asked the wrong person. Wang Huayuan clearly knew nothing. Forget it. Just get out of here. Qingxiu waved him off. But before Wang Huayuan could leave, a sudden uproar broke out outside, shouting, cursing, and chaos. What's going on? Qingxiu hadn't expected trouble to break out during silver distribution. He went outside himself and was shocked by what he saw. A group of unknown soldiers had forced the villagers aside, chased away the officers, sealed all the silver chests with official seals, and ordered them to be moved into the yamen. These soldiers wore full armor and carried standard-issue weapons. They were clearly official frontline troops. Neither the officers nor the villagers dared resist. Even the provincial troops stood still. Where did these soldiers come from? And where the hell is Yuqi Jingda now? Qingxiu's face darkened. He stormed forward and shouted, "Put that down. Who gave you the guts to touch my things?" His voice wasn't loud, but it was full of authority. Everyone froze, startled by the pressure in his tone. All eyes instantly turned to him. Though none of them recognized him, they could tell this young man was no ordinary person, especially since he didn't show the slightest fear in front of armed troops. "Who are you?" "We're acting on government orders." "What's it to you?" A junior officer tried probing carefully, sensing Qingxiu might not be an average person. But Qingxiu had no patience left. He didn't bother explaining, this man wasn't qualified. "Bring out your commander. You're not qualified to speak with me." Qingxiu strode forward and shouted, "Who's in charge? Step forward, now." Before the words were fully out of his mouth, someone tried to block him. Though they didn't draw a blade, the gesture alone disgusted Qingxiu. Without mercy, he swung his back-handled staff and struck the man's wrist, causing him to scream in pain. Then, with a slap, Qingxiu knocked him to the ground. "Get back." His swift, smooth move stunned the soldiers. That skill was something else. His commanding presence made them even more certain he was someone important. No one dared move. Better to take a beating than accidentally offend someone powerful. "What are you all standing around for? Get back to work." Just then, an annoyed voice came from not far away. The soldiers immediately stepped aside to clear a path. Qingxiu looked toward the voice and saw a man on horseback who looked like a general, flanked by attendants. "This no-name kid managed to scare all of you?" I said, "If anyone dares cause trouble, just..." The general raised his whip and pointed at Qingxiu. But before he could finish, his eyes widened in shock. Qingxiu was also surprised. After staring at the man for a moment, he laughed. "So it's you? Haha. I was wondering who had the guts to fight my soldiers. If it's you, then no problem." The general burst into laughter. This general was none other than Li Ji, Duke of England, the same one Qingxiu had once personally appointed to lead an expedition to Japan and conquer the nation. Since Qingxiu began leading military campaigns, nearly all top generals had taken turns serving under him. Only Li Ji had mostly remained under direct orders from Emperor Li Er, rarely reassigned by Qingxiu. The reason was simple: Li Ji's loyalty to the court was far beyond ordinary, and his military ability was also outstanding. Across the entire Zhenguan era, only Li Er and Li Jing dared claim superiority over him. No one else would dare compare themselves to him. Ever since Qingxiu went on a western expedition, nearly draining the court of its best generals, Li Er had entrusted many critical frontier affairs to Li Ji. If anything unusual occurred, Li Ji was naturally the first one to be dispatched. "At the Strait in Silla back then, Duke Qingxiu saved my life. I still remember that," Li Ji said with a smile. "That's an old story, not worth mentioning. Besides, we're both military men. Giving you a hand is nothing," Qingxiu replied casually. Seeing this old comrade today was a pleasant surprise. Li Ji immediately raised his horsewhip and shouted, "Why are you all still standing there stunned? Do you even know who this important person is? He's Duke Qingxiu. And you dared try to stop him? Are you looking to die? He could take you all down by himself." The soldiers were shocked. Only then did they realize that this extraordinary young man was the legendary Duke Qingxiu. The soldier who had been beaten by Qingxiu earlier cursed his luck. Turns out the beating he took was from Qingxiu himself. But he was also secretly relieved that he hadn't provoked Qingxiu further. Otherwise, it would have been far worse than just a beating. And not just him, everyone else was just as thankful. If they had drawn their weapons earlier, they might have lost their lives. "It's nothing. They were just doing their duty," Qingxiu said, now in a great mood, choosing not to hold it against the soldiers. He called over the soldier he had just beaten. "Duke Qingxiu, I didn't recognize you. Please don't hold it against me. I'm just a low-ranking soldier." The man saw Qingxiu smiling and walking over, and panic filled his heart. His voice trembled as he spoke. "No worries. I'm not going to hold a grudge." Qingxiu pulled out a silver note from his sleeve. "This is compensation for you. Don't feel nervous, just carry on as usual." The soldier was stunned that Qingxiu was offering him money. He quickly waved his hands in refusal. "Take it." Qingxiu insisted. Afraid of offending Qingxiu by rejecting him, the soldier had no choice but to accept the silver note. He had thought it would be a small amount to smooth things over, but after glancing down, he was shocked. It was a large sum. Suddenly, he felt like that beating was more than worth it. He even considered asking if Qingxiu could hit him again. "You're pretty generous, just handing out money like that," Li Ji said casually, having already dismounted. "It's nothing, just a bit of silver." Qingxiu, still in high spirits, said, "Why don't we go into the yamen for a drink?" Li Ji hesitated, but Qingxiu added, "Don't worry, I was the one who ordered them to distribute this silver. If you're concerned, I'll explain everything to you in detail." With Qingxiu's assurance, Li Ji felt reassured and immediately agreed. Seeing that the general had cleared up the misunderstanding with Duke Qingxiu, no one else dared interfere. They unsealed the silver chests and allowed the distribution to continue. Qingxiu wasn't stingy either. He announced on the spot, "After distribution, whatever silver remained, take out half of it and divide it among all the provincial troops and soldiers present." Li Ji was stunned. He asked, "Are you kidding? I turned a blind eye to you giving the silver to the villagers, but now you're giving even more? If the court investigates, don't worry. I'll take full responsibility." Qingxiu clapped Li Ji on the shoulder and laughed heartily. "Brothers, you just take the money. Don't worry about anything else. Once it's in your hands, it's yours. If anyone wants to take it from you, let them come to me." Qingxiu's promise brought cheers from everyone. It wasn't just about generosity, he was taking the responsibility himself and giving them a chance to profit. That alone was enough to excite them all. Where else could you find such a good leader? When Wang Huayuan heard that Duke Li Ji had arrived in person, he almost fainted. He couldn't understand how this small town of Deguzan could receive back-to-back visits from dukes. Panicking, he even brought his own chef to prepare a meal, hoping to properly host the three dukes. But Qingxiu rejected all dishes and drinks, saying they only needed a few small cups of wine, no need for a feast. Wang Huayuan understood this was a reminder to mind his status and withdrew quietly with his people. Yuqi Jingde, who had mysteriously disappeared earlier, had actually gone to the clan mansions to search for antiques and artwork. But after rummaging around, he found that everything valuable had already been taken by Qingxiu. He had no choice but to give up. Seeing Li Ji here too, Yuqi was equally surprised. Though they weren't particularly close, both were dukes serving the same court and had interacted before. With the table now set for wine, he naturally joined into chat. As Li Ji explained, his presence here was just a coincidence. While the pressure on the frontiers had greatly reduced, most lands outside the pass were now part of Tang territory. Many of the empire's elite troops and generals had been taken away by Qingxiu, making domestic patrols more difficult. Li Ji had been tasked with patrolling the western borders and beyond. He hadn't originally planned to come here, but upon hearing that a fire had broken out in Deguzan the night before and that provincial troops had been dispatched, he suspected an organized raid by borderland tribes. So, he brought his troops to investigate. Upon arrival, he quickly learned that a court official had come to arrest remnants of the 5 surnames and 7 clans. He hadn't intended to interfere, until he saw officers and villagers dividing up silver in the open. He assumed they were misappropriating the confiscated wealth and ordered his men to intervene. "If I'd known it was you distributing the rewards here, I would have just ignored it altogether." Li Ji laughed, "You really have guts. Even if those of the 5 surnames and 7 clans were wiped out, their family funds are still stolen money, yet you dare distribute it on your own." "No choice. Time was too tight this time. I didn't bring much money out, so I had to find a way to make money. After all, I promised them money to incentivize them to catch people." Qingxiu shrugged, appearing quite helpless. Li Ji smiled silently. He knew Qingxiu's hatred against the 5 surnames and 7 clans, especially after that large assassination incident in Chang'an reached his ears, so he didn't say much. From what he knew of Qingxiu, his being here was likely, cut first and report later, finish the captures, then inform the court. "But General Yuqi Jingde is free to accompany Duke Qingxiu here?" Li Ji asked casually. Yuqi Jingde's face changed immediately. Right now, the thing he least wanted to bring up was this matter. If not for Li Ji's great face, he would have lost his composure. "I simply had nothing to do, so I thought I'd help Duke Qingxiu a bit. He's helped me before anyway." Li Ji wasn't a fool. From Yuqi Jingde's change in expression, he guessed Yuqi Jingde was definitely connected to this matter. So Li Ji moved on without further entanglement and changed the topic to small talk. At first they chatted about trivial matters, but since they all had military backgrounds, the talk eventually drifted to campaigns and warfare. Mentioning the Wa country, Li Ji couldn't help sighing. "Honestly, when we first conquered that land, I thought those islands at least had some yield, but the result, sigh." Qing Xiu, hearing this, asked, "What is the situation in Hua now? Since the conquest there's been no follow-through." Although Qing Xiu had originally proposed attacking Hua and even commissioned large ships for support, once it was taken he never paid it attention again. Also Hua had poor yields, though conquered, the court seemed to have gained little. Interesting you ask. When Hua was mentioned, Li Ji opened up and spoke several sentences more. After Hua was first conquered, the emperor and all the nobles were captured and sent to Chang'an as spoils of war. But in the homeland, peace did not follow the emperor's capture. The Hua people at first behaved obediently and accepted Tang rule. But Hua was not directly bordering Tang territory. The local yields were too sparse to support stationed troops. So the court gradually withdrew garrison soldiers until only 3,000 or 4,000 remained. At first, these soldiers in local areas were relatively humane. After initial pillaging, living here long they began getting along with the local Hua people. Some even taught them reading and writing. Occasionally they shared wealth with the more affluent locals. But the problem was they were too good to the Hua. After only a few good days, the Hua began thinking, since their emperor is gone, if one of them could raise the flag and drive out the Tang army, they could become the next emperor. These restless ones recruited many refugees to help them fight Tang troops. The reason for joining was silly: the Tang army did not distribute supplies to these unproductive refugees. Thus the Tang troops naturally did not hold back. No matter how many times the Hua rose with wooden and bamboo armor, they were crushed like bamboo. Yet they did not give up. Each time they were routed, they gathered more people locally and rose again. The cycle continued. It actually lasted 4 years, about as long as Qing Xiu's western expedition. Originally Hua's yield only barely supported the garrison. After local rebellions, Li Er simply stopped treating those islands seriously. He no longer sent supplies annually. He let them keep local resources and fight amongst themselves. Now Li Ji only occasionally checked on local conditions. According to his intelligence, the situation there was still a repetitive cycle of rebellion and suppression. Qing Xiu frowned. "Is it that your men have been too lenient? Since the Hua people keep rebelling, you should crack down without mercy." "Of course we stripped no mercy. Each time they were crushed, all prisoners were killed, none left alive." "How can that be?" Qing Xiu shook his head repeatedly. "If they can repeatedly mobilize, it proves the locals support them. After taking a stronghold, you should clear out every local person, destroy the fields, best to flood them with sea water, and burn all houses and forests." Li Ji hadn't expected Qing Xiu to get this worked up. And by the end, even he felt it was off. Qing Xiu's attitude toward Hua did not seem like conquering the region. Destroying fields and houses, leveling everything, burning forests, it sounded like destroying the island entirely. He had no doubt, if possible, Qing Xiu would make the island sink into the sea. Well, if that's the case, the court spent so much effort capturing the land, and instead of developing it, you want to destroy it. What's your goal? Li Ji didn't understand. Generals of this era viewed external war more in terms of profit, how much they could gain. If profitable, they fought. If not, they left it. Whether the land would eventually become a threat years or centuries later, too absurd to worry about. After all, Tang's strength was so great, even if the mainland fell into chaos, small states would not threaten it. Still, you couldn't blame them. They were not like Qing Xiu, who thought centuries ahead and anticipated millennia of change. Think of it as me preventing future risks. But either way, Hua was conquered. Are you saying we just let them run wild now? Qing Xiu's method was hard for Li Ji and the others to accept. They still leaned toward how to extract value from the land. The three of them chatted idly, and before long it was already deep into the night. All of them were somewhat weary. Especially Yuqi. He was not like Qing Xiu with such a good constitution. As he got older, he just couldn't stay up late. Especially after yesterday night's heavy slaughter, having only slept a little over 2 watch periods, how could he hold up? Yuqi excused himself first. Qing Xiu did not stop him. "I'm afraid I should go get to bed early. There are arrangements for tomorrow, and since there's no big trouble here, I'll just leave it be." Li Ji stretched a big lazy yawn and got to his feet, then casually asked, "After those people are escorted to Chang'an, how will they mostly be dealt with?" He meant the remnant members of the 5 clans and 7 lineages. "I'll be honest with you, those I can kill, I'll try not to leave any behind. If I can't kill them, then I'll lock them up until they die." Qing Xiu's expression was calm, as if narrating something that had nothing much to do with him. "Otherwise, if I keep these people alive, they'll keep causing me trouble in the future." Li Ji was slightly taken aback. Among those people he had seen many children no older than 7 or 8, even some infants. If those are locked up in prison for their whole life. "Generally, you needn't worry about this matter. Letting a few live is actually me going easy on them," Qing Xiu said. If the roles were reversed and I fell into their hands, I'm afraid even the earthworms in my mansion would be cut in two with one blade. At this point, both men couldn't help but laugh. But they also understood that this was absolutely no joke, judging from how the 5 clans and 7 lineages, when they were still in their heyday, mercilessly eliminated dissent. This was inevitable. In the following few days, Qingxiu did not hurry to leave. He lingered for a short while, waiting only for those clan members who had yet to be hunted out to all be found. And as expected, under the heavy reward posted, the villagers' enthusiasm for searching was extremely high, and they managed to capture some more people hiding in corners. Even those who had fled to the mountaintop to take refuge during the chaos, suffering from lack of food and clothes for several days, hearing the roar of wild beasts in the forest each day, eventually got scared, came down the mountain and surrendered. Not to mention whether Qingxiu would spare their lives. If they stayed hiding in the mountains they definitely wouldn't survive, either starve to death or get eaten by beasts. When Qingxiu returned to Chang'an with these spoils of war, even Li Er was shocked by his achievements. He never would have thought Qingxiu could dig 3 feet into the ground and find all those remnants. Although the court had already let them off lightly, Qingxiu produced one reason that Li Er simply could not refuse. In the end he still chose to hand them the heavier sentence. Attempting to assassinate a duke, privately hoarding and forging armored weapons, each alone bore the red line. If it were just the attempted assassination of the duke, it might not interfere with Li Er's interests, but hoarding armor and weapons, whatever the original motive, Li Er absolutely could not tolerate. Hoarding armor was equivalent to intending rebellion. Throughout history that's been the better be wrong and kill than let go crime, no forgiveness. Though Li Er was normally an open-minded and magnanimous enlightened ruler, that didn't prevent him from being decisive in matters like this. He directly and resolutely decided to kill them all. Although several trusted ministers felt the decision was somewhat cruel, believing that children not yet of age should, if possible, not be killed, but even they found it hard to provide advice in a matter like this. This was the crime of exterminating 9 clans. There was no room for clemency. But in the end it was Qingxiu who stepped forward proactively, stating, "Kill those who must be killed, but for those who should not be killed, better to imprison them properly, so as not to damage the court's image. Those who already understand right from wrong, of course cannot stay, knowing this is the crime of exterminating 9 clans and yet still doing it. Whatever the method of killing is, it's justified. But the only ones who don't understand yet, children of 7 or 8, even some just born, imprisoning them is fine. It also shows the court's mercy. Even there are some pregnant women among them. For those you should as much as possible avoid the swords and weapons." This proposal at this moment only Qingxiu dared to make. Though Li Er spared no mercy, in the face of Qingxiu's suggestion, he still considered it carefully. Those people originally headed to assassinate you. When it comes time to execute them, you instead go easy? No choice. Who told me to be merciful? Qingxiu put on a matter-of-fact look, causing everyone in the court to laugh. I'm not some bloodthirsty demon. Once I get up on a head I don't have to kill every single one including the baby. Those children can't even speak clearly. To have them follow the head chopping too is truly unjust. Qingxiu said this calmly, and Yuqijingda felt somewhat uneasy hearing it. He kept feeling Qingxiu's words seemed to be hinting at him. After the court session, before leaving the palace city, Yuqijingda proactively went to find Qingxiu for a talk. "Duke Qing, have the subsequent matters been dealt with cleanly?" "Dealt with cleanly what? I committed no crime, I just rounded them all up." "Ah, you understand what I mean." Yuqijingda sighed. He really couldn't tell if Qingxiu was pretending or truly didn't know. Because Yuqijingda had family matters he couldn't stay as long as Qingxiu did. After briefly handling the follow-up he left. Of course, mainly to cover his own guilt. He was just worried that if the matter wasn't handled cleanly it might be dug up later, so he asked Qingxiu to help him wrap things up. This of course included destroying records of the transactions etc., so that Yuqijingda's association with them would be completely erased. "Don't worry, can I lie to you?" Qingxiu smiled seeing how anxious this fellow was. "From now on I still rely on you, Lord Yuqi, continuing to help me with things. If I get you deeply entangled in trouble so early, who will I ask for help?" I dare not, I dare not." Haha, Yuqijingda scratched his head and gave a somewhat silly laugh. Hearing Qingxiu say those words made him know things were solid. Since Duke Qing says things were handled cleanly, then he need not worry anymore. "Coincidentally, when I came today I brought a big gift for Duke Qing. Later please walk a few steps and come with me to the carriage to fetch it." "No need." "Why is that?" Yuqijingda saw Qingxiu unwilling to accept and instantly tensed up. Qingxiu said coldly, "Giving somebody something without even a bit of sincerity, and you expect me to personally walk over?" Since Lord Yuchi is not giving sincerely, I don't need to accept it. I see. Yuchi Jingda patted his head and laughed aloud. This matter is one I didn't think through. Duke Qing's criticism is right, haha. Please wait a bit later, I'll personally go fetch it and present it. Qing Xiu was nonchalant. The gift Yuchi Jingda brought, he might not even like. He originally thought that what Yuchi Jingda gave him this time was again some gold, silver jewelry, or other expensive vulgar items, and had planned to just toss it aside in the warehouse to collect dust once he got home. But to his surprise, what Yuchi Jingda brought this time was actually a pot of flowers. It was a pot of light red roses, no, Chinese roses, yueji. Fortunately, in this era, Chinese roses hadn't yet been assigned too many symbolic meanings. Otherwise, seeing Yuchi Jingda holding a pot of Chinese roses that looked just like roses to gift him on the street, it would be hard not to raise suspicions. Even so, Qing Xiu still found it hard to accept this mentally. You really like this? Qing Xiu teased, I've only heard of women liking to arrange flowers at home. How come you suddenly like this too? Not at all, not at all. Yuchi Jingda proudly asked Qing Xiu to take a good look at the pot of Chinese roses. Look, aren't these flowers different from the others? Aren't they just Chinese roses? Of course not. Look at the color. Qing Xiu glanced at it indifferently, but then immediately understood what Yuchi Jingda meant. This pot of Chinese roses was light red in color. Chinese roses are the predecessor of roses, but red roses were artificially cultivated. In modern industrial times, after generations of intentional breeding, red roses became very common. But in this era, Chinese roses only came in monotonous white or pale yellow. Red Chinese roses, or even actual roses, wouldn't appear for another 800 years. Before this, Qing Xiu had only seen Cui Yuran in his mansion's garden cultivate Chinese roses of other colors. But hers were blue, which was a different color altogether. Could it be that someone else in this era had already mastered the technique of cultivating flowers of various colors? Qing Xiu suddenly realized that he had seriously underestimated the intelligence of people in this time. No wonder they say technological advancement stands on the shoulders of those before. Perhaps the floral cultivation techniques that slowly developed over hundreds of years in later generations actually started appearing step by step from ancient times? Although Qing Xiu was initially shocked, after closer observation he noticed something was off. Though the Chinese roses appeared light red, the color looked quite unnatural and didn't blend well with the flower itself. He had seen modern flowers of different colors, and just recently had seen the blue Chinese roses Cui Yuran had cultivated. Those flowers had colors that blended perfectly with their form and didn't feel out of place at all. The more Qing Xiu looked, the stranger he felt. He gently rubbed a petal with his fingers, and as he looked again, sure enough, there was a faint red dye on his fingers. Just as I thought. Qing Xiu laughed in relief on the spot. This wasn't a flower that had been bred, clearly it was dyed. No wonder Cui Yuran had to spend so much effort to cultivate her flowers. How could someone outside have created the same? Su Xiaochun and Cui Yuran had poured a significant amount of time and money just for that single blue Chinese rose. It was absolutely not something ordinary people could achieve. Seeing Qing Xiu laugh, Yuchi Jingda thought he was surprised and delighted by the unusual color, and quickly said, "You don't know how much it cost just to get one of these flowers. I spent quite a bit of silver on this pot. And it's not even something money can always buy. And this is red. A red Chinese rose, which is as auspicious as a white deer. What's that saying again? When a nation is about to prosper, auspicious signs appear. The nation will." Yuchi Jingda suddenly stopped. He remembered what the second half of the phrase was and quickly shut his mouth. "Go on," Qing Xiu said meaningfully, making the other's scalp tingle. He quickly said, "Haha, I haven't read as many books as you folks. I just forgot the rest of the saying, haha. But seriously, this red Chinese rose is enough. You're not offering this to the emperor. Why so much useless talk? And if it's such an auspicious sign, why didn't you present it to the emperor? Haha, isn't it because you, Duke Qing, helped me a great deal? If I didn't give it to you, that wouldn't be right. Don't make things up. Isn't it because the emperor receives so many auspicious gifts every day that he wouldn't even care about your red Chinese rose?" Yuchi Jingda was hit right in the heart by Qing Xiu's words and didn't know what to say. He could only laugh awkwardly to ease the embarrassment. Though some of his thoughts were true, he now believed that flattering Qing Xiu was more important than flattering Li Er. Don't get too smug. What's so great about being tricked? Qing Xiu looked at the pot of Chinese roses with some disdain. Even though it's a fake, you did spend real money on it. I suppose I can't just not accept it. Huh? Yuchi Jingda didn't understand what Qing Xiu meant by saying he was tricked. I said you were tricked, don't you get it? Qing Xiu held up the red Chinese rose and showed it to Yuchi Jingda. You thought this red color was natural? Otherwise, what is it? Yuchi Jingda still looked blank and confused. Qing Xiu couldn't be bothered to explain. He simply told Yuchi Jingda to rub the petals himself and take a closer look. Yuchi did as told, and when he saw the red stain on his fingers, he instantly flew into a rage. That bastard dared to scam me? He's tired of living. Yuchi Jingda immediately wanted to smash the pot of flowers, but he suddenly remembered it was a gift he had given to Qing Xiu. Smashing it would be like slapping Qing Xiu in the face. This time I got fooled. I didn't expect someone to come up with this kind of trick. Yuchi Jingda reluctantly handed the flower to Qing Xiu, nearly fuming with rage. Normally he didn't bother others, which was already him being kind. Now someone had the nerve to trick him, how could he stand it? Well, it's not really your fault. Qing Xiu completely understood. Using dye to fake flower colors wasn't rare, and some skilled ones were hard to detect. As Qing Xiu suspected, the original flower probably didn't look so unnatural. Yuchi Jingda simply didn't know how to preserve the color properly after buying it. So by the time he gave it to Qing Xiu, the color had already faded. However, the idea of using dyed flowers to make money intrigued Qing Xiu. It was a pretty clever trick. That flower seller, is he still in Chang'an? Of course, I bought this just the day before yesterday. Qing Xiu nodded in satisfaction. That made things easier. Then I'll trouble you to lead the way. I want to go see that merchant. Of course. I was going to go anyway. Yuchi Jingda naturally wanted to go. He had lost so much face, and the more infuriating part was that he had spent a lot of money. Now that he realized he had been treated like a fool, he had to go teach that person a lesson. The merchant's shop was located on a not-so-busy street in the eastern district, even a bit remote, and the shop itself was quite shabby. Most of the shops here were run by older people in the city. Younger merchants had already moved their businesses to other areas. Normally this place was nearly deserted. No matter what kind of store, there were rarely any customers. But now this little alley was packed full, with people lining up in a long queue. The line stretched from inside the shop all the way out, and everyone was patiently waiting. Every now and then, someone would come out of the shop carrying a cloth-wrapped package, smiling joyfully as they quickly left. When the two of them arrived, they were immediately annoyed by the long line. Especially Qing Xiu, he couldn't stand waiting in line like a fool. Just then, someone came out carrying a package, looking very pleased, but in the next second, Yuchi Jingda stopped him right there. What color is the flower in your package? The man was startled by Yuchi Jingda's imposing figure. But most common people didn't recognize Yuchi Jingda. At most he just seemed like a strong guy. What's it to you what color it is? What's it got to do with you? The man held his package tightly, as if afraid Yuchi Jingda would snatch it away. Yuchi Jingda was about to say something, but Qing Xiu pushed him aside and asked gently, "May I ask, did you buy this from the flower shop inside?" The man saw that Qing Xiu had a kind expression and a refined manner, and his impression was immediately good. He replied, "You came for the auspicious flower too?" Auspicious flower? It was the first time Qing Xiu had heard the name. Yes. It's that unusual flower with a different color from ordinary ones. In all of Chang'an, no, the entire region, even the whole Tang Empire, only this place sells it. The man got more and more excited. I bet you've never seen such a flower. Qing Xiu smiled awkwardly. I see. Then why do you cover it with cloth? Oh, this auspicious flower is extremely delicate, can't be exposed to sunlight. The less light it sees, the better. Otherwise, it will wither quickly. He spoke enthusiastically, unaware that the flower was dyed, and that sunlight would just make it fade faster. I see. May I ask, how much silver did you pay for this bundle? When Qing Xiu suddenly asked this, Yuchi Jingda tensed up and was about to change the subject, but the man answered right away, not expensive at all. Even though it's a rare and auspicious flower, it only cost 1 tael of silver. Can you imagine that, for a sign of good fortune? No more time to chat, I need to go home quickly to change the soil and water it. If it withers, that'd be bad. The man hurried off with his flower pot, leaving behind an awkward-looking Yuchi Jingda. So General Yuchi, this expensive flower you mentioned only cost 1 tael of silver? No wonder you didn't offer it to the emperor, and said you picked it specially for me. Qing Xiu exposed the truth and mocked him, making Yuchi Jingda's expression hard to maintain. He forced a smile and made something up, the money doesn't matter. And honestly, giving you a gift, if you only measure it by silver, then it has no meaning. Besides, I originally planned to give one to the emperor too. Yeah right. Giving it to me is one thing. But if the emperor found out you bought some random street flower and called it an auspicious sign, you might lose your Duke of Yu title. Qing Xiu shook his head. Being exposed and still trying to talk big, only Yuchi Jingda would do that. But Yuchi Jingda didn't delay. Seeing the long line made him even angrier, and he rudely shoved his way through the crowd. The few people closest to him were almost knocked over. What are you doing? Wait in line like everyone else. Why push to the front? Can't you see everyone's lining up? What makes you so special? Shopkeeper, stop him. He almost knocked me down. Despite all the complaints behind him, Yuchijingda acted like he didn't hear anything. He pushed straight to the shop's entrance and shouted, "Get out here." "Who's that?" A dissatisfied voice came from the window. A young man stuck his head out and immediately saw Yuchijingda. "If you want to buy flowers, line up in the back. Don't you see how many people?" Before he could finish, Yuchijingda reached into the window, grabbed the man by his collar, and yanked him out. Yuchijingda was tall and strong. The flower seller was a bit short. Yuchijingda lifted him with one hand like a giant grabbing a dwarf. "Hey! What are you doing? I didn't do anything to you. You're beating people up under the emperor's nose? Have you no respect for the law?" The shop owner didn't expect Yuchijingda to be so rough. He looked panicked and struggled desperately to get free, but couldn't escape. The people waiting in line were stunned. Was this some enemy coming to settle a grudge? "Boy, already forgot who I am?" Yuchijingda was furious and shouted through clenched teeth, "I paid 10 taels of silver 2 days ago to skip the line for one of your damn flowers, and you gave me this piece of trash." But when the people behind him heard this, they exploded. "What the hell? I thought everyone had to line up. You can skip if you pay? Is that why my order was delayed for days? Because someone else paid more? So that's why they never gave me the flower I reserved, it went to someone who paid extra." Everyone was yelling now, some even looked like they wanted to drag the shopkeeper out themselves. Only then did the shopkeeper realize who Yuchijingda was. He quickly forced a smile. "Sir, I serve many customers every day, how could I remember clearly? Since you paid, you're an honored guest. Why make such a fuss today? Cut the crap." Yuchijingda couldn't hold back anymore and shouted, "You just dyed the flowers and lied to me that it was an auspicious sign." When the shopkeeper heard this, the smile on his face instantly froze, and his voice became much softer. "Keep your voice down. That flower was something I carefully cultivated, of course it's not. Let's be honest here. You go around calling them auspicious flowers every day, aren't you afraid it'll bring trouble upon yourself?" Qingxiu stepped out from the crowd, signaling Yuchijingda to let the man go. Yuchijingda was reluctant, but seeing Qingxiu looking slightly displeased, he immediately let go. "Duke Qing." Someone in the crowd recognized him on the spot and cried out in surprise. The crowd was about to salute him, but Qingxiu waved his hand to stop them. "I've said it before, there's no need to be so formal when you see me. If you keep doing this, how am I supposed to go out in peace?" The people laughed awkwardly and responded. The shopkeeper, seeing Qingxiu standing in front of him, didn't dare act out and obediently waited to be told what to do. "You've been spraying dye on the flowers since they were in their early growth stages, and after each spray, you used fire to help the color soak in." Qingxiu casually picked up a flower from the display window and held it up for everyone to see. "You told people to avoid placing it in direct sunlight, wasn't it just because sunlight would cause the color to fade?" The shopkeeper hadn't expected Qingxiu to expose everything with just a few words. His face turned pale, and he didn't know how to defend himself. To prove it to the crowd, Qingxiu had someone pour a pot of water directly onto a flower. Sure enough, the flower's color faded a lot after being soaked, and it was obvious that the water was dyed too. Seeing this, the crowd became furious. None of them had imagined they'd been fooled. Those who had been waiting in line early in the morning were furious to find out they had bought a fake. Those who had already bought flowers were even angrier. They had spent good money and now felt like a joke. How could this be acceptable? What's the meaning of this? You scammed us, didn't you? Refund? Damn it, give us our money back. You told us this was the flower's natural color. Called it some auspicious sign? It's nothing but a fake. Cut the crap. I'm not letting this go with just a refund. I wasted all that time lining up. People shouted from all directions. Before Yuchijingda even stepped in, the crowd was ready to tear the shopkeeper apart. Seeing the chaos, Yuchijingda didn't stay angry. Instead, he stepped aside and didn't mind watching the crowd teach the man a lesson for him. "What are you all doing?" Seeing the situation about to get out of hand, Qingxiu shouted at the crowd to back off. "We're in the capital under the emperor's rule. Do you all want to fight here? This man did deceive people. Let him refund your money. After that, I'll deal with him. How about that?" Since Qingxiu had spoken, everyone agreed and started demanding their money back. The shopkeeper wilted and had no choice but to go inside and bring out silver to return to everyone. Some who hadn't even bought flowers but waited in line anyway, when they saw they wouldn't get money back, just grabbed a flower pot and walked off. Seeing this, the shopkeeper was furious and wanted to stop them, but when Qing Xiu shot him a glance, he sat back down immediately. Don't close your shop. Keep it open in Chang'an for another half-month. Anyone who bought from you and wants a refund, return their silver honestly. After half a month, if no one else comes, you can leave wherever you want. I won't stop you. The shopkeeper didn't dare defy Qing Xiu and quickly nodded in agreement. What about my money? Yuqi Jingda slapped the shopkeeper's shoulder hard, so hard it almost drove him into the ground. I spent 20 taels of silver on your flour, just to give it to Duke Qing. Do you know how much embarrassment you caused me? And you are? The shopkeeper looked at Yuqi Jingda in confusion. Yuqi Jingda said coldly, my name is Yuqi. You tell me? That one line made the shopkeeper break into a cold sweat. The Yuqi family was infamous in Chang'an, and now he had messed with them? He quickly returned the money to Yuqi Jingda, even adding 10 extra taels to apologize, just hoping this man would calm down. Get lost. Who wants your dirty silver? Yuqi Jingda threw the extra silver back at the shopkeeper. What, you think I'm cheap? And no. I wouldn't dare. The shopkeeper cursed his luck inwardly but had to force a smile to appease Yuqi Jingda. Qing Xiu looked closely at the flower pots, especially those that had just been freshly dyed. He realized they weren't as crude as he'd thought. At least the newly dyed ones looked bright and vibrant, with colors that didn't seem out of place. They actually looked like the flower's natural color. No wonder buyers couldn't tell. If this was his first time seeing them, even Qing Xiu might have been fooled. Qing Xiu picked up a green sunflower and examined it carefully, saying lightly, it's not that you're forbidden to sell these flowers, but dyeing one and selling it for 1 to 5 taels of silver? That's too easy a business, isn't it? Even setting aside the pricing issue, you claimed this was the flower's natural color. You even said it was auspicious. Do you know how sensitive that kind of claim is inside the palace? The shopkeeper wiped sweat from his forehead. It's true I was greedy. I won't dare do it again. You still dare to do it again? Yuqi Jingda raised his leg to kick, and the shopkeeper quickly dodged, barely avoiding a heavy blow. But I have to admit, your dyeing is actually pretty good. Back on topic, Qing Xiu acknowledged the man's dyeing skill. It's easy to dye cloth, pigment seeps into fabric fibers. But flower petals are smooth and hard to coat. You need special techniques to make the color stick. Even if it only lasts 10 or so days, it's still quite impressive. If this technique was used on fabric, it could make the color much more durable. At present, dyeing techniques weren't very advanced. Many colored silks would fade even with a splash of water, let alone after washing. Qing Xiu suddenly had an idea. If this man's dyeing method were used in Yun Yang's clothing shop, wouldn't it greatly improve the garment's coloring quality? Although Qing Xiu praised him, the shopkeeper didn't dare act proud. He still humbly replied, just a little trick, nothing more. Actually, I only started dyeing flowers after accidentally seeing one with an unusual color. I just wanted to earn a bit of money to survive, never expected to attract you two high-ranking lords, haha. Yuqi Jingda couldn't help cursing, you dog. You made all that money and still dare say it's just a little? I've always hated people like you, merchants who profit outrageously. You don't do a damn thing and yet silver just walks right into your hands every day. He wasn't making it up. Yuqi Jingda truly despised merchants, mainly because of the profit gap. He risked everything, even the crime of wiping out 9 generations, to secretly sell weapons and equipment, yet he still couldn't earn as much as those merchants traveling west on trade routes. Why should they make so much money just by running errands? Of course, he conveniently ignored the dangers merchants faced, crossing deserts, dealing with bandits and sandstorms. The shopkeeper said in a low voice, actually, dyeing those flowers isn't easy either. I put in a lot of effort, working from dawn to dusk. Before he finished, Yuqi Jingda smacked him on the head. You damned bastard, still got the nerve to talk back. But Qing Xiu caught on to something important in his words. You said you saw those unusually colored flowers, was it at my residence? Of course not, how could someone like me get into your estate? A few days ago, some noble ladies were out shopping, and I saw them holding some brightly colored Chinese roses. They were eye-catching, and I thought, if these rare flowers were sold as auspicious signs, maybe they'd fetch a high price. Although the man didn't name names, Qing Xiu could guess those noble ladies were probably Cui Yuran and Su Xiaochun. Qing Xiu had already expected such uniquely colored flowers would become popular in Chang'an. He had just been too busy to help Cui Yuran promote them. Instead, this guy found an opportunity and got ahead first, but it was clear he had a business mind. Qing Xiu didn't waste time talking. He demanded that the man hand over the color formula in exchange for being spared. That formula isn't anything special. You're really interested in it, sir? The shopkeeper didn't expect Qingxiu to show interest in his skill and felt a strange sense of joy. If you don't hand me over to the authorities, of course I can give it to you. Then it's settled. You can keep selling dyed flowers in Chang'an, but don't lie and say it's their natural color, and don't sell them for such high prices. Understood, understood. Yuqi Jingda originally wanted to throw the man in prison for a few months to vent, but seeing Qingxiu agree to let him go so easily, he quickly asked, "That's it? You're not locking him up for a few days?" "That's enough. I never said I'd help you punish him." Qingxiu was curious about the dyeing process and wanted to know who figured out how to profit from it. Though the man's method was shady, Qingxiu felt it was still acceptable. He didn't scam the poor or trick people with superstition. Selling a pot of flowers for 1 tael of silver, if someone can afford it, they're not poor. Most were probably like Yuqi Jingda, buying them as gifts or for good luck. Squeezing more money out of them was just boosting consumption. Yuqi Jingda had no choice but to shake his head and leave. He still couldn't understand why Qingxiu cared about this stuff. At dusk, it happened to be Cui Yuran's turn to stay the night. After several rounds of intimacy, she lay in Qingxiu's arms, sweating heavily, clinging tightly to him. Her soft body pressed against his, bringing endless comfort. "Husband, I heard you love the color red. Lately, I want to try cultivating red peonies. If I succeed, I'll plant an entire garden of them for you." Cui Yuran leaned on Qingxiu, her eyes full of affection. Qingxiu stroked her silky hair and said calmly, "You remember well." "Of course. I always remember your preferences, especially in that aspect." As she spoke with a playful smile, her hands began moving again on their own. Qingxiu soon realized she had improved quite a bit. "Did you get more tips from Yun Yang?" "You're joking. Can I figure it out on my own?" Seeing how much effort she put in, Qingxiu naturally rewarded her thoroughly again and again, until she couldn't take any more and fell asleep exhausted. Only then did he finally stop. This girl had gotten better in skill, but her stamina was still the same. After a few rounds, she couldn't handle it. The next morning, Qingxiu didn't get up early. He allowed himself to sleep in. Since campaigning in the western regions, he had become used to rising early to handle military or administrative affairs. Even during downtime, he rarely slept late. Perhaps because the war was over, Qingxiu finally got a chance to relax, and so he slept peacefully. After getting dressed, he remembered what Cui Yuran said about the flower bed and went to the back garden. Cui Yuran happened to be there tending the flowers. A ray of sunlight filtered through the leaves, lighting up her face, still slightly flushed from the passion of the previous night. Her figure, nearly too perfect, added to her allure. As Qingxiu admired her, Cui Yuran sensed someone nearby. When she looked up and saw him, she smiled joyfully. "Husband, come look." She was watering the peony bed, focusing on one plant at the edge. "Look, this one seems no different at first glance, but if you look closely, the petals have faint red patterns." She pointed it out carefully. With the help of sunlight, Qingxiu finally saw that the veins on the petals looked like blood vessels, showing a subtle red tint. Only this one had it. The other peonies didn't have such patterns. Qingxiu was impressed by her detailed observation. "So next, you'll focus on cultivating this one, then pick the deepest colored flowers for the next batch, right?" Qingxiu asked. "You're exactly right. But doing only that would be too slow. We should add some cinnabar or safe red pigment to the soil to help the color appear naturally faster. And the watering must be just right?" Normally, Cui Yuran was very reserved and composed, especially around Qingxiu. But when it came to flowers, she became talkative and animated, eyes sparkling with excitement. Qingxiu could clearly see that Cui Yuran truly loved these flowers. "The amount of care you give these flowers, I'm afraid, might be more than what you'd give our future children, no?" Hearing Qingxiu say this, a blush instantly appeared on Cui Yuran's face, and she couldn't help but lower her voice and say, "Husband, what kind of joke is that? If it were our child, of course I'd be even more attentive." Cui Yuran was indeed envious that Su Xiaochun already had her own child. She gently touched her lower abdomen, wondering when she herself might have a child. "But, speaking of which, do you want these uniquely colored flowers you've cultivated to spread widely in Chang'an, even across the entire Central Plains, so more people can appreciate them?" Qingxiu's question was sudden, but it struck right at Cui Yuran's heart. She was slightly startled, then shook her head. "I'm afraid that's not possible. There are very few of these flowers. Right now, in the garden at the estate, they barely fill up one corner. If they were really taken outside, there wouldn't be many for display. Not to mention, if you let them grow outdoors, it'd be hard for them to survive. People passing by might not resist picking or touching them. Even after spring begins, the flowers by the roadside are often picked by passers-by. Usually, before the season ends, most of them are already gone. If these bright-colored, unusual flowers were placed by the roadside for viewing, they likely wouldn't last even a day. Qingxiu shook his head. Of course not by the roadside. Things are precious when rare. While it's good to make beauty accessible, there are still some things that can't be made entirely equal. These flowers are one of them. The cost of cultivating each of these uniquely colored flowers, if you calculate it, must be at least 40 or 50 taels. And that's not even counting your effort and the growth time. How could they just be placed outside? Cui Yuran had never calculated the cost, but hearing Qingxiu say this, she did a rough mental calculation, and realized it was true. She couldn't help but glance over the flower bed. Seeing all the flowers growing there, she thought, if each one costs that much. I guess they really are kind of expensive. Cui Yuran looked a little embarrassed. She hadn't expected her little hobby of tending flowers would cost so much. Normally, she just wrote out a shopping list and had her Guzi go buy the materials. She didn't know the actual prices of those items. I'm not blaming you for spending silver. That doesn't matter. Qingxiu couldn't help laughing. He had only mentioned the cost in passing, but didn't expect Cui Yuran to think he was scolding her for wasting money. Even if she filled all of Chang'an with these unique flowers, the money spent would still be a drop in the bucket for Qingxiu. It wasn't a big deal. Of course, the premise was that she had enough time to cultivate that many flowers. If something so beautiful is only kept to yourself, it loses meaning. Besides filling your own garden for viewing, there's a better option. Qingxiu paused. Seeing the slight confusion on Cui Yuran's face, he continued, spread it. Even if it ends up just sitting on shelves, at least others can admire it with you, and through that, people can come to know your extraordinary flowers. Otherwise, if this skill isn't shared, and is only for personal enjoyment, wouldn't that be a huge waste? What if, in the future, someone builds upon your technique and cultivates more colors, faster and better? Cui Yuran hadn't expected Qingxiu to think so far ahead. She originally did it all just to please herself. She didn't realize this little hobby burned through so much money either. So, you mean, sell these cultivated flowers? Cui Yuran asked, trying to understand it her way. To be precise, auction them. Such rare flowers would be adored by the high officials and nobles in Chang'an. Demand will exceed supply. Naturally, they'll have to bid. Even if one flower costs you 30 or 40 taels to grow, the auction price would start at 5 times that. Clearly, Qingxiu had thought this through. But he wasn't doing it for the money. He genuinely appreciated the cultivation technique behind Cui Yuran's flowers. His aim was to let the world see it. Any cultivation technique, even flashy or superficial ones, Qingxiu felt had value in being shared. After all, who could say if that technique might be a foundation for something bigger? Just like how Westerners originally invented the steam engine, not for power, but to provide fresh air for miners underground. Only after generations of improvement did it become a powerful engine, and even in the age of electricity, it hasn't been fully replaced. Qingxiu's words truly moved Cui Yuran, not just because of the money. She really did want more people to appreciate her unique flowers. And if someone could improve on her technique, she'd be happy to see it happen. Then, let's do it as you say. I'll follow you, Cui Yuran agreed directly. Don't just follow my plan. Do you really want to do it? Qingxiu asked with a smile. Being looked at like that, Cui Yuran's face blushed slightly. Even though they were already like an old married couple, she still couldn't help feeling shy. She happily nodded. Can you help me, husband? Of course. Qingxiu agreed without hesitation. Start preparing early. The sooner, the better. But before that, Qingxiu was more interested in Cui Yuran's cultivation techniques. At Qingxiu's request, Cui Yuran wrote down all the knowledge and methods she had developed so far for him to read. Even Qingxiu didn't expect that something she did just for fun would result in such well-documented notes. It included not just watering and soil composition, but also considerations for weather, temperature, and even her own flower fertilizer formula. The booklet wasn't long, but it was packed with useful content. After reading it, Qingxiu felt he had a basic grasp of her techniques. Although Cui Yuran had already thought through many things, Qingxiu believed there was still room for improvement in the flower cultivation process. Compared to industrial-era methods, these techniques were still too primitive. Many of the methods here were slowly figured out by Cui Yuran herself, based only on her own experience. But Cui Yuran had never worked in farming or planting crops. Her only knowledge of soil cultivation came from experimenting with these flowers. However, Qingxiu had personally seen the hardworking farmers toiling in the fields. From their point of view, these methods might seem creative and unique, but they were far too inefficient. So, Qing Xiu decided to focus his attention on helping Cui Yuran improve her cultivation techniques, offering her many suggestions. Cui Yuran, who had never done farming before, never imagined there were so many ways to cultivate land. She even compiled what Qing Xiu taught her into a booklet, constantly correcting and refining her own skills. With the two working together, the progress was much faster than when Cui Yuran worked alone. Soon, she managed to get another batch of carefully selected seeds and couldn't wait to try the improved methods. But Qing Xiu didn't want to wait for another full flower cycle, it would take too long. The previous auspicious flower seller had already made part of Chang'an aware of the existence of strangely colored flowers. If Cui Yuran's flowers weren't promoted quickly to show that they were naturally grown, people might end up thinking all strangely colored flowers were just simply dyed, forming a bad reputation. They had to let Cui Yuran's unique flowers enter the public eye before that stereotype spread too widely. Especially in the eyes of the noble and powerful. Qing Xiu made the decision himself, selecting 7 or 8 types of uniquely colored flowers from Cui Yuran's garden. But she didn't think they were perfect yet. If we wait another season, I'm sure we'll get even more beautiful flowers. If we wait until then, people may already think your flowers are dyed and not worth much. No one will want to look at them. Qing Xiu didn't accept her suggestion. The sooner, the better. Just follow my plan. Cui Yuran didn't have Qing Xiu's sharp business sense, but hearing him say this, she felt it best to let him take charge. Then I'll follow your arrangements. You can take any flower from my garden that you think is useful. Cui Yuran didn't want to overthink it. She was fine with letting Qing Xiu decide everything. Looking at the flower bed filled with all kinds of colorful rare flowers, ideas began forming in Qing Xiu's mind. Even good wine fears a deep alley. He knew he had to properly hype and promote them beforehand. Especially for nobles, they might not truly care about the actual value. As long as it's expensive and seen as something exclusive to nobility, that's enough. In the days that followed, a curious and novel rumor began spreading throughout Chang'an. It was said that the Tang dynasty was growing stronger and stronger, and that auspicious signs always appear when a nation is about to prosper. Those signs were now appearing in the world. Besides years of good weather and great harvests, strange animals had begun appearing in the forests. Even in the skies above Chang'an, people had seen birds they'd never seen before. Of course, these weren't really signs from heaven, they were a result of Qing Xiu recovering the source of the Yellow River at Zhizhou Mountain and restoring its ecology, improving the environment of the Guangzhou region. With a better environment, rare animals naturally appeared again, and their living spaces expanded. But this thriving scene, paired with the rumors, did have some persuasive power. Most people believed it. Even though many people had accepted Qing Xiu's ideas about science, deeply rooted beliefs weren't easy to change. Many still believed in supernatural powers. This was especially true among the noble and powerful. Just as these rumors reached their peak, new gossip began to circulate in the market. The heavenly signs didn't just show in visible changes, but also in rare plants. More and more people claimed to have seen creatures of all sorts of colors: golden fish, white deer, entirely black cranes. Even more bizarre were stories of seeing red grass. Most of these were clearly rumors, and few had seen them firsthand, but that didn't stop people from discussing them at every meal. If there really is a golden fish, couldn't you sell it for a fortune? I don't know about golden fish, but I've heard of white deer. Back in the Han Wudi era, they had one in the imperial garden. When money was tight, they even slaughtered it and used its hide as valuable currency. Even if those are real, red grass sounds fake. I don't believe it. Well, who knows? The world's a big place, nothing's impossible. These conversations were repeated daily by commoners and nobles alike. New rumors appeared, sparking even more curiosity. Many high-ranking officials even began offering large rewards in public. Anyone who could bring them these special omens like red grass, white deer, golden fish, or uniquely colored flowers would be handsomely rewarded. But this time, despite the high rewards, no one actually came forward. People wanted the money, but couldn't find the goods. With this atmosphere building day by day, the people of Chang'an grew more eager to see these supposedly lucky and uniquely colored living things. Qing Xiu knew his moment had come. He seized the opportunity, first having his men leak a rumor that Duke Qing's estate had managed to grow various rare flowers, and that most of the so-called omens came from his household. Even though it was just gossip, it quickly caught the attention of many who were seeking good fortune. Many nobles tried their best to get some of these auspicious signs, hoping to increase their own luck. As the rumors spread, people began visiting Qing Xiu's estate, hoping to meet him or see the rumored lucky items, even offering large sums of money. But to all these visitors, Qing Xiu mostly chose to avoid them. Even some old friends didn't get a direct reply. The more mysterious it seemed, the more desperate people became. Qing Xiu played this game of pulling and teasing just right. After enough time, people were absolutely dying to know the truth. For a while, all kinds of rumors spread throughout Chang'an, saying that Qing Xiu wanted to monopolize these auspicious signs and was unwilling to share them with others. They said the reason he had risen steadily all this time was because these auspicious signs had brought him a lot of luck. There were even more outrageous rumors, that the reason Duke Qing could have so many beautiful wives and concubines yet still be full of energy, was because the auspicious signs had greatly enhanced his bedroom abilities, allowing him to handle all those beautiful women. Of course, such remarks that questioned Qing Xiu's own capabilities definitely didn't come from his own rumors. He made sure to suppress those selectively. After people had been exposed to these rumors for some time, many began to believe that the rare auspicious signs were indeed hidden inside his residence, and they themselves had no chance to obtain them. By this point, Qing Xiu's goal was fully achieved. Those flowers whose colors were changed through cultivation techniques had been completely packaged by Qing Xiu as rare and auspicious treasures that could bring good fortune. Now imagine, something so precious that people believed it couldn't be measured with money, and one day they're told, as long as you can afford it, it can be yours. What kind of scene would that be? No need to say more. And reality matched Qing Xiu's expectations. He chose the perfect moment and publicly announced that he would display those so-called auspicious signs and give them to people with fate. All of Chang'an was instantly stirred. In no time, whether noble or common, everyone wanted to take this chance to see the auspicious signs for themselves. Some even hoped they might be the fated person Duke Qing spoke of and seized the opportunity. Of course, Qing Xiu was clever in how he phrased it. He didn't say directly that what he had were auspicious signs, but instead said they were strangely colored flowers never before seen in the world. Though the wording wasn't direct, when compared with all the rumors spreading for days, the meaning was clear to everyone. Wasn't that exactly what they believed were the auspicious signs? To make sure the first showing of these uniquely colored flowers had great impact, Qing Xiu deliberately chose to hold the viewing at Baiwei Residence. Originally, he hadn't wanted to use Baiwei Residence, but looking at all of Chang'an, it was the largest and most luxurious restaurant. There really was no better choice. If it had to close for a day, then so be it. However, considering even Baiwei Residence couldn't hold too many people, Qing Xiu had carpenters build a huge platform and placed it right in the center of the building. This way, no matter if someone was on the first floor or the top, they could clearly see the uniquely colored flowers from every angle. Even though Qing Xiu had expected a crowd, when the event began, before the doors of Baiwei Residence even opened, the place was already packed wall to wall. Some nobles who arrived late looked at the long line and were furious. But their status meant little at Baiwei Residence during Qing Xiu's event. They couldn't use their rank to reserve a seat. What's the point if we're stuck out here? From this far, we won't see anything clearly. A few young noblemen complained angrily, and a few people approached, having heard them. Gentlemen, are you here to see the auspicious signs, but couldn't get a good spot? Of course. We've been standing here half the day, can't you tell? The man chuckled. What luck. My brothers and I lined up from midnight and got a bunch of good spots up front. If you want to see clearly, take your pick. The noblemen were immediately interested. Let's hear it. Well, the best seats are on the second floor front row, those give you the clearest view and are closest to the flowers. Exactly. Get those for us right now. Hold on, my brothers waited all night for those seats, it wasn't easy. You understand, there's a labor fee. Cut the nonsense, you'll be paid. How much? One of them generously waved his hand. Brothers, I'm covering today's seats for all of us. The scalper laughed. Those front row seats are priced fairly, 30 guan per seat, no overcharge at all. What? You son of a, just for some damn seats, you want that much? What, do you own the restaurant? You think just because we're rich you can rip us off? The one who bragged about paying for everyone suddenly felt very awkward. It wasn't that he couldn't afford it, it just felt stupid to pay that much just to sit a little closer. Gentlemen, no need to get angry. If the price seems too high, we've got other seats, second row, third row, all available. The scalper stayed calm and continued offering options. He wasn't the only one doing this, Qing Xiu had indirectly kept a bunch of scalpers employed. Of course, the best spots hadn't been taken by scalpers. Those were reserved by Qing Xiu for his own people. That included several of his wives, friends, and naturally, Emperor Li Er also had a reserved seat. Even if it wasn't flattery, he was the emperor after all. Basic respect was necessary. Qing Xiu had long known about the scalpers selling seats but didn't stop them. He let them be. If people were rich and willing to be taken advantage of, why stop it? He saw it as a way to rob the rich and help the poor. At this moment, a tall platform had already been set up inside Baiwei residence. Something was placed on it and covered with a red cloth, so no one could see what it was. But that was most likely the so-called auspicious item Qing Xiu mentioned. Cheng Chumo and a few other noblemen had arrived late and couldn't get good seats. Looking at the long line, they sighed. Cheng Chumo thought, even his father had a seat. If he went to ask Qing Xiu personally, surely he could get one too? But when he made the request himself, Qing Xiu only replied, "You're welcome to observe. If you want a shortcut for a better seat, we'll talk another time." What's there to talk about later? It was clearly a refusal. Cheng Chumo didn't have his father's pull. Left with no choice, he had to pay one of the scalpers for a few seats, feeling extremely pained. Near noon, inside and outside the Baiwei residence was already packed to the brim. Not only were all the seats taken, even the space outside without seating had been almost completely occupied. Some late-arriving gentry and young noblemen couldn't even buy a seat, they could only find a decent spot outside and squeezed in, complaining non-stop. Originally, the place was crowded and somewhat chaotic, but when Li Er, the emperor, personally arrived, the whole venue instantly quieted. Li Er repeatedly declared that today no one needed to kneel, so as to avoid further disorder in the space. When His Majesty travels, the common people along the way are spared even kneeling, someone joked after Li Er took his seat. Qing Xiu teased, what kneeling or not kneeling, such formalities are empty. Besides, today this is your event, how could I overshadow you? Li Er smiled lightly and said, that said, about this so-called auspicious sign you've arranged. Wait a moment, wait a moment. I never said I have any auspicious signs, this is just strangely colored objects different from the ordinary. Qing Xiu obviously could not let himself be trapped by his words. If he admitted the display was of auspicious signs, wouldn't that prove the rumors about auspicious signs were started by him? And no matter how he looked, it seemed Li Er was trying to draw it out of him. I see. Li Er's expression turned somewhat expectant. Could you tell us what these so-called unusually colored items actually are? You'll see soon when your Majesty looks, why rush to know now? Qing Xiu responded without a leak. Since Qing Xiu wavered and refused to reveal, Li Er simply didn't press further, after all the unveiling was coming. Qing Xiu stepped away from Li Er, when suddenly a little girl, Qing Ryuan, ran and clung to his thigh. Daddy! Why aren't you staying in the elegant room? Why are you roaming about? Daddy said there's something good on show today, and I just heard it's Auntie Chui's. Not yet. Qing Xiu gently tapped the little girl's lips with his finger, signaling her to hush. You'll see soon. Although the little girl didn't fully understand, since Qing Xiu said so, she obediently stayed quiet. Tonight you watch closely, how to best sway people's hearts and achieve the goal. Qing Xiu patted the little girl's head and quietly laughed. Qing Ryuan didn't fully understand, but since Qing Xiu said so, she nodded obediently to her father's arrangement. Finally at midday, Qing Xiu stood up in front of the crowd. Naturally he stood beside the platform covered with a red cloth. Although he had repeatedly stressed he didn't know what auspicious signs were, in the eyes of the crowd that item was exactly an auspicious sign. Thank you all for gracing us today. We are simply showing a few oddly colored items I've seen, didn't expect so many came. I won't be stingy. Today, regardless of who is present or your status, each person will receive a bottle of beer as a thank you for supporting this event. Qing Xiu indeed knew how to win people over. With just some beer many felt he was generous. You must understand, today he staged this exhibition. Regardless of how much scalpers made, he himself took not a single coin. Anyone who came early and got into the upstairs elegant room, whether you even ordered a pot of tea or nothing, you sat free, no fee. If you weren't good enough, even if you were a duke or from the royal family, you could only squeeze outside. Now add in the free beer, it truly boosted everyone's impression of him. I tell you, Duke Qing is righteous. He not only lets us in for free but gives us beer. Isn't that so? Especially since today Baiwei residence is closed for the day, wow. Tell you what, Duke Qing is the one. While the crowd chatted excitedly, Qing Xiu gestured for them to quiet and then pointed to the table covered in red. His move immediately drew all eyes, many seemed ready to rush forward and help him pull away the cloth. Come on! It's like this and you still hide it? Show it to us. Outside, squeezing among the crowd was Yuqi Jingda, genuinely furious, he was truly anxious. This item I saw some days ago in the estate's flower garden. That day was sunny, but suddenly rain came, I couldn't help but shelter in the pavilion. That shower lasted only a moment. After that I went personally to have a look. What do you think, everyone? You have to admit Qing Xiu's storytelling ability was first-rate. He first gave a long scene description, then left them hanging mid-sentence so their appetites were raised. Qing Xiu was now in his element, immersed in his narrative. His expression shifted as he spoke. At that moment I saw a flash of golden light in the garden, but I wasn't sure if it was an illusion. When I stepped closer, suddenly it was. Qing Xiu tapped his forehead, as though still relishing the memory. He truly was immersed. The people below, however, were even more eager. They couldn't wait for him to finish the sentence. In the elegant room, his wives saw how engaged he was in telling the story. They really were surprised. Such a demeanor and performance, what a waste if he didn't become a storyteller. Yunyang covered her mouth and giggled. Husband's storytelling skill is getting stronger. Look at those below, they're more serious than when hearing stories. Cui Yuran was even more surprised. If it were me, I couldn't talk like you do, with such joy. Truly you have talent. But since you want to promote these uniquely colored flowers, why use these made-up stories? Sister, you don't understand. Su Xiaochun, hearing this, proudly explained, husband once told me, if you want something to have value far beyond its material worth, you must tell a story, give it a tale that makes people feel it is very precious. Cui Yuran, being clever, immediately understood. What her husband was doing at that moment was exactly giving her uniquely colored flowers a perfect story. At first I didn't think much of it, but later, when I looked carefully, everyone. Qing Xiu slowed his voice. In my courtyard there are many flowers planted by my wives, and among them there just happened to be one that actually turned into this. As soon as he finished speaking, before the crowd could recover from the story he had been telling, he suddenly pulled off the red cloth covering the high platform. Everyone's eyes instinctively turned toward the platform, and they saw the object placed on it. Although they had imagined many possibilities before and guessed it might be some unusual thing, when they actually saw it, it was nothing more than a pot of flowers. And judging from its appearance, it seemed to be just a pot of peonies. Peonies were not rare, but the color of this flower made everyone instantly widen their eyes. Normally peonies should be white, but this one was green. Although peonies can show a very faint green tint before fully blooming, after they fully open, they are white. A completely different color like this, pure green, was unheard of by everyone present, let alone something they had ever seen with their own eyes. Lier was extremely shocked. He repeatedly examined it carefully. No matter how he looked, it was indeed a peony, and the color was unquestionably real. And it absolutely couldn't be some other flower disguised as a peony. This era simply did not have naturally green flowers. Aside from Lier, all the nobles seated inside were also discussing in excitement, and many of them even looked overjoyed. They were convinced from the bottom of their hearts that this was the auspicious sign that had been spreading wildly in rumors. If it could be given to them, wouldn't that bring them good fortune? Maybe they could even get a bit of Qing Xiu's luck. In the eyes of these nobles, they firmly believed in feng shui and the supernatural, perhaps even more than common people. Didn't Duke Qing say this would be gifted to someone with fate? Doesn't that mean we all have a chance? If that's the case, we have to perform well later. Maybe Duke Qing will like us and give it directly. Duke Qing wouldn't give something like this for free, right? This is a green peony, extremely precious. What, free or not free, if I could get this, even if I had to pay 1,000,000 taels of silver, I'd agree. Talk big all you want. 1,000,000 taels? Even if you sold your entire family you couldn't afford that. So Duke Qing means he'll give it to whoever he thinks suitable? The discussion continued endlessly. The nobles desperately wanted to obtain it. Commoners, however, didn't think that far. Today they were just here for fun, and this thing truly amazed them. As for owning it, they didn't have such thoughts. Ordinary people felt they already received enough blessings from Duke Qing. This kind of mysterious thing wasn't something they needed to desire. But among the crowd outside, squeezing back and forth, Yu Qijingde frowned immediately when he saw the flower. Wasn't this the same type of dyed flower that had been trendy in small circles a few days ago? Not only he thought so, many in the crowd had also bought dyed flowers and had seen Qing Xiu exposing the scam. He himself had shown everyone earlier that those flowers were fake, so why was he now displaying something like this? What does this brat mean, making such a grand event just to show off this kind of trickery? Yu Qijingde was truly disappointed and couldn't help but look down on Qing Xiu. Soon someone asked, "Is this really a peony? Isn't it some other kind of flower?" "Absolutely. If you don't believe it, in a moment I can have His Majesty verify it personally," Qing Xiu said calmly. Whoa! A wave of sighs came from below. If the emperor checked it himself, they had nothing to worry about. Seeing the crowd's intense reaction, Cui Yuran began to feel lightheaded with excitement. She never expected that something she did just to pass time and please herself would cause such a huge reaction from people. Husband truly knows how to tell a story. Just a green peony, yet everyone reacts so strongly. Chui Yuran sighed. Good sister, husband's storytelling is excellent, but you shouldn't belittle your flowers. Anyone who sees them would be shocked, Changsun Pingting said. Besides, if your flowers weren't good enough, husband wouldn't bother telling such a detailed story for them. Chui Yuran was filled with joy at these words. No matter what, having the other wives appreciate it made her happy. Chang Yaojin and others were itching to see it up close, signaling Qing Xiu repeatedly, hoping to be allowed to approach. But Qing Xiu pretended not to notice at all, making them even more anxious. What a pity, if only there was a chance to go up and see it with my own eyes, even touch it. Chang Yaojin said regretfully. Chang Sun Wuji teased, General Chang, with hands as big as yours, if you apply even a bit of force, you'll probably destroy the flower instantly. My son-in-law probably won't dare let you touch it. Impossible. My hands may be rough, but I can control my strength. I won't break it so easily. Qing Xiu observed the reactions carefully, especially after his announcement. He knew some people had bought dyed flowers earlier and might misunderstand, so he spoke first. Some days ago, when rumors of auspicious signs spread, certain merchants tried to profit from the situation by dyeing flowers and pretending they were auspicious signs. Many were fooled. I can guarantee this flower has not been touched by a drop of dye. It is completely natural. Using retreat to advance, Qing Xiu brought up the previous incident again to clearly separate the two. To prove authenticity, Qing Xiu invited Li Er to examine the flower personally, and even took out dyed flowers he had saved earlier so Li Er could compare on the spot. Li Er would never miss the chance to inspect something that looked like an auspicious sign, so he immediately strode toward the platform. I shall personally examine it. Everyone stretched their necks wanting to clearly see what was happening. When Li Er thought that he was the first to come into contact with this auspicious item, he also became somewhat excited. Qing Xiu motioned for the emperor to advance, letting him separately inspect the black peony flower placed in front of them and a pot of pale red sunflowers. The red sunflowers at a glance didn't seem unusual, they even looked very natural. But compared to the black peony beside it, Li Er immediately noticed the difference. The red sunflowers suddenly appeared inferior. The sunflowers, by contrast, had color only on the surface. Li Er tried to pluck a petal and discovered that at the base of the petal it was still the original pale yellow, evidence that the dye could not penetrate inside. But that black peony flower looked entirely like an exquisitely crafted art piece, not only the surface, but the veins distributed like blood vessels in harmony with the black surface. No matter how one looked at it, it did not seem out of place, it was utterly natural. Because of that contrast, Li Er immediately understood why Qing Xiu was so certain and confident. That black peony flower absolutely was not a dyed flower. How did you discover this? Li Er deliberately lowered his voice and asked Qing Xiu calmly. Even though Qing Xiu refused to admit the item was an auspicious sign, in Li Er's heart he already treated it as such. He really could hardly imagine that in this world there could be a black peony flower, and for Li Er the color had special meaning. The Tang army venerated black, its war flags and armor were black. For Li Er, who had campaigned for decades, this color was truly extraordinary. Qing Xiu of course would not directly tell Li Er the truth. He slowly and leisurely said, I just said a moment ago, Your Majesty heard it yourself. Oh, what joke is this? You really think you can fool me? If Your Majesty does not believe me, there's nothing I can do, sigh. Qing Xiu put on a look of being very troubled. Li Er almost spat blood, but he still had no way to deal with Qing Xiu. Ladies and gentlemen, I have personally seen it. This object is in no way one of those inferior dyed flowers. This is perhaps truly an auspicious sign, as Duke Qing says, a naturally generated unusually colored flower. Li Er realized halfway through what Qing Xiu had tried so hard to distinguish from auspicious sign and immediately corrected himself. With Li Er personally witnessing it, everyone then thoroughly believed Qing Xiu's words. But that also made the crowd even more restless. Since this item was not fake, but a real naturally grown black peony flower, then it was an auspicious sign. At this moment, don't even mention auspicious sign being a meaningless phrase. Having Li Er here doing the authentication alone was enough for everyone to like it very much. When Yuqi Jingda saw Li Er's reaction, he understood that the item Qing Xiu presented must indeed be a rare treasure that would convince the crowd. He muttered to himself, no wonder Qing Xiu didn't like that forged dyed flower. He himself actually had something good in his hands. After confirming the item really was naturally generated, everyone's gaze at the item was full of burning longing. They truly wanted to obtain this item. Qing Xiu had previously mentioned that he would gift it to someone with fate, who that might be they did not know. Ladies and gentlemen, indeed as I said before, this black peony flower is a naturally generated unusually colored flower. Although I do not know why it formed, however. Qing Xiu slightly bowed his head, acting as though in thought, it should be due to our country's favorable weather, environment improving, so the soil is fertile, rainfall abundant, which allowed a flower like this to grow in my estate. Although it grew in my estate, it is not solely my achievement. It should be the Tang dynasty, from the commoners to officials working together. Therefore I do not plan to monopolize this item. As I said before, today I will gift it to someone with fate, but... At this point Qing Xiu purposely paused for a moment, putting on a face of difficulty. This pause was truly special, it made everyone's appetite teased. What did his gift to the fated person mean exactly? Would it cost money, or require looks, or luck? Qing Xiu didn't waste words. On the spot he had some dice and a cup for dice brought out and gave them to Li Er. Li Er did not expect Qing Xiu would hand him such things. He looked at Qing Xiu puzzled. What is the meaning of this? Your Majesty, you will personally roll these dice. No matter how many points show up, once revealed, starting from your Majesty's position in order, the person whose turn it is will be gifted this black peony flower. This method proposed by Qing Xiu stunned everyone. They really hadn't expected him to decide the fated person that way. And to show fairness, Qing Xiu had the dice taken around, distributed for the spectators present to inspect one by one. Everyone inspected and then determined with 100% certainty that these dice were completely normal, no lead was added, no trickery. Moreover, the person rolling was the emperor himself. No matter how they thought, His Majesty could not be colluding with Qing Xiu. Li Er grabbed the dice cup in his hand, thinking that this so-called fated person would be chosen by him made his heart swell. He was already used to the pleasure of exerting full control over others, now even the fate of this auspicious item would be decided by him. It must be said, today Qing Xiu really gave Li Er face. For a time Li Er didn't care much whether the black peony would end up in his hands. The crowd watched him with extreme expectation, that was what Li Er wanted. He seemed to shake the dice cup casually, but his mind was already planning when to stop. Each increment of movement made the crowd's expression grow more tense. They could not wait for Li Er to reveal the secret right then, but they still had to wait. However, if the selection was done this way, none of those people would object, even if they were the chosen one, no complaints could be made. The dice were in the emperor's hand, and everyone had checked the equipment, no fraud possible. Finally the cup in Li Er's hand stopped. In the restaurant, where everyone held their breath waiting, the cup made a dull echo. Although the silence was broken, no second sound followed. Everyone tried to make no noise, waiting for the reveal. Li Er scanned around, seeing everyone's eyes locked tightly on the dice cup, he was truly satisfied. At such a crucial moment, of course it must be under the gaze of all. Here we go. Li Er lifted the dice cup on the spot. The dice inside, already still, clearly displayed the point count. At this moment, everyone stretched their necks wanting to see the number clearly, even those outside the restaurant who could not fully see.
Did you enjoy the story, guys? I hope you did. Support this video with a like and a comment. I'd really appreciate it. Thanks for watching and see you next time.